Chapter 1, Understand One Infinite Glove? Luo Qing is very painful sitting on the beach and looking at the endless blue sea in front of him, hoping that a boat will discover this small island and bring him back to human civilization and leave this prehistoric forest. 7 days have passed since he inexplicably crossed here. Recalling that 7 days ago, he was still an inconspicuous second-generation rice bug among all living beings on Earth. It's the kind with a little money at home and assets of over 100 million yuan. His goal in life is to survive the past few decades in peace and smoothly, and then successfully inherit those evil legacy from his father. Then strive to take these sources of all evil from the people and use them for the people, and at most save some sources of fire to pass on to their descendants. Luo Qing thinks that he is really too conscious every time he thinks about his future plans for life. Can raise the word prodigal to such a height, self-hypnotized even he believes it. In a sense, he is indeed a genius. So when he watched the premiere of Women's Federation 3 with his nth girlfriend, he listened to the words of the young lady who sold the cute and sweet voices around him. Do you want to know about the same infinite gloves of Thanos? Luo Qing decisively took out his mobile phone in the slightly fiery eyes of her companion and the opposite young lady. Scan the QR code, the fingerprint payment is successful, pack and leave. A same-style infinite glove that a certain treasure only sells for a few $100, Luo Qing spent a lot of 9,999. Can their eyes be fiery? I only met the female student of a certain famous university who hadn't had any in-depth exchanges for 2 days and was about to hang on Luo Qing's body. As for the eyes and expressions of the young lovers watching the excitement and good friends, all of them were automatically understood by him as envy, jealousy, and hatred. After returning to the hotel, the gold-worshipping female student went to take a shower with ease. And Luo Qing opened the package curiously, and took out the infinite gloves made by Thanos Reality. When took it out, a small piece of paper fell on the ground. Luo Qing opened it, and it turned out that it was the secret signal left to him by the little sister who sold the surroundings. If there is more energy left for a while, he doesn't mind going to heaven again. But when he looked at this 10,000 yuan big toy, he always felt that something was wrong. Father Grandma's gram. Just when Luo Qing was about to try it on, he finally knew what was wrong. Shen Timo's Thanos is the same style. Thanos' infinite glove is obviously worn on the left hand. How can he be right-handed? This is embarrassing. As a qualified and low-key rich second generation, Luo Qing is not deceived once or twice, but who makes him rich? But such a silly times thing still makes him very depressed. Forget it, right hand is right, maybe this is Odin's one. Luo Qing comforted himself so much, because he seemed to vaguely remember that there was such an egg in Thor 3. Brother Hammer and his sister found a right-hand version infinity glove in their father's treasure house, and they still brought gems. Yes, but it should be just a model. With a more nervous mind, he simply accepted this setting, and then took advantage of the gap in which the fairy who might come out at any time to absorb the essence of his life was still washing away the fragrance. He solemnly stretched out his right hand. Go in. When he opened his eyes again, he landed on this small island full of unnamed trees and various genetically mutated beasts. What is even more incredible is that the golden right-hand version of the infinity glove is still intact on his right hand, even the size automatically fits on his skin, and it can't be taken off. At first, he also wondered if he was kidnapped, or the pranks of his friends and dogs. But when he found tigers more than 10 meters tall, gorillas more than 20 meters tall, and various magical species that were pale in terms of genetic mutations, he was roughly certain that he might no longer be there. The familiar Earth is now. Isn't it the crossing of the bad street? Luo Qing, who is very nervous and optimistic by nature, soon came in interest. But immediately after being hit by the natural gap between the species, I no longer dared to go deep into the forest within 100 meters. Have you seen a giant python over 100 meters long? Luo Qing, who was almost swallowed by it, is still terribly scared in retrospect. If it weren't for the giant python's target at that time, it was not his little bug, but a 5-meter-long cheetah who was about to attack his little bug. If so, then his legendary journey may end in the first chapter. So after that, Luoqing, who still couldn't figure out where he was, had to hide on this desolate beach by the sea, and the beasts in the forest seemed to have no interest in his little bug. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. So the question is, a riceworm who has lived for more than 20 years without any survival skills or knowledge of survival in the wild is thrown alone on an isolated island where a giant beast is rampant. How should he survive? Catch fish? Not to mention whether he can catch it. The smallest and most kind fish he has seen hiding on the beach these days are all 2 or 3 meters long, and they are still those with sharp teeth in their mouths. Is it sure he caught the fish instead of the fish eating him? So the road to eat the sea by the sea will definitely not work. But fortunately, after his observations over the past few days, he found that generally the outermost ones are relatively weak and less aggressive creatures after all. So he limited his range of activities to a distance of 20 meters in the forest. At this distance, he could harvest some fruits that fell on the ground. He couldn't climb the tree anymore. Trees tens of meters high didn't have any climbing for him. It's too unfriendly for newcomers who have tree skills. Fortunately, there seems to be a monkey tribe living nearby, and most of the fruits that Luoqing picked up were dropped by them. Amazing, my monkey brother. Monkeys can eat it, but he can't eat it for no reason. It's impossible for a virgin forest like this to have pesticides or the like. So after confirming that it was not poisonous, Luoqing was so lucky to survive. Every day during the day, I waited for the illusory rescue boat at the beach. When I was hungry, I went to find the fruit that the monkey brother didn't like. At night, I went back to my own temporary shelter that I could barely shelter from the wind and rain. The wild beast that came out on a whim to digest and walk was eaten as a supper. He also chose it in the vicinity of the monkey tribe. At least from the contacts in the past few days, the monkey and the others only eat fruit. Chapter 2, Animal Devil Fruit. After sitting for a whole morning looking bored at the calm sea, Luoqing, helpless, stood up to find Brother Monkey for alms. After these days of friendly and peaceful getting along, the monkey brothers seem to have known him, a strange and harmless creature. In this forest, even if their group of monkeys is the weakest kind of creature, otherwise they would not be driven to the outermost part of the forest. Fortunately, they only eat fruits, and the fruits in this forest are extremely rich. As long as they unite to resist the powerful foreign enemies, they can live as moist. So suddenly I saw a creature that I had never seen before, and was still so weak that it could only follow their buttocks to pick up fruit and eat. They showed great interest for a while. After the initial vigilance, every time Luoqing comes over, there will be a few curious little monkeys holding some fruits that he has never seen before on the earth to give him. Relatively, Luoqing also expressed his kindness by means within his power. For example, using my left hand, which is not wrapped in the infinite glove, to catch lice and stroke the hair for these little monkeys, they get along very well. It's a pity that the monkeys are smart, but they are far from talking. After all, people are still social animals. On this dangerous island where there are no other people to communicate with, Luoqing's mood is depressed every day. Optimism is only relative. When the bottom line is broken down, the optimistic person will instantly collapse. These cute little monkeys gave Luoqing some psychological comfort and relieved his gradual depression. Just as Yunmo was sitting on the ground, eating sweet, delicious and juicy fruit with one hand, and helping a few naughty little monkeys with the other hand tickling it, he suddenly found a very strange looking but with a hint of speech. The fruit of the familiar feeling. He did eat a lot of strange looking fruits these days, but it was the first time that he gave him such a strange feeling. So he picked up the fruit curiously and began to look at it. If we talk about the shape alone, it is no different from the bananas he can see everywhere on the earth. But the black and white colors and the tang grass-like spiral pattern that seemed weird no matter how it looked, made Luoqing involuntarily stop the movements of his hands and began to ponder. How is this stuff so similar to the waste he bought back at an agricultural exhibition before? He still remembers that he was soaking in a beautiful graduate student of the National Agricultural University, and then he was miserably trapped at the exhibition, and spent 100,000 to buy 3 legendary devil fruits. The shape and color look exactly the same as in the manga. To be able to cultivate the fruit into such a wonderful and magical look, to be honest, Luoqing still admires it, so when he bought it home and found that the 3 fruits didn't taste good, and they didn't give him any magical abilities, he chose retaliation. After he stunned that beautiful graduate student with money, he changed every day to unlock new poses, which also included the characters such as Nami Robin in the COS One Piece, which made him report these 3 fake devil fruits. Enmity. It's a pity that he came here somehow, and he doesn't know if the girl student washes it white and fragrant enough, which will be cheaper. He opened the room, and he made the girls. I feel sad when I think about it. By the way, and the young lady who is going to give him after-sales service after get off work, I don't know if she will be sad. The sad Kaiser flies. Inexplicably, Luoqing's thoughts went astray and I don't know where. What made him even more uncomfortable was that after he was interrupted by those little monkeys who felt that he was sniffed by hanging on his body and grabbing his hair, he unexpectedly felt that these little monkeys were a little delicate. Scared, he hurriedly smoked a few big mouths of himself, guilty, and almost caught the eye of the crab monster. So, this thing won't be a real devil fruit, am I? I won't be so unlucky to travel to this chaotic era of great pirates. Luoqing is even more depressed. Is it really a good proof? As long as you eat this yang-flavored banana that resembles the devil fruit animal system, everything will be clear. Devil fruit. Although the shape should look like an animal, on this precarious island, strengthening your survival ability is the most important thing. I just don't know what kind of animal it is. It would be embarrassing to transform into an eel. By the way, the animal system of devil fruit seems to have never found any animals in the sea. Is this a kind of curse? It's just that anyone who has read the original should know the lethality of this fruit. Even Luffy's kind of crazy guys can't accept the taste. Goodbye, my braised hoof. Goodbye, my boiled fish. Goodbye. Just when Luoqing was about to bite the bullet and feel the real Xiang flavor, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, the infinite gloves that hadn't been moving since the crossing suddenly began to shine. Hey? Could it be that my cheat is online? Yunmo immediately began to study the new reaction of the infinite glove of his right hand with excitement, but after he tried a series of methods such as rubbing, opening the door with sesame seeds, and Prajna Paramita, the thing was still hanging. And it seems that the light is getting weaker. Luoqing was a little anxious, but he forced himself to calm down. As a qualified rich second generation, even if the ideal is to eat and wait to die and prodigal, under the influence of the family environment, there are some shining points that are superior to ordinary people. At least his father always taught him not to be anxious and not nervous when things happen. The more critical the situation, the more so. Only by calming down can the key to breaking the game be found. Many of the principles in the market are also applicable to life. So Luoqing began to calmly recall all the information he knew about infinite gloves. Although the light on the infinite glove is getting weaker and weaker, and there are more than 10 little monkeys hanging on him, he is still thinking about it calmly. Infinite gloves. 6 infinite gems. Carrier. Fusion. Exercising power. I know. Luoqing took a deep breath. He felt that he might have guessed something. What he has to do next will be a great innovation. He ignored the already undetectable soft light on the infinite gloves, but first picked up the fruit that was suspected of being a devil fruit, but he did not plan to eat it himself this time, but used it to feed his hand. Infinite gloves. I saw him frowning and picking up the banana, slowly approaching one of the grooves on the infinite glove. Chapter 3, 6 Grooves. The banana-shaped devil fruit slowly approached the groove on the infinite glove. During this approach, Luo Qing clearly felt the suction from the infinite glove. There is a play. After his eyes widened and let go, within the range visible to the naked eye, the devil fruit that could fit on a plate shrank at an extremely fast speed, and then revealed a gem-like brilliance. Boom! A clear and crisp sound rang in Luo Qing's ears. He succeeded. His guess is correct. Seeing that he had successfully inlaid an infinite glove with a devil fruit on his right hand, Luo Qing fell into the double taboo of joy and bewilderment. Whoever stipulates the infinite gloves must have the infinite gems. Do you see it? Devil fruits can do the same. After this animal demon fruit successfully merged with the infinite glove, the light that had been previously inexhaustible suddenly burst into infinite light. The little monkeys were frightened by this incident, and they all moved away from Luo Qing, who was like a super-powered light bulb. This is in the daytime, it can still shine with such a dazzling light. This moment Luo Qing is more calm. This time, it's absolutely awesome times. When the light dissipated, the lifeless infinite glove finally returned to its true brilliance, the whole streamer running, full of treasure. Ming Ming's body is all gold color, but it is not out of the ordinary and looks domineering. Is the other 5 grooves that are still vacant on it, which is a bit monotonous. And Luo Qing, who really activated the infinite glove, finally understood the origin and purpose of the infinite glove in his hand. It turns out that before Thanos built the infinity gloves, someone had already collected 6 infinity gems, in fact, more than 6, but the others were rumored or spoofed, so I don't mention it. They were used to inspire 6 infinity gems. The container of gem power is the infinite glove that Luo Qing is wearing at this time. The model in the Odin's treasury was made by imitating the former infinite glove. Thanos is also because they know that the dwarves have once created a container that can hold 6 infinite gems and perfectly exert their power, so they came to the door. The above plot was made up by myself, don't be true. But it's definitely not made in X. Let's see the Easter egg of Thor 3 by myself. So everything made sense. As for what happened at that time, why did the first infinite glove born in this universe come into his hands, and why did it bring him into this world? These information gloves did not respond to him, so he did not know. Don't care about him. Luo Qing is now completely plunged into excitement. Just because the power of his infinite glove is so awesome, he doesn't need any infinite gems, as long as the energy of the same nature and the same origin can be embedded in the groove and perfectly display its original ability. Means that Luo Qing does not need to feel the taste of Xiang, he only needs to inlay the devil fruit obtained into the groove of the glove, and he can have all the abilities of a person with normal devil fruit ability, including the development and awakening of the devil fruit ability. And because it is inlaid on the glove instead of being eaten, there is no curse of the sea, the restraint of the sea tower stone. The more important point is yet to come. There are 6 grooves on the infinite glove. 6. Blackbeard isn't awesome. Those with double fruit ability are great. Suspected Hellhound's 3 fruit ability person hangs. What Kaiwahe, the 4 emperors, the admiral, the 5 old stars, and the dragon people. At this moment, Luo Qing is really inflated. Wait for him to gather 6 awesome devil fruits. Isn't it a bit modest to say that it's not fair to push the world? Do you want to snap your fingers? Is that although the use of devil fruit through infinite gloves is convenient and has no side effects, the physical strength and energy consumed will still be consumed. As for his weak chicken physical ability, whether a fruit ability can be used well or not has to be questioned. If he becomes a 3-second man, it would be too funny. Fortunately, Luo Qing is not so worried about this fundamental problem. How could an artifact like Infinite Glove only have such a simple function? In addition to its own small and practical function of 100 cubic meters of internal space, it also has the most basic absorption and transformation function. In popular terms, it can extract the energy of the devil fruit through some mysterious transformation, and then inject it into Luo Qing's body for reinforcement. The disadvantage is that the devil fruit that has been processed in this way disappears in this world forever. After all, the most basic energy has been emptied. But would people like Luo Qing care about this small flaw? Obviously not. Luo Qing, who had reached a peak of excitement, finally couldn't bear to test the power of the infinite glove in his hand. He quickly moved away from the place where the little monkeys lived to the outermost part of the forest, and then used his mind to communicate the infinite glove. The first groove symbolizing the animal devil fruit suddenly lit up with black and white light, which was the original color on the devil fruit. Then Luo Qing found that his whole person had changed. Black and hard hair grows from his body at an extremely fast speed, and his fingers have become slender and advantageous. It seems that it is more appropriate to describe it as a claw. Even the infinite glove has become an infinite claw set. It is said that the devil fruit of the animal system has the greatest increase in all aspects of the physical body of the capable person. Luo Qing felt the power that was constantly emerging from his body at this time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Indeed. Excessive power growth caused him to have an urge to rush into the forest and fight with the overlord-level beasts. But when he accidentally saw his ghostly appearance with the help of the principle of mirror reflection on the infinite glove, he immediately lost this impulse, and instead developed another impulse from his heart. This Nima is too ugly. The beastly Luo Qing twitched the corners of his mouth while looking at what he looked like at this time. Never mind the ugliness, Luo Qing even inferred from the smooth white hair in the middle of his head what the first devil fruit he got was really. Isn't this sharp look exactly my flat-headed brother who says people don't speak much and does it if you refuse to accept? The scientific name honey badger, Huan. I want to ask how a rich second generation like Luo Qing recognizes such an unpopular animal. It can be attributed to a certain beast girl fighting. How can Nima introduce her abilities to others after going out? Well, hello everyone, I am the honey badger fruit ability. Or, I am a capable person in the form of a honey badger, and surrender quickly. I really hate the cold thinking about it. What's wrong with powerful? What can be done with good defense and poison resistance? When you encounter a more powerful and handsome fruit ability in the future, you must change it. I don't know wherever I go now, it's a world of faces. The shortcoming of ugly is doomed to the devil fruit ability of the animal system. Chapter 4, Not Everyone is Called Friday. A month has passed since Luo Qing activated the infinite gloves unknowingly. Within a month, naturally no ship appeared in his vision, not even a ghost shadow. There are just beasts that fight for food all the time. And as a person with the ability to form a honey badger, Luo Qing, the flat-headed brother Luo Qing, who is abbreviated as the honey badger man, seems to have a tendency to develop into a stunned head. To say that being capable of devil fruit, apart from being afraid of sea water, Haloshi has the weaknesses of domineering, other side effects are not without. For example, a certain iceman who likes to hibernate but can't wake up and always rides a bicycle around. Because the whole body is made of rubber, he can expand his stomach unscrupulously. There is also the little red dog who owes himself tens of billions of Bailey because he ate the rock berry. This characteristic seems to be more prominent in the animals with ability. While inheriting the special abilities of these animals, some instinctive habits and personality characteristics also affect the users all the time. For example, people who eat egg fruit will become like laying eggs. Don't ask me why, and don't ask me why the fruit is not superhuman but animal. And Luo Qing will change when he uses the honey badger abilities, very edible, and likes to fight with people. Regardless of whether you have fought or not, whether you can eat or not, rush up and talk about it. Put it on the earth, it is a properly stunned green, the kind that doesn't knock down the south wall and can't pull it down. So within this month of obtaining this devil fruit ability, Luo Qing quickly promoted from a cautious living state to a fearless bear boy no matter what he saw. Maybe the honey badger fruit didn't bring him any offensive power, but that stubborn fur would tell all predators what despair is. And Luo Qing also relied on his strong defensive power and resilience to repeatedly escape from the mouths of those extremely powerful overlord creatures. A variety of fruits are no longer his only food, his staple food has become every carnivorous beast he defeated. There is also a large turtle who touched the shore while the night was dark and wanted to treat him as a snack. He was inexplicably turned into a honey badger and killed him. Quack, crispy chicken flavor. I thought that hiding in the turtle shell would help you? You can easily crush the tortoise shell and use the sharp teeth for potato chips to understand? So, in just 1 month, every day is delicious, and nutritious, and with a group of companions fighting to fight, Luo Qing has successfully grown from a rice worm that eats and waits to die to a rice worm with certain power. This bronze-colored muscular body was something he couldn't even think of when he was on Earth. Apart from the 3 overlord-level bosses in this forest, there is nothing he can't manage. Even if you can't beat it, running is fine. So it is said that what kind of character can be grown in what kind of environment? Except rice bugs. 1 year later, on an isolated island in a certain sea area, a young man in his 20s with only a piece of animal skin wrapped in his eyes was chasing a chimpanzee hammer that was 25 meters high. The 3 major overlords of this island, a majestic tiger with pure white fur, have been trained by him to become a docile cat. That 100-meter-long python was used by him as a happy nest for sleeping at night, set up, although it was a bit cold. Now this chimpanzee is always disobedient to discipline. So Luo Qing, who has been here for more than a year, now's main daily entertainment is eating and sleeping, hammering orangutans. After I don't know how many times this cunning chimpanzee fell to the ground with a hammer, the chimpanzee once again showed a flattering smile without shame. If you don't look at that head bag, it's no different from the chimpanzees in the zoo for people to watch. It's a pity that Luo Qing, who has been betrayed several times, can't easily believe it. I said, "Hey, I think you are a typical person who remembers eating or not playing. Look at Xiaobai and Ahua, how happy they are every day. All day long I eat and sleep, and eat after I sleep. Think about the days you used to fight for territory every day, and look at the present. Isn't yours mine is mine naturally, don't you understand this truth?" Luo Qing sat in front of the chimpanzee and talked endlessly. After a year of suffocation, I couldn't even find a person to speak. Luo Qing is not crazy and has a tough temperament. Finally caught this human-like chimpanzee, who suffers from suffering. Otherwise, why are the 3 major overlords thinking about running away all day long? It really doesn't hurt to be beaten. But compared to being beaten, it is more uncomfortable to endure Luo Qing's ink marks. So it chose to escape, and it chose to fight. It's a pity that this island is not that big when it is said to be big, but it is really not too small to say that it is small, but it is an isolated island after all. You read www.yuyuganshu.com. Where can it go? Except for the first few times, he hid for several days with his familiarity with the island, and lived a leisurely life for a few days. But then what awaits it is endless pain and torture. Luo Qing takes less and less time to catch it every time, just like this time it only ran for an hour in a sneaky way, and was beaten up by Luo Qing who was chasing it up. This day really can't be done. If Dahei could talk, it would definitely cry and beg him, let him go and harm the other 2. An hour later, Luo Qing, who was addicted to his mouth, never let go of the pitiful Dahei who was on the verge of collapse. Dahei escape also left his side, making Luo Qing feel the difficulty of being a parent, and it's hard to control the child when he is wild. After finishing his daily entertainment activities, Luo Qing climbed up the tallest tree in the forest and looked into the distance. It has been more than a year, and his heart has turned from the initial expectation to numbness. He has made up his mind. If there is no boat passing by the sea area, he will make a bamboo raft by himself and leave here. He was pretty sure, even with the help of infinite gloves and devil fruit, it is almost impossible to carry him safely to the next island with a small bamboo raft. But he can't wait any longer. Instead of dying here to be a savage, he might as well die in the sea after doing his best. The former believer that death is worse than living, he naturally did not have this courage, but the primitive life of more than a year has completely changed him. At least he has had enough of this savage life. After all, not everyone is called Friday. Chapter 5, Finally there is a boat. Just as he repeated this behavior mechanically, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. There seems to be a black spot on the sea level in this direction. He straightened up abruptly and stared at it intently. There must be something there. For more than a year, he spent a lot of time staring at the sea level every day. He was sure that he could not be wrong. But whether it is the ship he is thinking about is still to be discussed, or it may be the Sea King who emerged from the deep sea. He had a new long before and almost got his life. In the sea, it is still a place for sea kings and murlocs. After standing in this position for an entire hour, Luo Qing finally determined that the black spot on the sea ahead was not a sea king, but a genuine ship. Because he saw the upright mast, there were flags hanging on it, but it was still a little far away, and he couldn't see what was painted on it. But regardless of whether the ship was carrying a navy or a pirate, a civilian or a merchant ship, Luo Qing was not going to let it go. This might be the only way for him to leave here alive. So he excitedly inspired the honey badger's orc form to jump directly from the tree, and then pointed in that direction and started flying. After this year of hunting and being hunted, Luo Qing dare not say that he is already a qualified fighter, but there is still no problem in calling him the title of experienced hunter. Not to mention the amazing defensive power brought to him by the honey badger fruit and the confidence that the infinite potential of the infinite glove brings him. The only pity is that he almost searched the entire island, but he couldn't find the second devil fruit. It is regrettable. Luo Qing is also very open about it. It is impossible for him to take advantage of all good things. It is really great luck for this island to have an animal devil fruit. Without this devil fruit, the ability of the infinite glove would not be activated, and he would not be able to live so nourished. Maybe someday he would be taken away by a beast for dinner. Luo Qing, who was so emotional, finally came to the beach with the fastest movement. After confirming that the other party's course direction is his side, he waited patiently. Now he is going to the sea desperately to swim there for fear of death not fast enough. If he has been stupid once, he will naturally not make a second mistake. But what if the other party changes the route halfway? How can a person swim at a speed that can catch up with a fully powered boat? After thinking about it, Luo Qing immediately yelled at the forest. Suddenly the inside of the forest shook, and countless birds living here were taken to the sky by surprise. What Luo Qing is going to do is to attract the attention of the other party. The bird is only one of the inconspicuous links, and his backhand is these giants in front of him. Luo Qing's roar is like a signal. The top creatures in the entire forest lined up in front of him, including the three major overlords, Dahe, Xiaobai, and Ahua. The talent in naming, Luo Qing feels that he is already the best in the world. Why do you want such a complicated name? Can you eat it? Satisfyingly looked at the dozens of creatures in front of him that could be called fierce beasts, Luo Qing sent all the unusable creatures back to the forest, and then left all the loud ones, among them the Xiaobai who are obviously blessed. Howl! Let go of my throat, howl! If anyone does not work hard, everyone can have a full meal tonight. Luo Qing hummed threateningly, and I don't know if they understand. At this time, the importance of Dahe was manifested. After confirming that Luo Qing was only letting them roar at the sea, instead of chanting them, Dahe hammered his own chest hard, feeling that his internal organs would be covered. Shocked out. Hower 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 how, hoop. With Dahe's lead and a blurry way of communication, all the animals that were left began to cry out for their lives. It should work now. Luo Qing felt that his ears would be deafened if he stayed here, so he retreated decisively. After getting a little farther, he climbed up a big tree again, and he didn't know if the roar was done, but he felt that the ship was getting closer and closer to him anyway. was so close that he could vaguely see the situation on the ship. Burnt flags, broken masts, bumpy hulls. Is like just after a fierce battle. The fact is also true. Because Luo Qing has already discovered that there is a pirate ship with a skull and crossbones behind this ship, following it closely. From time to time, he can see the splashing water on the water. It should be the cannon they fired. Judging from this situation, the ship behind seemed to deliberately not sink the ship in front. The situation is now obvious. The pirates will not let their prey go. They also need to maximize their profits. After all, the sunk ship loses too much, and they don't have the energy and patience to go salvage. So in a panic fleeing, the ship in front of the suspected fat sheep broke into this unpopulated sea. If there is no such variable as myself, it is estimated that the people in the ship ahead will not have a good end. Either they are killed on the spot or sold as slaves. Women will undoubtedly be even worse. But obviously there are smart people on the fat sheep ship ahead. Captain, are you sure you want to go there? Don't you hear such a ferocious beast call? The chief mate at the helm has fallen into deep despair. There are beasts before and pirates behind. Under the water there are sea kings who can eat people without spitting out bones. How can they survive in this desperate situation? But the middle-aged man called the captain did not give up hope. He still insisted on his choice. He is the captain of this ship, and also the president of a chamber of commerce. He can do this today from scratch, and he relies on daring to fight. An island with so many howling beasts can change their bad situation from 10 deaths to 9 deaths, why not fight? After all, no matter how fierce the beast is, it just follows its instinct. Even if some of them will be eaten as food, at least some of them can survive, and there is a chance for a comeback. And the greedy pirates who want to come to spare the treasure on their ship will not be frightened by a few beasts. It is natural that they can drag a few enemies into the water before they die. I don't want to lose out on this transaction. The ruthlessness in the eyes of the middle-aged man flashed past. Since the other party is so greedy, try to see if your mouth is hard enough. The island in front of the target, move at full speed. Chapter 6, First Murder. Roar. When the tattered merchant ship that was hit in the chase finally approached this island, everyone's face revealed a desperation. Not to mention the 2 overlord-level beasts, Da He and Xiao Bai, the dozens of fierce eyes behind them made these people shudder. Captain! Let's get around here and run away, the chief officer suggested with affright. The middle-aged man who was called the captain hesitated for a while, but after looking back, his eyes became firm. The boat docked. This ship is dead. If you don't want to be sold as a slave, you can run as far as you can after getting off the ship. Life and death have fate, and wealth are in heaven, whoever is dead or alive will bet on luck. If anyone can survive and return to the Chamber of Commerce, remember. You must take revenge for the dead. You must make the pay the price of blood. The mobilization of the middle-aged captain aroused the last hope and motivation of the crew. Yes, spell it. Don't be so pessimistic, in case these beasts are all vegetarian, hee hee. As they approached the shore gradually, looking at the ferocious beasts in front of them, everyone fell into a deadly silence again, for fear that some noise would cause their ferociousness. And Luo Qing, the flat-headed brother who had become a beast at this time, also mixed in among his group of younger brothers, unremarkable. When the ship finally landed, no one dared to get off the ship first. In this case, the one who went out first would definitely become the food of the beasts, creating opportunities for the people behind. In the face of life and death, no one can be so selfless. Ha ha ha! Let's run! At this time, the pirate ship that was catching up from behind was also approaching here, and the ugly-faced pirate on the ship did not hesitate to laugh at his own mockery. This cat-and-mouse game is over. Surrender, I promise we only seek for money and not kill people, haha. The captain is really bad. In case these people are particularly spine, I would rather feed the beast than surrender. Since they can't make a decision, let's help them, aim at the rear of the hull and shoot. Yes, Captain. The one-eyed captain licked his dry lips bloody, and after he received a message from the insider that the Bluebird Chamber of Commerce had accidentally obtained a valuable treasure, he led his men and horses to intercept his return route. It's just that I didn't expect that there were still a lot of good players on this humble merchant ship, and they ran out unexpectedly. But in the case of damage to the hull, this behavior is just a futile struggle. The two bangs of the cannons awakened the struggling crew members on the ship, and the solid cannonball that fell into the water behind him whispered in their ears like a reminder. The middle-aged captain has noticed the wavering in many people's eyes, so his eyes flashed sharply. Everyone rushed with me, surrendering is just a death. Do you want to be slaves for life? The words of the middle-aged captain suddenly came to their hearts, so they became firm and did not hesitate to follow the captain and rush into the forest. Seeing these little bugs running here, Dahay and the others instinctively showed their desire to attack, but they all sat back obediently under the cries of Fathead. This scene is very strange. Everyone rushed down with the belief that they would die, but unexpectedly discovered that these huge beasts seemed to have no interest in them, and let them run over in front of their eyes. After the middle-aged captain led people to escape into the forest, each of them couldn't help but look back. It was really weird. Are the beasts of this island really vegetarian animals that only eat fruits? Not only did they not understand, but even the pirates who were waiting for the good show had their eyes widened, looking incredible. Can anyone tell me what is going on in this world? Could it be that this group of beasts have eaten enough so they are not interested in these little things? The one-eyed captain was a little at a loss for a while. Captain, they all ran away, what should I do? Chase after? Look in first to find out all the valuable things in the boat. If the treasures on the ship satisfy him, then he doesn't mind exiling them here for a lifetime of savages. Just a few minutes later. Captain, we were fooled. Only hundreds of thousands of Baileys were found on the whole ship, the secret treasure of shit, not even a shadow was seen. Listening to the first mate's words, One-Eye's expression turned gloomy, but he believed that Nei Ying would definitely not dare to lie to him, unless his family didn't want his life. It should have been taken away by those people and chased it ashore. After gritting his teeth, One-Eye did this action that made him want to regret but had nowhere to buy regret medicine. Although all the beasts sitting in rows on the shore behaved very well behaved, those who escaped in front unharmed are the best evidence. But they were still moving cautiously after they landed, until the person in the front was about to run to the edge of the forest, and all of them were relieved. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It seems that these beasts are all weird. They are either full or only vegetarian. They are so bluffing. Just when they thought about it, they suddenly heard a roar, which shocked them. Then their expressions turned pale. The little guys suddenly rioted and rushed towards them with a strong shock. Run! They are not aggressive. Why are they so? Don't eat me, don't, ah! My hand! My hand! Help, help me! These pirates are just the most common dragon suits, they are a little stronger than the average person, and they are not enough to look at in front of these ferocious beasts. When the one-eyed captain recovered from the shock, most of the people he brought were dead, and their deaths were so miserable that they were almost eaten as snacks. And just when he was panicking and preparing to escape back to his boat, Luo Qing, who had already been eyeing him, was waiting behind him. The sharp claws were gently stroked on the one-eyed neck, and the head that still had an incomprehensible expression rolled to the ground, and the body followed the inertia and ran forward for 2 steps before falling down unwillingly. Ground. It feels bad to kill for the first time. But for Luo Qing, who has experienced the primitive hunting life for more than a year, this level of blood can only cause him slight discomfort at best, and then quickly suppress the uncomfortable feeling. He is now in a world where the strong are respected, killing and being killed will become the norm. So he has to adapt to this world as quickly as possible. There is really no such thing as hypocritical. Chapter 7, First take a 1 billion flowers. After Luoqing will stay on the ship and the pirates who want to take the opportunity to escape are quickly solved. Dehe and the others have also completed the battlefield cleaning. The scene is very scary, so I won't describe it further. Then Luoqing returned to his original appearance, and at the same time, with a thought, he hid the infinite glove on his right hand. The infinite gloves that came with him were already bound to his soul, and couldn't be taken off at all, but they could be hidden in his right hand. This was also a small technique he had developed over the past year. It's just that you can't hide it when using abilities. Luoqing sometimes wonders, if he becomes famous in the future, will someone give him the title of Golden Right Hand? After dismissing them, Luoqing alone was looking for the previous group of people who fled into the forest. After all, he still needs these people to bring him back to civilized society. He doesn't know how to sail, and he can inquire about some information by the way. He doesn't know how to benefit himself at what time it is now. Luoqing, who had been a hunter for more than a year and often played hide and seek with Dehe, soon found them. It's just that they don't seem to be doing well right now. Go! Ahua, you scared my guests. These people are also really unlucky. They have to run to Ahua's site. If Ahua has not had a good appetite recently, none of these people will survive. But despite this, the feeling of being stared at by a giant python over 100 meters long is absolutely terrible. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move until Luoqing came to look for them. Ahua's IQ is not high, but some basic commands can still form a conditioned reflex, so after looking at these people again, Ahua twisted her enchanting body and left. Who? Scared me to death. I thought I was dead this time. That means, I have never seen such a big snake in my life. Once again, the rest of their lives left them exhausted and excited, but they immediately remembered something strange, that python seems to have a name. Who are you? A young man asked in horror. He was sure that this person was not theirs, and there was a high possibility that it was a pirate who had caught up with him, but the python just heard it again. His words. It's messy, and many people have their heads crashed. Fortunately, the middle-aged captain stood up at this time. Hello, thank you for your life-saving grace just now, I am the captain of this ship, Old John. Luoqing was a little surprised. He originally thought he couldn't understand their language, but he didn't expect to understand it. Thinking about it, it should be one of the small abilities that Infinite Gloves brought him. It's much easier to communicate. So Luoqing also introduced himself with a smile. My name is Luoqing and I am the owner of this island. The beasts you saw when you went to the island just now were my pets, including Ahua just now. One of the negotiation skills, the real and the real. Negotiating skills 2, be thick-skinned. Sure enough, as his voice fell, many people held their breath and looked at him with incredible worship eyes. Can tame so many fierce beasts, how strong this person should be. If he can be persuaded to take action, the beasts alone can drive off the pirates outside, right? Everyone was excited, including Old John. Dear island owner, I have an unrelenting request. Can you please take action to kill the pirates outside? Of course, in return, we will do our best for all your requirements as long as we can do it. With these words, it is easy to handle, everyone is bluffed by him, and all the pirates are killed, and the rest is naturally time for profit. As the son of a successful businessman, doing good deeds without asking for reward will be cleared. Although his current situation is similar to that of the door being cleared, he must not lose his integrity. So Luoqing groaned for a while and said, saving so many of you and getting into a boat of pirates, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Old John knew that the young man in animal skins in front of him was the last hope of his group, so he couldn't give up anything. After gritting his teeth, Old John put himself on the needleboard. As long as you can kill those wicked pirates and protect us back to the Chamber of Commerce, we will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory reward. Are you a merchant ship of the Chamber of Commerce? Yes, I am the president of the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce. Old John proudly stood up his chest. Starting from scratch to establish such a small-scale chamber of commerce is naturally the most comfortable thing in his life. And Luo Qing's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect to catch a big fish. Or the lion opened his mouth, he would be sorry for his father's years of soul education. That's okay, I will kill all the pirates, and then you back. How about a tentative payment of 1 billion berry? Old John's proud face collapsed suddenly, and the muscles on his face began to twitch unconsciously. Hee, you're kidding, even if the entire Jade Bird Chamber of Commerce is packaged and sold, it is not worth 1 billion baileys. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Old John was very speechless. So poor, then you still blow so evil. Luo Qing doesn't give face at all. This is his place. It depends on how he feels whether he flattens these people or rounds them up. Then how much can you give? Let me talk about it first. I won't do this business if the money is less. Also, don't think you can fool me. If you negotiate the price and don't accept it, you should be careful. When encountering such a life-saving straw demanding money, Old John can do nothing but helpless. How about 10 million berry? Not very good, goodbye. Luo Qing left without shaking his face. Old John was anxious, and quickly grabbed him. 50 million. This is almost all the working capital I can come up with. There is even a need to sell some real estate, but Old John didn't say it. There is no need to talk about less than 500 million. Luo Qing seemed to approve him. After a period of changes in his expression, Old John took a deep breath and put his hand in his arms. Even when he was escaping, he did not forget to take the biggest gain of this trip to sea. I don't have 500 million berries, but I can use it to complete this transaction. Talking, Old John took out a box from his arms, and then opened it in front of him. Is a devil fruit. And it looks like a superhuman devil fruit. At this moment, Luo Qing's eyes are obviously different when he sees Old John. This is simply a super experienced baby who gives benefits to novices. He was worried about where to get the second devil fruit, and the caring courier brother delivered it directly to the door. Must like 5-star praise. Chapter 8, Slippery Fruit. It turned out that Old John learned of the whereabouts of the devil fruit by accident, and then went there with a normal business activity in order to cover people's eyes. Unexpectedly, the news was still leaked. He was ambushed by the one-eyed pirates on his way back to the voyage. The guards who paid a lot of money were killed in battle. Finally, he escaped and ran all the way here. The result was abruptly cheaper for Luo Qing. Compared with fate, this devil fruit worth at least 100 million bergs is not so important. If you have money, you must have fate. As for why not find someone to eat it and then kill it? Don't be kidding me, the devil fruit still depends on the user's strength and imagination. Not everyone can hit the fire punch just like Sabo just eats and burns the fruit. Under normal circumstances, it's like Luffy just ate the rubber fruit, and it's hard to control it, let alone exert its power. At this moment, Luo Qing confirmed his identity as the protagonist of the European. Even if he might be beaten to death by the angry Africans, he must keep his European spirit. Although if this devil fruit is sold, it may not reach 500 million bell, but under normal circumstances, money can't buy the devil fruit. He died asking for money first to improve his life after going out, and second to save more money. If he really encounters any devil fruit auction, he can also participate in it. For him who has infinite gloves, of course the more the devil fruit is, the more the better. Even trash ability can be used to strengthen oneself, there is no such thing as waste. When a Krypton player opens the plug-in, what else can ordinary players do besides hiding in the corner and shaking? So Luo Qing took the devil fruit without saying a word in Old John's sore expression. I'll take this job, and the remuneration will be put in my place in advance, right? No. No. Old John dared to say yes. The big deal is that he has come to the sea this time, and when he returns to the Chamber of Commerce, he will still be the envied Earth Emperor. By the way, what is the power of this devil fruit? Luo Qing knows that someone in this world has compiled a devil fruit illustration book, sorting out the devil fruit that has appeared before, but does not know whether this one is on it or has not been discovered. Originally, he had no hope for this answer, but he did not expect that old John would really give him a surprise or a horror. After finding this devil fruit, I checked the illustrations and determined that this fruit should be a superhuman slippery fruit. Slippery fruit? Why, sounds familiar. I have a big rub. Isn't this the fruit of the ugly fat lady Alrita who was defeated by Luffy turned into a beautiful woman? In terms of effectiveness, especially for women, the effect of this fruit is indeed against the sky. Even such an ugly fat woman has become a 360 beauty with a small waist, which is comparable to the legendary facelift fruit. But I am very happy in terms of combat power. It's no wonder they are in such a desperate situation. Old John never thought about eating this fruit by himself or by finding someone. In addition to the question of whether it can be used, the ability of this fruit is a big problem. Play the whole island as a slide? If these effects comparable to plastic surgery are publicized, it is estimated that women all over the world will be crazy about it. So is this transaction made or lost? This is because the transformation of the flathead brother is too ugly, so he was sent to comfort me? In that era when Yan was both righteous, Luo Qing was still very confident about his appearance. Younger, more golden, and handsome, it was almost effortless to raise a sister. But in this era of great pirates, it is true that the strong is the king. If a handsome man is not strong, he can only be taken up by someone or sold to a lady as a slave or something. Shook his head to clear all these mixed thoughts, Luo Qing once again stretched out his hand. Get it? Take what? Old John was dumbfounded. Picture book. On boat. Then go quickly, and wait for me to entertain you for dinner. Resentment. A few minutes later, Luo Qing took these survivors to the beach where they landed before. The blood stains that were not washed away were still clearly visible, and there were countless broken arms and legs. Where is the pirate? I still have to ask about such obvious facts. This IQ is worrying. Luo Qing's discomfort caused by the gap between the heaven and the just now made his expression look so awkward. The face of the ridiculed young man was flushed red, but he did not dare to refute him. The ability to kill so many pirates would make it easier to kill him. But other people are obviously not so mentally disabled. So far, the biggest crisis has all been resolved, and many people are limp on the ground. Go to a few people to check the condition of the hull. When can I leave? Old John groaned for a while. Read www.yuyuganshu.com for half an hour. The ship we drove over is no longer good, but fortunately, the ship of the pirate is still in good condition, as long as the resources are integrated. Set off. That's okay, I'll tell the individual. Luo Qing turned around and left, neat and tidy, not afraid that old John would leave him and ran away by himself. Now that there is no combatant on board, touching the Shanghai thief is the life of the food, and good luck cannot always follow them. Old John naturally understands this truth, and hurry up to make preparations for sailing. Luo Qing, who returned to the forest, let out a roar, and once again called these old friends to his side. "Dahei, Xiao Bai, Hua Dad is really going to leave this time. You must be obedient in the future. If you are really bored, just play on the ground and roll around. How bad is it to fight and kill? The little monkeys will leave it to you. When I come back, I will be hungry for a month if I lose one. Especially you big black, you Bara. After half an hour, Dahei nearly collapsed, and the spiral pattern appeared in the eyes of Xiao Bai and Ahua. Luo Qing left contentedly. I don't know when I will come back here again, or he may never come back again, but he will remember this experience for a lifetime. Haiwan Li in 1518, Luo Qing entered the world for the first time on a pirate ship that was stolen. At this time, it has been 20 years since Roger opened the era of great navigation. This year Luffy was 15 years old, and there are still 2 years before he, the worst supernova in the future, will embark on his journey. 2 years later, what kind of amazing changes will take place in the pattern of the whole world? The era of Luoqing has begun. Chapter 9, Double Fruit Ability. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. This is undoubtedly a beautiful day. There was no interruption from the pirates, and the looted ship sailed smoothly on the sea. Luoqing was hiding in the room alone, shaking his left hand continuously. Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing that kind of thing, but hesitating whether to embed this slippery fruit on my infinite glove. After much deliberation, Luoqing decided to use it first. There are better than nothing. Anyway, there are a total of 6 grooves that can be used. Besides, it's not that you can't take it off after you install it. If you encounter a more powerful one, you can use it as a pure energy to strengthen yourself. How do you think this deal is not a loss? Luoqing will not admit that he is purely curious to what extent he will be beautified by this fruit. So he decisively took the pink and tender pineapple and approached the second groove on the infinite glove. There is another crisp bang. The rapidly shrinking slippery fruit is perfectly inlaid on the infinite glove, so Luoqing has also become the legendary double fruit ability, but the ability is still somewhat weak. But what Luoqing did not expect was that only 2 devil fruits were inlaid, and the basic energy attached to it began to tear his body. Indeed, infinite gloves can allow users to perfectly use the 6 abilities and even merge with each other, but the premise is that the user has an indestructible body. Think about that. Every time Thanos puts an infinite gem on the infinite glove, he has to bear twice or even more burden. You have to know that even without infinite gloves and infinite gems, Thanos as a titan is a well-deserved figure of the cosmic hegemon. Except for the real gods, the entire universe is the strongest. It is such a powerful titan who collected 6 infinite gems and snapped his fingers. The infinite glove and his left arm also entered a broken and scrapped state. That is because too powerful energy surpasses the consequences of the user, the carrier. If there is no infinite glove as a buffer, Thanos may be completely shredded by this terrifying energy as soon as he snaps his fingers. Luoqing also suddenly thought of these things after he felt this energy raging in his body. Although his body has strengthened a lot after more than a year of training and fighting, his body strength in the world of pirates is only several times stronger than that of ordinary navy. This is still the animal devil fruit. The effect can only be achieved with subtle help. But after inlaid with double fruits, his physical strength is completely insufficient. Why do you say that a person can only eat 1 devil fruit at most under normal circumstances, and the second one will explode and die? Curse of shit! The reason is that the human body cannot withstand the energy collision brought by the second devil fruit. That is not an ordinary multiplication, but a geometric multiplication. Luoqing now feels this kind of pain. Even if the infinite gloves help him weaken more than 90% of the energy damage, the remaining energy is still not what his body can bear now. And not only does it work on the body, he also feels that his spirit is slowly being torn apart. If this goes on, he will die. Luoqing began to force himself to calm down and think about countermeasures, but the old John and others who were attracted by his screams were also sent away by his roar. In this case, relying on others is useless, you can only rely on yourself. A weak human and various beasts have survived the primitive hunting life of more than a year, how could they fall here? There are so many beauties waiting for him to save. There are so many delicacies waiting for him to taste. There is still such a magnificent landscape waiting for him to enjoy. How can I die here? Luoqing gritted his teeth and communicated with infinite gloves with difficulty. What can be done with a single thought is extremely difficult at this time when the energy is raging. But in the end, he still relied on his perseverance to contact the infinite gloves, and then instantly activated the flathead brother, and he was still in the form of a beast. Animal devil fruits may have various shortcomings, and their potential is always ranked below the natural and superhuman types. Except for those ancient species, few strong will actively seek animal devil fruits, except those lunatics in Kaido. But it is undeniable that in the enhancement of the physical body, the gains brought by the devil fruits of the animal type are far from the natural type and the superhuman type. And after Luoqing transformed into a fathead brother, his body's strength and self-healing ability have been greatly increased. The parts torn and damaged by this energy have also begun to be repaired. Tear. Repair. Destruction. Repair. This destructive energy unscrupulously vents his anger. But it is not endless after all. After an hour-long tug-of-war, Yunmo exhausted all his physical energy and finally polished off this energy. Who has reverted to a human form, is wrapped in foul-smelling sweat and dark blood plasma. As the saying goes, if you don't die, you will have luck. This very destructive energy gradually destroyed his body, but it was repaired by another energy. This is breaking and then standing. After resting for a while, Luoqing finally recovered a bit of physical strength and stood up. He moved his hands and feet and found that his physical strength had risen by more than one step. The speed and strength have increased significantly, which seems to be 2 to 3 times the previous. The whole person is extremely relaxed, it feels like I can fly. Of course, this is just an illusion. But now is not a good time to study the changes in your body, this Nima is too stinky. He hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. Regardless of the weird eyes of old John and others, he plunged into the sea directly. I didn't need clothes and pants, Luoqing quickly washed his body, and then boarded the boat again. Mr. Luoqing, what are you? The screams he made in the room just now really scared old John, especially when he rushed out, that blood-stained body was not fake. Ah, I'm okay. I accidentally injured my body just now. Just go to someone to clean up for me. Luoqing first changed his clothes casually, and then just made up a few words and got confused. No one is a fool, can exercise a whole body of blood? What a talent! But old John obviously didn't want to care about these trivial matters. The journey was only halfway through, and no one would dare to say whether there would be an accident. It is still very important to have a strong guard. There was only one young man with a bitter look at the corners of his mouth when he saw Luoqing came up in the water again. Chapter 10, Goa Kingdom. In the next few days, Luoqing will no longer be bored in the room alone. He began to communicate frequently with old John and others, asking about everything he was interested in. For example, how many years Roger has been dead, what is the current world pattern, what powerful characters have risen, how will the great route go? Wait. Some old John told him if they knew it, but there was some news that even old John didn't know. After all, this is only the East China Sea, and he is just the president of a middle-level chamber of commerce. How could he know so much about the great route and the new world? Even if I know a little bit, I only learned from the news. After some sorting, Luoqing finally figured out the current timeline and where he was. It is 1518 in the Haiwan calendar, and it has been 20 years since Roger was executed. In other words, Luffy was only 15 years old at this time, and he had to wait 2 years to go to sea. Luoqing immediately felt more relieved. What he fears most is that Luffy is now the king of Shanghai thieves, so why did he come? Pay homage to the new generation of One Piece's stupid look? And the destination of their trip is the Goa Kingdom in the East China Sea, where the headquarters of the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce is located. Even if Luoqing has watched all the plots that have been serialized, he can't remember every place name country, and naturally he doesn't know who he will meet on the next journey. Except for a supply halfway through, old John moved forward almost at full speed. When the group of them finally came to the kingdom of Goya, old John finally let go of his mind. When he arrived at his base camp, he no longer had to worry about it, but it was a pity that he had gained this time. Glancing at Luoqing, who was looking around enthusiastically, old John sighed silently, and forced down the urge to turn his face in his heart. The guy who can subdue so many fierce beasts can't even think about it as an ordinary person. In his bones, he is still a businessman and has his own bottom line. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing as tearing his face without knowing the true strength and identity of the opponent. I don't know what Mr. Luoqing plans to do next. Do you want to come back to the station with me? Let me thank you for your life-saving grace. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, or let's cash it out, we don't need to be a guest, just leave me an 800,000 berry for me. Luoqing looked very shy when he said this, and the face that seemed to be getting more and more beautiful attracted the attention of many young girls. Old John almost choked to death in one bite. Why is this guy such a bastard? I have given you devil fruits worth hundreds of millions of bells, even if I ask for money? But since it's already like this, if you don't have a bad relationship, let's get it right. There are still 100,000 Baileys here, so I'll leave it to Mr. Luoqing to be involved. We will have a period later. After speaking, old John hurriedly took the people away. He was afraid that he would really turn his face if he stayed any longer. Luoqing hasn't waited to say thank you, these people ran away and disappeared, so they can run, it's no wonder that they can hold on from the pirates for so long, no line is easy. After sighing, Luoqing went straight to a cute girl who had been staring at him for a long time. Ah! He came over. What to do? What to do? So handsome. Woo mom, I seem to be in love. Luoqing walked in front of her and waved in front of her. Hey, are you okay? Seeing your face is so red, isn't it a fever? I hate I don't show up. Mom. Is this an anti-fuck? Luoqing looked at this cute-looking girl with watery eyes that kept facing him, and was very angry for a while. Why is everyone immersed in my prosperous beauty? Can't you learn more about my inner life? Ugh! Little sister, can you tell me about the situation in this country? This is my first time here. People are obviously not young, and they come up and ask them if it is the first time, so annoying. The smile on Luoqing's face suddenly froze. Please. Sister, what is in your head? Listen to me, hello. Under pressure, Luoqing turned around and left, but was held by her. Well, do you want to leave? In fact, people can also show off, as long as you like the little brother. Luoqing looked up at the sky, his figure very bleak. It's the same again, another woman fell under my beauty, alas. Should I cover all my handsome face when I walk on the street in the future? Why am I so handsome? I hate it. Give me your address, and I will find you later. Luoqing waved his sleeves when he left, and didn't take away a cloud, even his name. After bidding farewell to the nymphomaniac girl, Luoqing first went to buy a few sets of clothes, and then had a big meal. When he left, he packed a lot, and 100,000 Baileys could not be spent. Walked to a corner of no one, he waved his hand directly into the inner space of the infinite glove. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Also stored a lot of local specialties that he brought from the island of the beast, such as a lot of delicious fruits and roasted beast meat. Anyway, there is no time passing by, there is no such thing as deterioration. After getting this done, according to the original plan, he was going to find Nami. After all, if you want to go to sea without a good navigator, it is no different than looking for death. And in this respect, Nami is undoubtedly a genius. It's definitely not because Nami is a turbulent big beauty, Luoqing only spotted her, definitely not. Luoqing swears with all the morals that fell on the ground. But while eating, Luoqing suddenly changed his mind when he heard the conversation at the next table. Before going to find Nami, why don't you go meet the future One Piece? Goya Kingdom. Windmill Village. Luffy. Why didn't he think of being together before? Still listening to the junkyard, the windmill village, the bandits, the kid, and other information mentioned by the table next door, he suddenly remembered where it was. Luffy is only 15 years old, this wave of forcing Luoqing not to pretend to just feel uncomfortable. So he went straight to the very famous garbage dump, the taste, the sourness. Ignoring the unexpected and jealous eyes of the scavengers, Luo Qing accelerated through this area and came to a forest. The bandit family responsible for taking care of Luffy and them should live nearby, and the forest should be the secret base where Luffy Esabo has been playing since childhood. But the forest is so big, how to find it? Do not be afraid. Luo Qing directly showed the infinite glove, and then the pink light representing the slippery fruit suddenly brightened. Chapter 11, Slippery. It's floating, I'm proud of floating. Luo Qing, who was roller skating barefoot on the ground, seemed very comfortable. If he regards sliding fruit as a very fun ability, it seems that he is not so tasteless. During those days on the boat, Luo Qing did not idle either. He researched several ways to use it and some special tricks, including this trick that existed in the original Slip Tender Spray Shoot. Nima is too dirty. So Luo Qing named this trick for himself by name Saint Hand, beating slippery. Not to mention, it's really easy to use. It saves time and effort. It is also very chic. For Luo Qing, who values appearances very much, the price-performance ratio of this devil fruit is creeping upward. At first, he was reluctant to be early. He has forgotten everything. Is described in 2 words, it is so fragrant. Oh. Why can you slide and move? So handsome. Just as Luo Qing was looking around while performing figure skating, a young man with bright eyes in a straw hat suddenly jumped from a tree. This stupid and silly duo, can't be wrong, it's definitely the protagonist Luffy who has opened up. His father is a naval hero Carp, who once chased Roger One Piece around the world. His dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a big boss who specializes in conquering the world. 2 of his brothers have worshipped, one is the son of One Piece, and will later be the captain and godson of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other is working for his father and is the chief of the general staff of the revolutionaries. Just this family, can't afford to provoke, can't provoke. Not to mention that from going out to sea, I just walked on the road of no return. Why can't it be defeated? Doesn't exist. If you don't have the domineering, you will win every minute. Ani Road, Kaiwohei, 4 Emperors, Denon, Admiral. I'll call you all the way. Before Luo Qing crossed, Luffy had become the 5th Emperor on the sea, referred to as the 5 Emperors. Bounty, 1.5 billion berry. I have to say, at this moment, the young boy who is standing in front of Luo Qing and looking at him with his eyes shining brightly will turn this world upside down in the future. But now, who are you? My name is Luffy, and I will become the man of One Piece in the future. So are you going to be the One Piece or the man of One Piece? Luo Qing wanted to talk about this horrible stub that has been used countless times, but I think Luffy's IQ is definitely not understandable, so let's save the time. One Piece? Do you have this strength? Of course. I'm very strong. Wait until I go to sea to be my partner, Glide Geek. God, Nima's gliding weird. Can you learn from me when you get your name? It's a bit artistic. Luo Qing is upset. You are too weak if you want to be my captain. Luo Qing is very polite, maybe the future Luffy will be very strong, but now Luffy will let it go. Want to come for a fight? I must let you be my partner. Luffy started to shed blood again. Luo Qing originally came to brush up on his sense of existence, so naturally he would not refuse such a proposal. He likes a pure person like Luffy. He has never stepped back for his ideals, but that is Luffy's ideal and lifestyle, not his. Only like-minded people can come together, obviously they are different. Wait a minute, you can play, but this statement must be settled first. If I lose, I can go to sea with you. What if you lose? If you lose, fight until you win. And I can't lose. Very good, very Luffy's answer. Let's do it. If you lose, you owe me a devil fruit, and you will return it to me when you go out to sea and see me again, how about? With Luffy's character, unless he forgets it, it is impossible for him to fail to keep his promise. A 100% profitable business, Luo Qing's bones are still the blood of profiteers. Devil fruit? Such an unpalatable fruit, vomit. As soon as he mentioned the devil fruit, Luffy retched. It was the smell that overwhelmed his heart. Deal. If I lose, I will find you a devil fruit when I go to sea, and I must let you be my partner at that time, although I will not lose. Luffy seemed confident. But a few minutes later. Rubber rubber, machine gun. Bang! Luffy was caught by Luo Qing's wrist and hit the ground heavily. Doesn't even need a flathead brother to appear on the stage. What are the characteristics of slippery fruit? Slippery. Zero friction is not a joke. All Luffy's attacks hit Luo Qing's body with only one result, and that is to slide away. Don't say, this ability is very useful for defense. Do you want to fight? Luffy didn't speak, but after getting up from the ground, he rushed towards him again without a word. If he was a person who gave up so easily, how could he rush up again and again when facing so many powerful enemies? It seemed that the only battle that made Luffy feel that his party was impossible to win was in the Chambord Islands and the bears. And he yelled out directly and let everyone run. A very disturbing plot. But appreciation belongs to appreciation. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Luo Qing would not choose to kneel and lick. In fact, he thought that since he appeared in this world, then the protagonist should be him. If he really came to the opposite of Luffy's group, he would not choose to keep his hands at all. So Luo Qing slid away all Luffy's attacks with the ability of sliding fruit cleanly and rushed in front of him, and then raised his right hand wearing infinite gloves high. Knocked him to the ground with a boom. A big hole appeared under Luffy. Lu Fei was still struggling to get up, but whenever he staggered to stand up, Luo Qing would hammer him to the ground again with no expression. Release water? Show mercy? That was disrespect for this battle and for the opponent. Just after Luo Qing didn't know how many times he defeated Luffy, Luffy finally lost consciousness. It's really troublesome. Luo Qing murmured, leaned over and carried him on his back. Damn, forgot to ask where he lives. Forget it, look for it. When Luo Qing finally found the bandit Dodon's family, it was already dark. Who? Does Luffy live here? Dodon only then saw Luffy carrying the stranger on his back. Who are you? What happened to Luffy? Instead of putting down his vigilance, Dodon picked up a side weapon. My name is Luo Qing, please tell him when Luffy wakes up, I will wait for him to fulfill his promise in the new world. That's it. After finished speaking, Luo Qing freely handed the unconscious Lu Fei to Dodon, and then left by himself. So, when we meet again, what kind of surprises will you bring to me? Luffy. Chapter 12, Iron Rod Alrita. Luo Qing, who woke up at the hotel the next day, always felt that he had forgotten something yesterday. But I can't remember what I forgot. I should have told Luffy what I should say. Did you forget to say sorry to him? I'm sorry, I will intercept your future sailor. Sorry for the fart. It's been 2 years since Nami got on the ship, is there something wrong with him now? The crew who grabs the future Luffy can be called robbing. Just because Luffy is the original protagonist, so people like Nami have to keep it for the future One Piece? That Luo Qing is so cheap. Nothing wrong, let's talk after abduction. So Luo Qing began to inquire all day, where did he go? What is the name of Nami's village? He just remembers oranges. In desperation, he could only find someone to find out the address of the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce, and then went to ask Old John for help. Fortunately, Old John's business is really well informed, and he didn't waste much time relying on the information points of Orange, Dragon Pirates, and Murloc to determine where Luo Qing asked. Kokoyashi Village. This is where Nami has struggled for N years and finally was placed by Eren. Inferred from time, Nami seems to be 16 years old now. Beast. Luo Qing suddenly strengthened Lana's idea of getting on the boat. Therefore, Under Luo Qing's soft and hard foam, old John finally couldn't stand his nagging, and promised to arrange a merchant ship for him to Cocoa West Village, but in exchange, the work was given to him. Up! Luo Qing, of course, patted his chest and said no problem. After he left, a young man quietly left here and came to a dead end, threw something in a hurry and turned his head away. After a while, a stern guy who wrapped himself in a black cloak appeared here, then he picked up the note that the young man had dropped earlier, smiled and left. At night, Luo Qing, who stayed alone in the hotel alone and cold, slapped himself on the head. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. My little beauty! Has your fever been cured? Damn it, why did you forget it? Why don't you go over and take a look now? It should be fine if one day is late, right? Luo Qing thought for a while and still suppressed this tempting idea. Tomorrow he will leave here with the boat. Before leaving, it would be too scumbag to make trouble for others. Luo Qing, who thinks he is innocent, will naturally not do such an angry and grieving thing. In case another plaster is put on before leaving, he can't stand it if he is going to die. Not to mention his purpose this time is to capture a little beauty who is impeccable in every aspect. Well, except for my personality, I'm a bit greedy for money, and occasionally can't control my restless third hand. It's another beautiful and good weather. Set off, set sail. Well, I don't know who to show the spirited look. Anyway, the big girl and the little girl who are passing by have stars in their eyes. He is so handsome, is he wrong? Luo Qing will not admit that a large part of the sensational effect he is causing now comes from the anti-sky effect of the slippery fruit. We are born with the best looks, no problem. The face is still the same, but under the accumulation of countless subtle changes, it looks different. It is jealous not to say that the handsome skin is good. After waiting for the ship to leave the port for a long time, the lost girls were still immersed in Luo Qing's prosperous beauty. There was only one young man who looked bitterly but proudly in the direction he was leaving, then turned and left. The speed of the merchant ship was not fast but not slow. Luo Qing was boring to exercise on the ship. It's a pity that there are some rough guys on the boat. Otherwise, his face and his sturdy bronze muscles will look gleaming under the refraction of sunlight and sweat. I don't know if it will let those young ladies squirt nosebleeds. But just a few hours later, the watchman who was in charge of observing the surroundings suddenly shouted in horror, "Pirate! There is a pirate! How long has it been?" Just after driving out, when I met a pirate. Luo Qing walked directly to the side of the ship and looked at them. Sure enough, a ship with a pirate flag was approaching them from the side at the fastest speed. It's definitely impossible to run this distance. How could the merchant ship loaded in order to achieve the maximum profit run past a speed-driven pirate ship? Look at that banner, can you tell which group of pirates is? Luo Qing grabbed a crew member and asked. Although I know that in the East China Sea, there should be no enemies he can't deal with at the moment, but I am afraid of accidents in everything. There are so many pirates in this world, maybe one day I will encounter a freak with strong strength and little reward. And the power of the devil fruit is strange, think about the power of sugar. If this is accidentally planted, I regret that there is nowhere to buy the medicine. The crew member he was holding was very horrified and shouted, "That is the Alrita pirates. The female pirate Iron Rod Alrita who is offering a reward of 5 million bell." After seeing the pink heart-shaped pirate flag, many people immediately recognized it. After all, in the current East China Sea, UU reading www.uuganshu.com offers over tens of millions of rewards, then they are all incredible big shots. For example, the current overlord of the East China Sea, Click, known as the Admiral, is the great pirate who has just been promoted and has offered a reward of 17 million. Although Iron Rod Yalita only has a bounty of 5 million, for ordinary crew members like them, the sky has fallen. After listening to the crew's horrified explanation, Luo Qing fell into deep thought. What should he say about such a weak novice village? Speaking of it, it seems that whether it is Aaron, the Murloc who has a bounty of up to 20 million, or the pirate who died of fraud a few years ago, Clo is much better than the Creek of the Sorrow. Right. The East China Sea, where so many big names have emerged, has actually fallen to the point where only weak chickens like Crick dominate. Should we thank the Navy for its special care to the East China Sea in previous years? Just when everyone was still struggling to escape, Luo Qing finally ended his contemplation. You don't have to run away, just come by. But no need, but I can solve these three-legged cats alone, otherwise you think how your boss came back alive. It's still being questioned about the strength to deal with this kind of stuff, and it's too embarrassing for the traveler. Seeing that Luo Qing was so confident, and he really couldn't escape, so the captain directly gritted his teeth and decided to fight the pirates. As the two boats got closer, Luo Qing finally saw the person standing on the boat. Then he was a little dazed. This Nima is also a coincidence. This fat woman with a pocky face and holding a mace is not the one who was beaten by Luffy as soon as he appeared. Chapter 13, Really Poor. Luo Qing was still wondering why he would be familiar with a weak chicken offering a reward of 5 million Bailey. Now I finally understand that the fat woman who got the slippery fruit and turned into a big beauty after being beaten by Luffy is called Yalrita. This is because I knew that I had robbed her in advance of her beautiful facelift artifact. So did you come to the house to settle the account? Who is the most beautiful woman in this sea? Of course it is Captain Alrita. Vomit. Is getting closer, and I can hear what the other party says on the ship, but Luo Qing would rather not hear clearly. Yarita was very happy at first, but was attracted by Luo Qing who was retching on the fat sheep boat. Very well, you are still the first person who dares to laugh at my Alrita. But looking at your face that can match my beauty, I will give you a chance. Be my man, or die. Did you die? A big flower. You go to die first. Luo Qing was angry all of a sudden. Didn't even wait for the opponent to start, he jumped onto the opposite ship. Being made up by such a disgusting fat woman, Luo Qing felt that his stomach was tumbling, and everything he ate last month was about to vomit out. Little ones, take him for me. Pay attention, don't hurt your face. Vomit. Luo Qing almost vomited again. For the sake of his poor stomach, Luo Qing decided to stop talking nonsense with her. With a thought, the precious infinity glove appeared on his right hand, and then the black and white light suddenly lit up. Luo Qing directly opened the human beast form of the honey badger fruit. The black hard fur covered his limbs, but his hair became pure white. The 10-centimeter long claws grew rapidly from the tips of his fingers, and even the teeth in his mouth turned into beast-like fangs. The biggest advantage after having slippery fruit is that even after transforming, it is not so ugly, which makes Luo Qing feel very dark. Anyone with devil fruit ability. Fat woman Yalrita and her men were shocked, even those with the ability to trash cannot be dealt with by ordinary people. But the change of Luo King Gren's animal form gave them a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just the devil fruit of the animal system. But the next crazy killing by Luo Qing is to let their luck disappear. The sharp claws cut through their bodies as easily as they were cutting tofu, and the stumps and broken arms were everywhere. Anyone who stands in front of him is either dead or injured. And their tattered weapons were cut on Luo Qing's body, but they were blocked by the thick fur. They couldn't even leave a mark. Luo Qing is not a bloodthirsty person, but killing these villains will not arouse the mercy and compassion in his heart. Thank you for the life of hunting and being hunted for more than a year, so that he has a real understanding of what is called the weak and the strong. In this world, only when you can't beat the opponent, will you try to make sense. Take a look at what kind of extravagant life the Tianlong people who hold the authority of the whole world live, and then take a look at what kind of distress the people at the bottom are in. Luo Qing doesn't want others to dominate his own destiny, nor does he want to live a life of promise, let alone be a dog for others. So he must have enough strength, so powerful that neither the 4 emperors nor the admiral dare to offend him easily. When he has the strength to push the world equally, what a bullshit, what 100 years of historical truth does really matter? At that time, there will only be one voice in the world, and that is his Luo Qing's voice. If he has infinite gloves, if he doesn't even dare to have this idea, then he should find a safe place to be a bug for a lifetime. Dead. When Luo Qing came back to his senses, his sharp claws had already crossed Alrida's neck, and he cut into 2 pieces with the mace. At this point, the Alrida pirates are all destroyed, and there is no one left. Big, sir. Luo Qing has already solved everyone, and the captain dared to bring people over. It's not that they really didn't have the courage to desperately, but they didn't need it. They watched in amazement behind the whole battle. This was a unilateral massacre at all. Yalrita, who offered a reward of 5 million berry, was cut off from the captain of their guard after walking in the hands of the captain of the guard. Where did their president of this level bring it back from? Clean up, everything on this ship is my trophy, right? This is natural, this 5 million berry first will be sent to you after it is processed. Luo Qing nodded with satisfaction. After this killing, his heart's ability to withstand it has become stronger. It is estimated that a few more battles like this will not make him feel uncomfortable anymore. After half an hour, Luo Qing looked helpless at this treasure in front of him. I searched the whole ship and turned out such a little thing, which is worth 1 million berry together. It's really poor. So Luo Qing was very generous. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and hugged it in front of him, which looked more valuable and pleasing to the eye. Trib. The crew immediately happily divided up the remaining things that Luo Qing didn't like. When they went back, they sold them for less than 2 or 3 million yuan, and they made a lot of money. By the way, Lord Luo Qing, we found this guy from the cabin. He is sneaky and he is not a good person. Do you want to chop it together? No. Don't kill me. I'm not a pirate. I was caught too. A little dwarf with pink hair and glasses had tears and snot flowed out at the same time, so embarrassed. Tell me, what's the matter? If it's true, let you go. If you lie to me, just throw it down and feed the fish. Unknowingly, Luo Qing has become the principal of this ship, and even the captain listens to him. This is the aftermath of the battle just now. My name is Kirby. As Kirby pours out his own experience, Luo Qing finally figured out who he was. It's just that he didn't expect it, or maybe he forgot. It turns out that Kirby was caught by Alrita 2 years before Luffy went out to sea, this hapless boy. This product still has a little potential. After being rescued by Luffy, he went to be a navy. He was really called out by him, and even learned the 6 poses. For an innocent victim like him, who has no conflict of interest with him, Luo Qing will naturally not harm him. Okay, I see, what does a big man cry like? You will do your own job, handyman, in the past few days, and let you leave when you are in a safe place. Chapter 14, Kirby is the protagonist. Luo Qing was ready to go back to rest after arranging Kirby, but was stopped by the captain. Master Luo Qing believes what the kid said. Do you think he can be a cruel pirate if he is so timid? That's true, but I still want to interrogate him. We just left the protected area of the Goya Kingdom and ran into the pirates. To say that this is a coincidence, it would be a fake. Hearing what he said, Luo Qing also felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Alrita had been waiting for them to join the net early. Okay, but just ask, don't frighten the kid, I don't think he looks like a bad guy. Of course. Anything else? Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Luo Qing simply pointed it out. Say something quickly, I'm still waiting to take a bath. I don't know what Master Luo Qing is going to do with the captured ship. Luo Qing was taken aback, he had never thought about this issue. Keep it. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. If you want to go to sea, you must first have a boat. The things that are delivered to the door don't need to be used in vain. Just thinking that the boat was used by the disgusting fat woman, he didn't really want it. Sold? Is also a good way, plus that 5 million head, it should be able to buy a new boat. What are your thoughts? Since he rushed to ask about this, he naturally proved that he had a plan. If Luo Qing still can't see this, he should just jump into the sea. If you want to sell, I can handle it for you, and only a small intermediary fee is required in the middle, which is absolutely guaranteed to sell at a good price. If you want to keep it, it's okay. Someone in my family has opened a ship repairing yard. Renovation and decoration can be done, and I promise to give adults the biggest discount. After finished speaking, the captain smiled embarrassedly. How much can I sell if I sell it? Luo Qing also became interested. As for his own benefit, Luo Qing does not see anything wrong with it. Win-win is the most appropriate way of trading. I just took a brief look. The overall hull is well maintained and clean. It looks like it has just been acquired, but because it is a used second-hand boat and used by a pirate, it can only be sold at most between 8 and 9 million berries. Luo Qing nodded after hearing what he said. This is already a windfall. Originally, he thought that the bounty was the big head, but he didn't expect that the real big head was the ship. It is estimated that Alrita should have used all the treasures robbed over the years to buy this ship, so she appeared so poor. Keep it here for now, and I'll talk about it later. Then shall we return to sail first, or continue to set off? How troublesome it is to go back, burn the pirate flag, and the two ships will go together. Luo Qing gave the order directly, but the captain was not dissatisfied, not only because Luo Qing saved them all, but also because of the powerful strength he showed. This is the route. After returning to the room, Luo Qing directly put the treasure and the box containing the head into the inner space of the infinite glove, and then hummed a small song to take a bath. He was more and more looking forward to the next journey. The next day, Luo Qing lay on the old chair with his upper body naked and watched the sun. Not far away is the busy figure of Kirby, who is wiping the deck hard. After only a day of work, all the crew fell in love with this hard-working boy who knew how to find work. And those crew members who have been idle because of this also have more relaxing time to gather together to drink and play cards. It is so lively. My lord, what should I do with that matter? The figure of captain did not know when he came to Luo Qing's side. Isn't there a phone bug? Send a letter to old John. Whoever believes in the ghost should check out. Otherwise, I really have to wonder how he made such a big chamber of commerce from scratch. The captain nodded in response, and then turned around to communicate with the chairman. This so-called inner ghost was asked by the captain from Kirby yesterday. Although Kirby is strictly a prisoner and handyman, Yerita never bothered to speak and do things behind him. May also be able to see how coward-like Kirby can't escape his control, that's why he looks so mad. So Kirby, a handyman who is not a pirate, learned a lot of news, including this ambush. It was someone who found the Alrita pirates, and gave the specific time and route to go to sea, so the Alrita pirates can wait here in advance to intercept them so accurately. Thinking about the last time that old John also accidentally leaked the news, he was almost thrown into the sea by the pirates to feed the fish. To say that old John had no doubt about this, Luo Qing did not believe it anyway. In addition to this incident, old John will definitely give him an explanation after he goes back. When a businessman becomes cruel, he is far more terrifying than a pirate. Kirby, what do you want to drink? Wine or juice? I will prepare it right away. A pink-haired kid immediately appeared next to Luo Qing, holding a rag for cleaning the deck. Apart from his personality flaws, Luo Qing still appreciates Kirby. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com at least has no low EQ, knows how to please others and flatter, and he works hard and earnestly. Otherwise, how did he survive a group of pirates, and if it wasn't for Luo Qing's appearance this time, he would have to stay in the pirate group for 2 years. What a special lady is a talent! And there is one most important thing. When Luffy and Kirby met, Kirby was less than 10 years old, but he was as tall as Luffy before 1 year. Kirby will grow into a Navy colonel in 2 years. So how good is the Navy food? How good is Carp's education? Or is Kirby actually the protagonist in Pirate World? After all, when Luffy was 19 years old, Kirby was just in his early 10, so he was already a colonel. Maybe they are even better than the original Blue Pheasant Red Dogs. And there is no fruit bonus. So the future admiral or even the admiral might be this kid. How old are you? 7 years old. Kirby answered honestly, while Luo Qing was speechless. Kibi, I ask you, do you have a dream? Luo Qing forced himself to be serious. In fact, his heart was depressed and terribly depressed, and it was not a good selection site. But people in this world really eat this set. Kibi immediately saluted with excitement, my dream is to become a just navy. Haha. In fact, the navy does not necessarily represent justice, and to be a partner of justice does not necessarily have to be a navy. Luo Qing started the brainwashing method. Chapter 15, Arrive at Kokoyasi Village. The future 11-year-old Navy Dazuo, colonel, is still a short stature, puffy physique, cowardly, timid and clumsy, and he has no friends. Luo Qing thinks that such a good seedling, if he doesn't abduct it, what a pity. What a navy! How promising is the handyman! Ahem! Luo Qing meant that he could also train Kirby. Even without the Navy's food and Carp's love and Iron Fist education, it would be impossible to train Kirby for 2 more years. Just drop him in his hand? When I am fighting with someone in the future, I will pike up, and after winning the battle, he will say faintly, I can't even beat the handyman on board, you can judge yourself. This forced grid went up all at once. Thinking of this, Luo Qing's expression when looking at Kirby became more and more strange. My lord, I don't quite understand what you mean. Kirby lowered his head in a resolute manner. You are still young, and you have never seen many dark sides in this world, so I think the Navy must be just, but it is not. So next I will let you see with your own eyes how dirty the dark side of the Navy is. If you are still determined to become a Navy after this, I will personally send you there. If you understand your inner heart and want to insist on justice instead of just becoming a Navy, I will personally train you so that you have enough strength to maintain the justice in your heart. Made. Luo Qing said that he was already in the play, always feeling that he was instilling the concept of a justice partner in Kirby. Will not be so unlucky. One day Kirby will scream justice to remove his evil. That would be embarrassing. Kirby hasn't had a friend in these years, and no one can look down on him who is weak. Luo Qing is the first person to take him seriously. Kibi seems very excited, if he can learn from such a strong person, it seems to be a good choice. But before he gave up on the Navy, his true ideal was to become a Navy that upholds justice. Thank you, my lord. I will use my eyes to record everything that follows. No matter what the final result is, I will remember the kindness that rescued me from the pirate for my whole life. Seeing that his brainwashing had been somewhat effective, Luo Qing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go to work. By the way, help me make a cocktail and bring it out. Yes. Watching Kirby leave full of enthusiasm, Luo Qing wondered if he was a bit unkind in doing this. After all, if he does not care about him, his achievements in the future will be limitless, but his future is unknown. Forget it, leave him alone. Anyway, at the moment he destroyed the Alrita pirates and rescued Kirby, his life has changed. In the future, whether he can meet Luffy and whether he can join the Navy smoothly are still 2 things. One more thing, as a traverser with golden fingers, if you can't even train a Kirby, it's too useless. He is the one who wants to stand on top of this world and snap his fingers. All of a sudden, Luo Qing was full of infinite confidence in himself. A few days later, the 2 ships finally arrived at Coco West Village, which is rich in oranges. After paying the so-called taxes to several murlocs, their talents were able to go ashore for normal commercial trade. After all, a village needs a variety of things to live a normal life, and merchants are naturally indispensable. In this regard, Aaron did not kill chickens to get eggs. Instead, after charging a certain fee, he allowed people and merchants in the village to exchange for daily necessities. However, it is also limited to daily necessities. If it is a valuable item, the dragon pirates will not mind directly starting. As for weapons, even if someone dares to sell, do they dare to buy? Before I came here, the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce had already listened to the news in this regard, so they brought ordinary daily necessities, pots and pans, salted vegetables and meat. Although this trip may not make a lot of money, but in order to make Luoqing well, Old John can be regarded as benevolent. After they went ashore, many civilians came to inquire about the situation, and when they learned that they were merchants who had come to seek a deal, all of them showed joy. Since this place was occupied by the dragon pirates 6 years ago, more and more merchants have been reluctant to come here. After all, pirates and merchants are born on opposite sides. God knows if they will be swallowed directly after coming here. It's not impossible that luck will almost lose a small life. Another one is how they have any purchasing power under the exploitation of the dragon pirates. The only specialty is oranges. But even the most delicious orange is an orange. Pull a ship of oranges back to sell? So over time, no merchants are willing to come over again. Loss-making transactions where risks and returns are not proportional are not something a shrewd businessman would do. The villagers who lacked daily necessities and survival necessities such as salt had to spend sky-high prices to buy from the dragon pirates. The more they buy, the poorer they are, and the poorer they are, the less they can afford to buy things. A vicious circle was born. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Under Aaron's rule these years, Kokoyaksi village did not know how many people died. Nami's adoptive mother Burmal is definitely not the only victim. Fortunately, there is the only one who can move freely, Nami, who often brings something back, otherwise more people will die. During the transaction, Luoqing asked a few things and felt that he did not make a mistake this time. A wicked person like Aaron doesn't need sympathy or whitewash. We have no money, can we exchange it with other things, please, we really need salt. A woman with a child is holding onto the first mate's hand with a pleading look, and the first mate is also embarrassed. After all, sympathy, sympathy and sympathy, he said nothing. If the president is not satisfied after returning, he is going to be unlucky. Luoqing came over at this time. We accept the exchange of goods, not just you, everyone can. The villagers immediately looked at him with surprise eyes, and even the captain and the first officer looked at him with hesitant eyes. Really? Can you exchange oranges? I will use 100 caddies of oranges for 1 caddy, no. Can half a caddy of salt work? They don't have much else here, just oranges, and very sweet. Anyway, Luoqing came here this time to get rid of the malignant tumor of the dragon pirate group, and then abducted Xiao Nami. It would be a good choice to be able to brush her impressions at this time. So the next thing became happy. P.S. The contract has been sent out, please feel free to read it. Please also ask for a recommendation ticket and collection. New books need this data too much. If there is a book list, it would be better. I will trouble you. Chapter 16, Reciprocal Acting. Facing Luoqing's kind deeds, the villagers were very grateful, but Kirby was busy working harder. At this moment, he firmly believed that Lord Luoqing who rescued him must be a good person. My lord, it's not so bad. If you just go back like this, you will lose out. The captain pulled Luoqing aside and muttered quietly. Don't worry, I'll go to old John's side and tell me that all the responsibilities are pushed on me, and who said we just went back like this. Luoqing looked at a girl with orange hair coming here not far away, and said pointedly. Who are you? Nami's vigilant eyes are undisguised. At this stage, she is undoubtedly the most distrustful or even hateful time for outsiders. In her eyes, every outsider may become Aaron's people. Persecute them like that. Don't be like this, Nami. They are merchants from the kingdom of Goya, who brought us urgently needed supplies and allowed us to exchange oranges. They are all good people, different from those of Aaron. A beautiful blue-haired beauty pulled Nami, who was like a fried cat. Nyakajeo, is it true? Don't be fooled by these people. How can a cunning businessman be so kind? There must be a conspiracy in it. And it's not weird that they said they came from the kingdom of Goya? There are not many merchants in our place who are willing to come all year round, but they come straight here. Although Nyakajeo is her older sister in her age, Nami, who was forced to join the dragon pirates to travel north and south at the age of 10, is undoubtedly richer in social experience. She can see the nuances in it at a glance. Merchants are all looking for money. Why would a merchant ship from the Goa kingdom come here at no cost and give them so many discounts? To say that there is nothing to ask for, it is not too questioning her IQ. After listening to Nami's words, Nyakajeo also hesitated, wondering if there is really any conspiracy in it. These people will not be in collusion with the evil dragon pirate group and they want to do something against them, villagers? But these may be speculations without the slightest evidence after all. More and more villagers have come from their homes, and everyone is carrying more or less oranges with a joyful expression on their faces. Can be self-reliant, do not cause trouble to Nami, let alone go to the dragon pirates to buy sky-high prices. Can these villagers be unhappy? Who is in charge of you here? Nami walked over, her watchful and suspicious look in her eyes grew stronger. The captain's chief mate and others looked at each other, and Chi-Chi stepped back to highlight Luo Qing's status. This impression is not easy to brush. Luo Qing sighed lightly in his heart, and said, I am. Nami has noticed him a long time ago. Is there such a handsome businessman as a seaman? Your skin is still so good? Are there any traces of wind and sun? Lie to ghosts. At first glance, the eldest and young master of which family ran out to play, if it is determined that they are not malicious, this little white face is a big fat sheep. Nami's eyes flashed and there was a little more smile on her face, and the tense atmosphere just now disappeared. Man, do you want to have a drink together? Visit this island by the way. Nami, who identified Luo Qing as a fat sheep, was a wink. Only 16 years old, Nami has already turned into a little beauty. The place that should be big is big, the place that should be thin is thin, and the dress is also very wild. Her waist and her slender legs are all exposed outside. Those young lads and crew members felt this kind of irritation, swallowed altogether, and then looked at Luo Qing with envy. Humph! The charm of this lady cannot be stopped by ordinary people. It is also true that when she first joined the dragon pirates, she was still young and could only rely on petty theft, but as she grew older, she became more and more beautiful and was able to skillfully use her own advantages. Nami used the beauty scheme to slaughter the fat sheep that I don't know how many bait. The treasure she has accumulated is getting closer and closer to the 100 million berry mark. Soon, I will be able to buy the village soon. The shyness and charm on Nami's face are too lethal for a man. But Luo Qing, who knew Nami's character a long time ago, didn't feel anything unexpectedly, just watched her performance with a smile. Okay. Got the bait. Nami's mouth curled up with a nice arc, and at the same time, the back of her right hand gave Nyaji Gobi an okay gesture. Nyakajeo has the intention to stop her, but to be honest, she does not have this position. After so many years, the hope of the whole village has fallen on Nami alone. They usually accept Nami's support while still being firm. Draw a line with her. They really can't ask for more, even if that lively and cheerful little girl has become a pirate cotter who has been kidnapped. The real feeling in their hearts is guilt instead of disgust and preaching to her. They are not qualified. Read www.yuyugonshu.com After handing over all the subsequent transactions to the captain and the others, Luo Qing was taken away by Nami, who suddenly posted it with her arm. I have to say that this soft touch is really good. Especially the bold shyness that Nami deliberately pretended to be a big illusion in life. She likes me. Nami, who has slaughtered so many triumphs and slaughtered so many fat sheep, knows too well what kind of relative expressions and attitudes she should make when dealing with men of different ages. She gave full marks to her performance just now, not afraid of being proud. The takoyaki in this shop is very famous, and the wine is also very good, that is, every time people drink a little bit more, they will get drunk. How can I turn a blind eye to the one who should cooperate with you? It's here. Luo Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and then quietly scanned several sensitive spots on Nami's body, and all this was seen by Nami, who was very shy. At this moment, the two pregnant women walked in very intimately. As soon as the two of them entered, they attracted the attention of the murlocs inside, but when they saw that it was Nami, all the murlocs showed a playful look on their faces. It seems that this hapless kid is Nami's new prey. Don't be afraid, these murlocs are very kind. Nami gave up the courage and looked at his expression quietly. Kindness? Are you sure? Luo Qing looked at her eyes seriously and asked. I don't know why Nami suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. How could these murlocs be kind? But for the 100 million Baileys, in order to buy back the village, she can only compromise her conscience. Chapter 17, Nightmare, Time to Go. Looking at those clear and serious eyes, for a moment, Nami wanted to take him out of here. But she is already riding a tiger, so she will leave him some money to go home after a while. What to eat? Octopus Xiao Ba asked with a smile. Isn't it said that the takoyaki here is very famous? Just come to this one, and bring you the best wine here. Luo Qing looked like I'm stupid and quick to make money, which made the murlocs around drinking secretly laugh. Although Nami did not get an answer, he already understood her feelings. Evil dragon pirates will be removed today. Takoyaki gave him a eye-sided look, and happily started making takoyaki. By the way, I don't know what your name is. After a very lady's sip of alcohol, Nami immediately simulated the shy state of being overwhelmed with alcohol. She is a born actor. My name is Luo Qing, how about you? Luo Qing took a big sip and it tasted really good. My name is Nami and I am a villager here, but I have always yearned for the outside life. Can you tell me your story? I want to know you better. It seemed like she had drunk too much. Nami suddenly approached his face, exhaling Oran, and said in his ear. Is such a terrifying little fairy. Even though she knew all this was Nami pretending in her heart, the itchy sensation in her ears really made Luo Qing miss a beat. So Luo Qing also began to show off his acting skills, like a 200 and 500 who is eager to prove to a woman how powerful and rich he is. To tell you the truth, this little thing I brought up can be given to you for nothing. This time our real gains are all on the boat. Luo Qing asked for another big glass of beer, and shouted excitedly. It's worth more than 10 million Baileys if you say less. If you want to see the outside world, I can take you there. Not good. Nami was first happy when she heard that there were more than 10 million worth of goods on his ship, and then she was extremely upset. As expected, the fish people around who had been watching the show immediately stopped talking and then looked at each other a few times. Nami also noticed that a murloc near the door pushed the door directly and left here. Don't even think about it, know that it was to inform Aaron. You must know that Aaron's bounty is only 20 million berries. Although this number is completely inconsistent with his real strength, it also proves what it means to be more than 10 million berries in the East China Sea. Nami smiled reluctantly. I want to visit your boat, can I? If Aaron makes a move, she will be fine, so she wants to get the treasure first before Aaron makes a move. Yes, you will have time to visit in the future. I stopped drinking the wine, and I stopped eating the takoyaki. Luo Qing just threw a piece of gold as if to stimulate these murlocs. The atmosphere has become even weirder, and the silence makes people panic. Just when Nami was pulling his arm to leave, Xiao Ba suddenly stopped them. "Where are you going? Pay the bill before leaving. Didn't you have given money already?" Nami's face turned very ugly. "What is enough money for? Chinjui 20 million Bailey, don't think about leaving if you can't pay." The sharp knife held by the octopus on the arm of Xiaobaduo swung threateningly a few times. "Don't go too far. I'm also a cotter. Ha ha ha. You can keep that with Aaron boss," Xiao Ba said disdainfully. Nami's momentum fell down all of a sudden. Aaron was her nightmare, and she was a good tool in front of Aaron. Seeing this scene, all the murlocs including Xiao Ba laughed wildly. "This kind of feeling that I have made it clear to bully you, you still dare not resist, it is really cool. Especially used to deal with their most annoying humans." Listening to the harsh laughter, Nami's body couldn't help shaking. At this moment, a warm and strong embrace held her tightly in his arms. "Your nightmare will be over in a while, are you ready for a new life? Actually, I forgot to tell you. I am a pirate hunter. Aaron's 20 million berry head is about to be ordered. Just wait for me, I haven't seen you look drunk yet." After speaking, regardless of Nami's extremely surprised eyes, Luo Qing let go of Nami and instantly revealed the infinite gloves, and then activated the honey badger fruit's human beast form. Although he is not sure whether this appearance will reduce his impression score, in order to get rid of these murlocs as soon as possible, Luo Qing still feels that there should be no impact. But what he didn't know was that Nami's focus was not on the fur and paws that he suddenly grew out of. Nami thought, "This guy is really rich. This glove is made of pure gold." Luo Qing, who had no knowledge of Nami's thoughts, directly attacked after transforming. These murlocs thought they had caught a fat sheep, but they didn't expect that what was hidden behind the fat sheep's mask was a sickle of death. When along came here with someone, his face suddenly changed. "It's so bloody, something happened." Before he could go in and check, a figure slammed through the wall and flew out. Is the octopus Xiao Hachi with scars all over his body without a few arms. Evil. Devil fruit. Ability, very strong. Only finished the sentence intermittently. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Xiao Ba was unwilling to breathe. When he persecuted humans with Aaron, he should have thought of this day. A long grin opened his mouth in anger, and the chilling fangs aimed at Luo Qing and Nami who had just walked out. "N.A. Beautiful. You. Very. Good." Along gritted his teeth and said every word. "Dare to bring a helper. I will come to you to have a good chat after I cut this guy up." Aaron directly took his helper and hugged him. As a former member of the Pirates of the Sun, he knew the difficulties of those with devil fruit ability. If it was on the sea, then it would be the world of their murlocs, and it was a demon who could not swim. The natural enemy of those with fruit ability. But the advantage of being a murloc on land is not so obvious. Looking at the hopeful Nami, Luo Qing said with a smile, "Get the wine ready, you don't have to worry about it anymore after today. Aaron is not an ordinary murloc, he is very strong, you have to be careful." Regardless of whether Luo Qing can kill Aaron or not, at the moment Nami has to gamble on him. After winning the bet, the nightmare disappeared, and the bet was lost. How bad can it go? P.S. I posted a post about the ability of devil fruit in the book review, and then found that my friends using the mobile client could not see it. I tried it. I had to click into the book review and switch the all in the upper right corner to essence, then you can see. Do you have any special thoughts on how to operate? For example, transparent fruit and door fruit can produce he effect, or if you have a good opinion, you can leave me a message, and I will draw inspiration from it from time to time. Finally, ask for collection, ask for recommendation, ask for book list. Chapter 18, Nami is drunk. As the pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea, Aaron naturally has his own pride. As a serrated shark man, he is a weapon. The jagged nose, the steel-like bones, the strength to lift the house, the teeth that can be regenerated continuously, and the powerful jaw, with the bite power to bite off a cannonball in one bite. There is also the water hit attack commonly used by the strong murlocs, which can hit ordinary water droplets as bullets. The 20 million reward is not high but low. Compared to the Crick who had accumulated 17 million bounties by burning, killing, looting, and plundering, he didn't know how much better it was. But these things are not enough to see in front of Luo Qing. Luo Qing, who has become a flat-headed brother, raised his right hand again, and this time the pink light that symbolizes slippery fruit also shines. This is what Luo Qing mastered after his 9 deaths. Only in this state can he truly be called a double fruit ability person. Honey badger fruit and slippery fruit. In fact, this time he turned into a beast form is the strongest state in theory, but that appearance is too ugly, Luo Qing decisively passed. This mode is enough for him. Slippery. When Luo Qing's friction force under his feet is 0 and he can move freely, even if his instantaneous burst speed is not as good as the shave in the 6 formulas, it is definitely the same. Because he eliminates not only the friction on the ground, but also the air. And in this state, Luo Qing can also change the direction of movement at will, which is extremely flexible. Hey! Hey! Along and others couldn't catch his shadow at all, and every time Luo Qing appeared in front of them, he could cleanly take away a life. It looks far away, it looks like Luo Qing has surrounded the entire dragon and pirate group alone. The blood fell drop by drop, Aaron panted heavily, just an oversight. Luo Qing who suddenly appeared in front of him left 5 long and deep wounds on his chest. If it wasn't for him to hide in time, if it wasn't for his murloc skin that was hard enough, then it would be able to break his stomach. Asshole! Don't run around if you can. The extremely aggrieved Aaron couldn't help but yelled. In this short period of time, the people he brought were almost killed. The same was true for a few cotters. They fell to the ground without knowing their life or death without being able to walk in Luo Qing's hands. Along's eyes flashed ruthlessly, if he didn't do anything, he would really be planted here. Then spread his arms to protect his vitals, and rushed out with full power. The target is Nami who is hiding in the distance to observe the battle. Seeing Aaron rushing towards her, Nami turned around and ran away without saying a word. At this time, she had already determined that Aaron was absolutely dead. The handsome man who claimed to be a pirate hunter was powerful and had been slinging Aaron all the way. She was not stupid enough to be held hostage by Aaron. Seeing Nami turned around and ran, Aaron, who had a bone-deep wound on his back, directly hit the pool in front of him with all his strength. Hit the water. Numerous water droplets were given powerful kinetic energy, and they were shot at Nami who was escaping quickly like bullets in the sky. There was a dense burst of air, and Nami only had time to look back and was overwhelmed by endless panic. But in the next second, the pain and death expected did not come. She opened her eyes hard and saw that the pirate hunter who was regarded as a fat sheep opened her arms in front of her. Are you okay? After being rescued by him again, Nami's mood was very complicated, but she did not expect that she would still drag him in the end. Hide away, this guy is dead. Along has lost the idea of fighting again, he turned and ran. I thought that even if the trick just now couldn't kill him, it could seriously injure him, but I didn't expect that the water drop that could tear the human body would slip the moment it touched his body. Isn't he an animal-capable person? What is the trick of sliding around on the ground and just sliding off his attack directly? But he doesn't want to fight anymore, it doesn't mean that Luo Qing will let him go. This is really a trick, but fortunately he was prepared, otherwise his future navigator will have some shortcomings. If he chopped up this and fed the dog, he would not give up his hatred. On darts. Such a second name is due to the way he shouts. Facing Aaron who was ramming over, Luo Qing only slightly lowered his chest, and his pointed nose slipped over his body without causing any harm. Then Luo Qing raised his right hand and slammed it down. The sharp claws wrapped in the infinite gloves directly pierced Aaron's spine, thrusting him on the ground and unable to move any more. Along spouted a big mouthful of blood. He knew he was done. "Why, you can slide away, my attack. A person with double fruit ability understand." Luo Qing whispered to him in a very wicked and funny way, and then cut off his fish head directly with the knife. Along's head rolled on the ground and an incredible shocked expression was vaguely visible. After beheading Aaron, Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Luo Qing quickly lifted this superimposed state and returned to his normal appearance. "It's been so tired after only a few minutes, and I will be squeezed dry in less than a second when the fruit grows more." Luo Qing felt helpless because of his sharp decline in physical strength. It seems that in the future, using the devil fruit to strengthen one's own Krypton prodigal method should be tried often, otherwise, let alone snap your fingers, you will explode first. Luo Qing picked up Along's valuable head and walked towards Nami, who was running here, and the villagers and his crew who were attracted by the sound of fighting. "You really did it." Nami looked at Aaron's head. Hatred, anger, disbelief, relief, and so on, complicated moods poured out. "I have done what I said. The Dragon Pirate Group has been completely wiped out by me. The wealth that the Dragon Pirate Group has squeezed and looted over the years should be stored in it. It is up to you how to return it to the original owner." "Nami. How stupid it is to turn your face with Nami for this little money." Luo Qing knew that his only purpose was to abduct this extremely seductive genius navigator, and the others were not in a hurry. After finished speaking, Luo Qing left with a very free and easy manner in the respected eyes of the villagers. After he left, I didn't know what Nami said, and the cheers of the villagers resounded throughout the island. In the evening, all the drinks were taken to the square, and the villagers started the carnival. And Nami also followed her promise. She finally drunk after drinking more than a dozen barrels of wine in the eyes of everyone with horror. However, Luo Qing didn't take this opportunity to do anything to her, but after a smile asked Nyakajao to take her back. Chapter 19, Decaying Navy. When I met again the next day, I didn't know why Luo Qing always felt that Nami looked weird in her eyes, including the high level of Nyaki. And this monster is not the same kind of monster, which makes Luo Qing feel a little panicked. "Hey, do you really want Aaron's treasure?" Last night, Nami had a rare sleep, and she didn't expect this guy to be unexpectedly timid. If he really thought he could do something when he was drunk, then there was too little alcohol. 1,000 cups of drunk female Bacchus is no joke. Unknowingly, Nami's affection for him has increased a bit. Maybe this affection is not enough to turn into a liking, but at least it is not annoying. I don't know if I don't hate it, it's a good start. Luo Qing was thinking about how to abduct her, and when she asked her, he became curious too. "Is the Dragon Pirate Group rich?" "Well, I estimated it when I cleaned it up yesterday, and there are 100 million berries, to be less." "So much?" Luo Qing was surprised, and then he noticed Nami's smile. "Ahem. I just didn't expect this guy to search for so much wealth. Are you too much? This is only half, and the other half is swallowed by the navy that manages here. If it wasn't for the pirates and the navy's embarrassment, how could Aaron occupy 20 villages in the East China Sea and still get away with it?" Luo Qing didn't think there was anything strange, but Kirby who was following him didn't believe it at all. "How is it possible? How can the Justice Navy accept bribes from pirates?" "Your son." Puff. Cough cough cough. Nami almost killed Luo Qing with an invisible blow. "It's too much. Unless you want to be a dam, then I can barely admit it." Nami's face flushed slightly, and then she gave him a vicious look. Since Aaron was killed, she seemed to have recovered her nature, and she was not polite to Luo Qing, a great benefactor. "Boy, I don't know in what environment you grew up, but I have no reason to lie to you. This is the evidence that was found yesterday. It records every tax paid by Aaron and his team to Colonel Mouse. There is also evidence that Colonel Mouse helped Aaron and his group cover up their crimes and plant faults on others. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Look at how ugly the navy that represents justice in your eyes. Nami directly took out a thick book of accounts from her chest pocket and threw it to Kirby. After taking it in a hurry, Kaba first glanced at Luoqing cautiously, then gritted his teeth and turned over. This look made Kirby's expression more and more ugly until the final numbness. Did not use Luoqing to personally shoot, the evidence that Nami threw away at random made Kirby's beautiful yearning for the navy collapse in half. The faith of the other half will probably not last long, because it's not good. A navy has docked. A villager ran over in a panic expression. Kirby looked at him blankly. Why is he so panicked? Shouldn't the navy be happy when it comes? In the eyes of these villagers, have they equated the navy with the vicious pirates? Even Nami panicked for a while, and now the evidence of Aaron's collusion with the navy is in her hands. If the navy learns that Aaron's gang has been wiped out, they will do everything to kill them. How to do? It turned out that before she knew it, Nami had already regarded Luoqing as the backbone. This question should not be asked to me, but to yourself. Are you ready to resist? If things really got to the worst point, would you choose to continue to compromise or stand up and resist? For this, you may be far away from your beloved hometown and your family. Can you accept this price? As Luoqing's questions became more and more, the expression on Nami's face became more and more confused. Luoqing smiled and shook his head. Even if it was 2 years later, it would be so difficult for her to make this decision, let alone now. He gently placed his hand on Nami's head. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Go and take a look. What happens next will determine your answer. No matter what your final answer is, I will make it a reality. I promise with this glove. Nami bit her lip, looked at him complicatedly, and finally nodded. The evil dragon and pirate group was destroyed? Who did it? Colonel Mouse was taken aback. He came here this time to collect tax, but he didn't expect to hear such a news. It's really. It is said that it was a pirate hunter who followed a merchant ship. The reason for the conflict is not clear, but the opponent's strength is so strong that he killed Aaron's gang single-handedly and is now in the village. What about the savings of the dragon pirates? Colonel Mouse blinked. They were all taken away by the villagers. Reading www.yunsha.com said they wanted the property to be returned to the original owner. What a fool! The wealth that the pirates scavenged should of course be turned over to the navy for unified processing. My lord is right, let them vomit them all in a while. No, since they took the money from the dragon pirates, it proves that they have colluded with Aaron's gang. Call all the villagers to the square in a moment. Remember, don't keep one. When the report was reported, it was written that the villagers of Kokoyashi village colluded with the dragon pirate group to attack the navy, and then under the leadership of the brave and martial master, this group of malignant tumors was completely defeated and a stable life in the East China Sea was returned. Did you hear clearly? Yes. The subordinates know what to do. The adjutant responded with a cold sweat on his face. He didn't expect that he still underestimated the morals of his boss. Even if he asked for money, he wouldn't let him go. Alas, blame yourself for not being reborn in a rich family. An hour later, more than 300 villagers were forcibly taken to the square by the navy with a look of evil. Standing in the front is Nami looking and the garrison Aegean here. And all the treasures collected from alongside are also piled up here. Only these. My lord, all the things I found from the dragon pirates are here, so I dare not hide it. Aegean bowed and bowed, hoping to use his wealth to send away the navy. Kirby, who was inconspicuous in the crowd, clenched his fist, staring at everything in front of him with fiery eyes. Master Luoqing said, next he will use his own eyes to personally witness the fall of the navy. And after this matter is over, it's time for him to choose. Chapter 20, Nami and Kirby and number 039, S choice. is to confirm his original intention to join the Navy and try to change the decay of the Navy with his weak power, or to follow the advice of Lord Luoqing and stay by his side to become a partner of justice. Colonel Mouse's next move will determine whether the Navy will have one more supernova in the future, or whether there will be one more heavenly pride in this sea area who is working hard to implement true justice. Can you find anything other than these treasures? Colonel Mouse asked casually with a flash of eyes. All the things I found are here. Colonel Mouse nodded unceasingly, and then the adjutant attached to his ear and whispered, I have searched it all. I didn't find it. It should be hidden. Colonel Mouse smiled, very sinister. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. You villagers with the most sinful crimes still want to deceive a Navy colonel. As the remnants of the dragon pirates, you all die here. All the villagers were so shocked that they were speechless. They are from the dragon pirates, remnants? Are you ready to kill someone? Luoqing glanced at Nami, who was struggling, wondering what choice she would make next. At the moment the surrounding Navy's muzzle was raised, Nami suddenly broke out. Wait a minute. What you want is with me. Nami walked out directly and threw the evidence to Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse turned it around and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you are very familiar. Shoot. Bang bang bang. In the unbelievable gazes of Nami and Kirby and many villagers, the Navy that was supposed to protect them pulled the trigger at these unarmed villagers. Many villagers lay down in a pool of blood in just one round of volley. Unexpectedly, Aaron and the gang of pirates were killed, but waiting for them was the more ferocious Navy than the pirates. Do not look at you. All the dead villagers stared unwillingly. Help me. Help me kill them all. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been lucky from the beginning. What the am I doing? Facing Nami, who was holding her hand tight and tearing, Luoqing still said, I said, no matter what your decision is, I will help you realize it. None of these Navy moths can run away. Even Luoqing did not expect that Colonel Mouse would attack the villagers so suddenly, and what followed was huge anger. Even if there is no request from Nami, he will clean up the dregs. Luoqing, who was under the rage shot, directly used the honey badger fruit and slippery fruit in the superimposed state, and Luoqing, who was running at super high speed, never let the Navy kill any villager. And every time he appears, there will be a panic. Hit, can't hit. Who will save me? I don't want to die yet. Don't come here, you devil. Colonel Mouse squinted his eyes to look at Luoqing, and shouted, you are the pirate hunter, right? Do you know what you are doing? Attacking the Navy is a big crime. If you stop now, I can let you go safely and forget about the past. Listening to Colonel Mouse's screaming call, Luoqing answered him with a vicious paw. Can sit in the position of colonel, even in the branch, Colonel Mouse has two brushes. Facing Luoqing's high-speed attack, he blocked it with the long sword in his hand. It's just an animal demon fruit-capable person, don't think of me as a low-level murloc. Luoqing really doesn't know where this wretched guy is so confident. He can't even beat Aaron and dare to yell like that? Don't make me laugh, you are much weaker than Aaron. Luoqing's sharp claw on his right hand smashed his long sword into pieces with a fierce force, and then cut off one of his arms without losing his momentum. Hand. My hand. I want you to die. You are all going to die. If you dare to attack and kill the Navy, no one can protect you. Facing Colonel Mouse's painless threat, Luoqing just sneered, then appeared in front of him again, and the sharp claw of his right hand directly stabbed him to the heart. Colonel Mouse gave him a vicious look and seemed to want to say something, but the darkness pierced through his heart swept him directly. Luoqing shook his right hand and threw the body of Colonel Rat aside. There was no trace of blood on the noble infinity gloves. But, things are not over yet. Promise to kill your whole family, you must kill your whole family. Promised that Nami would kill all these executioners, so she must not keep them. No matter how these scared Navy begged for mercy, Luoqing remained unmoved. The moment they helped him choose to shoot innocent villagers for abuse, they were doomed to death. When finally calmed down, the sea breeze brought not salty taste, but rust gas. This extremely scene caused many villagers to vomit. And Nami has no feeling. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com just has tears on her face and is busy dressing up the injured villagers. Luo Qing, is this the navy? My dream. After the battle, Kirby, trembling, gritted his teeth and walked to Luo Qing's side and asked very complicatedly. No, your dream is to be a just navy, not this kind of scum worm. Kirby's eyes lit up. Are there many navies like this? Luo Qing seemed to think of something and smiled. A lot. There are many navies standing on the side of justice. There are also many spicy chicken navies colluding with pirates in Yura Township, and some are regarded as dogs by those powerful and powerful. Help them to be a tiger, if you call it, you will come and go. There are also many navies with such servility. Kibi was taken aback, but in the eyes of Lord Luo Qing, there were so many kinds of navy. So tell me your choice now, whether to insist on being a navy trying to transform him from the inside, or follow me to promote your justice in another way. Looking at the wailing villagers, feeling the pungent smell in the wind, Kirby's eyes gradually became firm. It is too difficult to change him from within the navy based on my strength and personality, so I choose the second one. I hope that under the cultivation of adults, I can gain the strength and character to promote justice. At this moment, Luo Qing finally saw some shadows of the future naval supernova in his eyes. Even if you become a pirate, whether you have justice in your heart has nothing to do with a person's career. Even if the adult is wanted by the Navy after today, I firmly believe in everything that my eyes see. Very good, I don't know whether your choice is wise, so I hope you in the future will not regret your choice today. Chapter 21, Aftercare. Colonel Mouse and the 16th branch of the Moth Navy that he brought did not run away, all died in the square. The next question to consider is how to deal with the aftermath. After some treatment, more than 10 villagers died in the first round of the Navy's salvo. Nami resolutely imposed this responsibility on herself. If she chose to resist from the beginning, would these villagers not die because of it? Although there is no regret medicine to buy in this world, she does not want to make herself regret it again. Luo Qing lit a cigarette and came to Nami, who had lost her smile. Cigarette is a trophy found from Colonel Rat. As a rich second generation, all the girls are good at smoking and drinking. Except for pornography, gambling, drugs, etc., they are full of 5 drugs. Regret it? Nami nodded. I regret not killing them in the first place. The cigarette in Luo Qing's hand flickered, and he suddenly said something like this, in fact, things have not reached the worst point. I killed the people. I have nothing to do with you and the villagers here. There are not all scums like Colonel Rat in the Navy. As far as I know, the new guy in Rogtown is a guy who is full of hatred and hatred. As long as you put the blame on me afterwards, it should be fine. Nami glanced at him unexpectedly. Are you serious? Are you not a pirate hunter? It's just a temporary guest appearance. Even if you don't put the blame on me, will the Navy ignore this matter? Someone has to be a pirate. It seems good to be a free pirate. I usually have nothing to blow the sea breeze around to enjoy the scenery. When I see the unevenness, I will take care of it. It is a life I long for. Luo Qing threw away his cigarette and crushed it with his feet, and said exaggeratedly. Seeing him like this, Nami finally couldn't help but smile. Then, thank you. Luo Qing and Nami looked at each other and smiled. My lord. The captain and chief mate looked at Luo Qing hesitantly. This time they saw the incident from the beginning to the end, and they knew exactly what caused the matter to become the way it is now. But presumably, this incident will soon break through the East China Sea. The East China Sea, known as the weakest of the 4 seas, has been daring to provoke the Navy's majesty for many years. Regardless of the truth, it is impossible for the Navy to fail to respond. I believe that Luo Qing's bounty will be issued soon, and the navy and pirate hunters will be waiting for him at that time. Before leaving, Luo Qing called the captain and others over. Don't worry about me, remember what should I say after I go back. Remember, you must go to Rogue Town and find a colonel named Smog. After I saw him, I gave him this account, and told him that Aaron and Colonel Mouse were all killed by me. Anyway, they have nothing to do with others. The warship can't move. When the navy comes to receive it, and the two heads and the pirate ship, you asked old John to help me deal with it. Half of the money can be sold. I'll go back and get it later. John is a wise man, you can tell him this sentence. Seeing that all the people who should be told were urged, Luo Qing drove them away, avoiding any changes to involve them as innocent people. My lord, how do you leave? How about we give you a ride? Luo Qing sighed a little. After only a few days of contact with these lovely crew members, he was willing to take such a big risk to help him. Has his handsomeness reached the point where men and women take it all? Luo Qing felt very happy and shook his head directly. No, I can just drive away the ship of the dragon pirates. Don't underestimate Kirby, he is actually a navigator, enough. Aaron's pirate boats are actually not big, they are murlocs and they don't go to sea very much, so the requirements for the boats are not so high. Kirby and him, 2 people are enough to start. Although there was some discrepancy with the plan, and finally gave up the abduction of the little beauty Nami, Luo Qing did not regret it. The twisted melon is not sweet. Even if Nami is designed on his boat, it doesn't make sense to be in the same boat. At least Kirby's future potential seeds still gave him a little comfort, and this trip was finally not in vain. Then let's go first, adults take care. Let's go, don't tell people blindly when you drink, don't expect me to save you if you are targeted. I see, Lord Luo Qing was in a boat when he came, and he and Kirby were left when he left, and Luo Qing didn't want to stay here anymore. We should go too, Kirby is teacher. That's right, after Kirby made a choice, Luo Qing accepted this puffy little boy as his disciple. Even if the current Kirby still has various shortcomings, and there is no trace of the strong person at all, Luo Qing is unexpectedly confident in him. What he thinks is also very simple. www.readaloud.com. If Kirby really embarrassed himself, then just shoot him to death. Kirby shuddered abruptly. It seemed that something bad was being spotted by him. So scared, he hurriedly followed Luo Qing's pace. Start sailing. In the grateful and guilty eyes of the villagers, Luo Qing and Kirby left here with a whole boat of oranges. This made Luo Qing very hurt, not only because the villagers only used oranges to thank him instead of using a boat of treasure, but also because he didn't see Nami appear to see him off until he finally left. This makes him a little bit sentimental. Could it be that the effect of slippery fruit has failed? Teacher, where are we going? Kirby, who was hard at the helm, asked back. Luo Qing thought for a while, the next period of time will definitely not be better, so should I find a quiet place to avoid the limelight? And there are 4 empty grooves left, where should I fill it up? The use of devil fruit energy to strengthen the body should also be placed on the schedule. In summary, it is one sentence, the desperate lack of devil fruits. And the more the better. Where is the devil fruit in the East China Sea? Who knows? Forget it, take one step and count one step. Which direction you see is pleasing to the eye, you should go wherever you go first. Give old John some time to deal with the stolen goods and avoid the navy coming from Rogue Town by the way. He doesn't know where he is going. He doesn't believe the navy can stop him. Luo Qing gave a big like for his witty self. Kirby is a black line on his face. For the first time, he is worried about his future. How can my cheap teacher feel so unreliable? At this moment, a strange noise came from the cabin full of oranges. Chapter 22, Pirates are established. What sound? Luo Qing and Kirby glanced at each other. No. It's a ghost. Kirby squatted on the ground and shivered. Luoqing is speechless. You are too courageous. Where's the ghost in broad daylight? It seems that this world does have souls and ghosts. For example, Brooks Bone Man, and the ability of an ant, that gothic lowly under Moria. Luoqing thinks it must be guarded. Maybe it is the soul of Aaron who has come back for revenge. So he called out the infinite gloves vigilantly and pushed open the door of the cabin. Wow! The pile of oranges spilled out of the cabin. The villagers of Kokoyashi village are so enthusiastic. However, he would undoubtedly be happier if he replaces all the tangerines in his warehouse with treasures. Only after he saw the orange essence mixed in oranges, Luoqing's face suddenly became very exciting. Nami! How will you be here? After the embarrassed Nami climbed out of the orange mountain, she first rewarded Luoqing for her charming eyes, and then said very proudly. As a member of Kokoyashi village, how can this lady put all the blame on an outsider? For the sake of saving the village, I will reluctantly be the navigator on your ship. But let me talk first. If this lady is unhappy, she will leave at any time. Sundara's Nami is unexpectedly cute, especially the erratic eyes and the small blush on her face. Luoqing smiled happily. He walked forward and gave Nami a big hug. You want to leave after getting on my thief ship? Dreaming. Nami's face turned redder, and she pushed her away. As a lady, I am not such a casual person. Sincerely 10,000 Baileys, no credit. Looking at the gleaming berry symbol in Nami's eyes, the smile on Luoqing's face instantly froze. Give me back my touch, bastard. But, it only takes 10,000 berries in a hug. This business can be done. I just don't know how the other projects are charged, ahem. I'm that kind of person. Make money. Must make more money. Come and meet me officially. My name is Luoqing, the man who will conquer the world in the future. Nami burst out with a wicked smile. You are still conquering the world, are you a kid? But Luoqing was not angry. He just looked at her with a smile, until Nami said embarrassedly, well, I'm unlucky to stand with such a naive captain. My name is Nami. I am a sailor. I like money and oranges the most. My dream is to draw a map of the world. After speaking, Nami felt even more embarrassed, but Luoqing did not laugh at her dream, but raised her thumb. Then Nami and Luoqing looked at Kirby, who was trembling. My name is Kirby. My original dream was to be a Justice Navy. Now my dream is to practice by my teacher's side. After I have enough strength and courage to implement my belief in justice, I want to become Justice. Partner. Kirby roared blushingly. Is very sensual, but also very numb. Luoqing and Nami dropped goosebumps at the same time, and Kirby turned and left in anger. This kid doesn't know when he has dared to have a temper. A good change, isn't it? Is Kirby have potential? He seems to be unable to beat me, right? Na asked curiously. Luoqing replied without hesitation, I am very optimistic about him. He is a strong man in the future, provided that he has undergone hard training and completely changed his weak character. Nami nodded without comment. Kirby, who was listening to them with his back to them not far away, suddenly became embarrassed. He never thought that teacher Luoqing would value him so much. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never let teacher Luoqing. Disappointed. By the way, we will soon be wanted pirates, right? Our pirate group has no name yet. Luoqing was taken aback. Just the three of us, is this necessary? Of course it is necessary. Besides, there will be no only three of us forever. Before she knew it, Nami had forgotten the words she just said that she would leave at any time. She was a proud and upright arrogant woman. Luoqing thought about it. It should be a name, but those who join our pirate group in the future must be approved by all members. Otherwise, I think it's always good to be only two of us. Well, poor Kirby was simply ignored. But the effect is still there. Nami seems to have obeyed the hidden meaning of his words, and once again gave him a beautiful look. To die is so sultry at only 16 years old, and I will have it in the future. Fortunately, my buddy started quickly and rescued Nami from the hand of the future chef Sanji. My buddy is so great. How about calling the handsome pirate group? Luo Qing, the named saint, fiddled with his hair smartly. The black lines on Nami's face are so dense that I can't help but beat him. It might as well be called the Bell Pirates. Nami couldn't help but vomit. Luo Qing clapped his hands. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, it's better to call the handsome and beautiful pirate group. The beauty of the two of us can definitely support this name. Snapped. Nami slapped her forehead. She suddenly felt that following such a funny captain out to sea was the worst choice she had ever made in her life. Can you be more serious? If the name comes out of the village in the future, I will definitely have no face to live. Nami is going crazy. She naturally agrees with her identity as a beautiful woman, and she reluctantly agrees to Luo Qing's narcissistic classification of herself as a handsome guy. But the magical handsome and beautiful pirates is too shameful. And why isn't the beauty in front? Hello. The point of your attention is very strange. It's actually a matter of tangling the order of handsome guys and beautiful women. In the end, in the midst of a quarrel, Luo Qing used the captain's special power to reject all opinions, and finally decided on the name of the pirate group, the Faceless Pirate Group. 1. Don't give anybody's face, just great red-haired Shank's face fruit. 2. The meaning is the ever-changing ability, which is not constrained by common sense. 3. Luo Qing hopes that in the future, everyone will not only pay attention to his handsome face, but cheer for his strength and spiritual quality. Author, I think there are 4, shame. Although Luo Qing's explanation is still far-fetched, it is at least much stronger than any handsome guy or beauty, so I settled down so depressed. In fact, Luo Qing also thought about the name of the Marvel Pirates, but it was a bit too much. So the Faceless Pirate Group was established hastily. The current members are, Captain Luo Qing, Naomi Navigator and Handyman Kirby. Chapter 23, 50 million reward. P.S. Yesterday, in the cry of a group of RBQs, I was successfully brainwashed. The name of the pirate group was changed to the Faceless Pirate Group. There is no need to go back to see it again, just know it. After excited discussion, the pirate flag, which Luo Qing personally created, was finished. The pattern is the appearance of a man with an infinite glove on his right hand snapping his fingers, but his face is hazy with nothing. Luo Qing is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Did not waste his efforts to get a career in the art department. Although the beauty and small money are the most powerful nuclear weapons in the big business of picking up girls, they are half the effort to deal with some literary girls, so in order to get these literary girls, Luo Qing has also worked hard for them. Not to mention that he is proficient in all kinds of poetry, at least he can talk about any kind of literary girl he encounters, and some aspects can be discussed and exchanged more deeply. Although every time I finally communicated on the bed, he can't deny that he is a person with perseverance, even if this energy has not been used in the right place. It is another sunny morning. Luo Qing and Nami, who are wearing cool clothes, are lying on the sun loungers with sunglasses and enjoying the happy life of corruption, harmony. The bitter Kirby is doing push UPS. 248, 249, 250. Kirby, who had done 250 push UPS, collapsed on the sweat-stained deck. He was too young and his body was too weak, so Luo Qing did not dare to make too heavy training plans for him. But only 250 push UPS are so exhausted, it is really enough. Don't lie down and pretend to be dead, quickly clean up the deck. Bring another glass of juice, by the way, Nami also ordered habitually. 2 glasses. It just so happened that mine was also finished. Luo Qing felt that it was really a wise choice to abduct Kirby on the boat. Such a hard-working miscellaneous, where to find the apprentice. After taking a few breaths, Kabi was forced to prepare juice, and then had to clean the deck along the way. How did he feel that this day is more bitter than the days in the Alreda Pirates? That's how you become a teacher? How do I feel that you are looking for a handyman who does not spend money? Nami, who was lying on the sun lounger, drinking juice and chatting with the sun, casually spit out him. After Luoqing swept through her cool and three-point dress again without a trace, he said boldly, "Who do you think of me? I do it for him." Tough training can exercise his body and will, and this is nowhere. There will be times when he will endure hardship in the future. How can it be possible to become stronger without training hard? Then he saw Nami's contemptuous eyes after taking off her sunglasses. Ahem. I'm different. I have special skills to become stronger, so I don't need that much training. Believe you're evil, yo. Nami snorted and went back paralyzed. This kind of small life is also very good. At this time, a news bird landed on their boat. Luoqing and Nami are too lazy to move, so. Today's news, teacher. Well, let's put it here. Have you wiped the deck? Go in and clean up the room after you have finished cleaning, and then come out to do 500 squats. Kirby left with a bitter face again. Luoqing opened the newspaper and read it. After waiting for so long, he finally waited. The matter in your hometown is completely resolved. Let me see. Nami came over at once, smelling the fragrance of orange on Nami's body and the tips of her hair that always inadvertently stroke her face. Luoqing felt that life became more and more pleasant. And from his perspective, you can also see some benefits that make people squirt. Who calm down? Calm. It would be a shame if it reacted. Does it look good? Hey? What does it look good? Within 1/1000th of a second, Luoqing unexpectedly reacted, and then sent a celebrity-level acting skills and started acting stupid. Nami sneered and snorted. She didn't care about it anymore. She was not afraid of him watching her with her bold and unrestrained personality. And Luoqing happened to think so too. If you dare to wear it like this, why don't I dare to look at it? What the is this smog? He has eliminated so many navies in one go. Luoqing replied casually, he is a student of the former Navy Admiral Zifa, who is naturally capable of devil fruit. Unfortunately, he is a stunt boy. He didn't accept discipline and offended his boss, so he was thrown here to grind his temper. You know. I don't know, but I have heard some rumors, otherwise I would not dare to poke the matter to his side. This world still needs some stunners who are jealous and enmity like Smog. Nami also nodded. Although she was completely disappointed with the Navy, she still hoped that the Navy could regain justice and remember her duty to protect the weak and the people. Then Nami became nervous. The news says this guy is already hunting us, doesn't it matter? Luoqing took out the reward list and said with a smile, it's okay, I can't beat the head office. Besides, now we don't know where we are going, how could the Navy find us? I don't have to worry about listening to the captain anymore. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, she, a navigator, would naturally not worry about it. Her job is to accurately take the ship there when the captain tells the destination she wants to go to. And the reward list is exactly the Navy's definition of this vicious attack. Golden Right Claw Luoqing a bounty of 50 million Baileys. The following note is that the Alita pirates, the Dragon Pirates, attacked the Kokosia village and the 16th Division Colonel of the Navy, and hundreds of Navy evildoers. There is no accident, it is impossible for the Navy to try to hide the truth after such a big incident. After all, Smog is now just a colonel of the East China Sea branch, and it is normal that the report will be collated. The only thing that puzzled Luoqing is how this reporter took this photo. The picture of him is exactly what he looks like after he has turned into a flat-headed man, with short white hair and sharp beast claws. His expression is indifferent and disgusting, plus that handsome face. Luoqing thinks that next time I have a chance, should I send an anonymous thank you letter to the news headquarters? Thank them for taking pictures of themselves so handsome. The journalist of pirate world is definitely the most pervasive profession. Even the small Kokoyashi village has lurking journalists, and they have not been discovered. Compared to the few secret organizations of CP, it's not too much. Is terrible. The title of Golden Right Claw is too ugly. What the hell? You can't have a nice nickname. Luo Qing's original worries have become a reality. This low nickname is really incapable of being able to use it. God's Golden Right Claw. Decided. Send a fart thank you note. The threat letter is almost the same. Chapter 24, Meet Acquaintances Again. Kokoyashi village was successfully picked out of this incident, and the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce that had been in intersection seemed to have nothing to do. This made Luo Qing and Nami no more worries. As for Man Donghai looking for their smog, let him continue running around. Next, let's not run around, let's go to Goya Kingdom first. Now that Nami is on the ship, the half-hearted navigator of Kirby is naturally no longer needed, and the very promising job of handyman is more suitable for him. Go to Goya Kingdom? There must be a lot of Navy eyeliner there, are you sure? Nami was surprised. I have to go even if my whereabouts may be revealed. I have tens of millions of Baileys left with old John, and the birds have faded out of my mouth just eating fruits these days. Thanks again for the enthusiasm of the villagers in Kokoyashi village, and let Luo Qing and the three people understand for the first time what it means to eat oranges and vomit. Even people who like to eat oranges from hometown like Nami are reluctant to eat anymore. It is horrible. If it weren't for Luo Qing's infinite gloves' internal space that there were also a lot of fruit from the island of fierce beasts that could be eaten in exchange, they would definitely not insist on not showing up for so long. But even so, Luo Qing has had enough. He wants to eat meat. He wants to drink. He wants a big purchase. After hearing that Luo Qing still had 10 million Baileys in the hands of someone in Goya Kingdom, Nami's eyes flashed into Bailey's symbol. Leave it to me, Captain. I will definitely reach Goya Kingdom in the shortest time. Sister, do you want to be so excited? Luo Qing wanted to complain about Nami's extreme obsession with money, but after thinking about it, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Is it wrong to love money? Kirby sets sail, I'm going to steer. Nami is optimistic about the direction. Target Goya Kingdom, let's go. Old John is worried and excited these days. The stolen left to him by Luo Qing has been cashed out through his own channels these days. The 90% new pirate ship alone sold for 10 million. Those two heads that can be exchanged for money were directly replaced by Barry when Smog brought someone to find the door. A full 25 million, no more, no less. Or sent someone to deliver it directly. This newly appointed Navy colonel is indeed as principled as rumors outside. I changed the original Navy, and it's not bad to give half of the bounty. Even darker, it is possible to leave people with things directly at the naval base. Still want money? Fate? As for Smog's intentions, old John was naturally well aware of his intentions. He was very smart and chose to tell the truth. The Lookingto people just warned him not to hack his share, and did not let him mislead him. Navy. This is not a violation of the tacit understanding between the two. After all, as long as there is a boat, Luo Qing can go anywhere, but he can't. His family has a big business, and if he offends the Navy here, he still does a fart business. Maybe he can be punished again, then he won't be killed. Facing the cooperation of old John and the others, even if he knew that these two heads were actually killed by Luo Qing, he had to act according to the rules. No one stipulates that you must come in person to receive the bounty. Old John insisted that this was something Luo King Gluo had forgotten to take from the boat. What can he do? If he doesn't give money, the so-called bounty will have a fart effect in the future. Anyway, he didn't pay the money, so I gave it. But he kept an eye on it. He felt that things might not be so simple. Even if what old John said is true, if Luo Qing knew that his results were taken by others for money, would he be reconciled? So when he went out to search for Luo Qing's whereabouts, he also left a team of navy ambush here. As long as Luo Qing appeared, he would be able to rush back in the shortest time. As long as Luo Qing reveals his whereabouts once, it is impossible to disappear without seeing him. I have to say that Smog's accidental hitting arrangement really caught Luo Qing's little tail. A few days later, a ship without any flags docked at the port of the Goa Kingdom, and a man and a woman got off the ship. It is Luo Qing and Nami who finally arrived in a hurry. As for why there are only 2 people, the bitter Kirby was once again stayed on the boat to watch the boat by Luo Qing for cultivation. Such a great opportunity for a 2-person world. How could Luo Qing, an old driver, let a child act as a light bulb? Let the children understand too early that things between men and women are bad for development. That's right, Luo Qing, think about the next generation. So Luo Qing, who didn't want Billion, took Nami ashore. Neither of them has a face mask. Nami is because there is no bounty, and Luo Qing is because of the title of white hair. When he is not a flat-headed brother, his hair is pure black. Sorry, haha. Luo Qing, who thought it was impossible for anyone to recognize him, just walked 2 steps when he saw a cute girl in front of him who was attracted by his prosperous beauty, rushed over and hugged him. Little sister? Did you admit the wrong person? In Nami's playful expression, Luo Qing is very embarrassed. The handsome guy said that he went to look for someone at night www.readaloud.com for so many days, every day people kept the door, but the handsome guy just didn't come. Oh, I finally found the handsome guy, the ungrateful guy. Luo Qing finally remembered who this little beauty with pear blossoms was, but it might as well admit the wrong person. The most embarrassing thing in the world is this. The sneer on Nami's face is getting heavier. I must think of him as a scumbag who plays with female emotions. How to break this deadlock? The old driver overturned his car. Oh, it's you. Actually, you misunderstood. I was talking about going to you later. When I first arrived here, I was unfamiliar and wanted to ask someone for directions. Yes, exactly. Then because I found the place I was going, I didn't bother you anymore. Luo Qingji Zhongshenzi compiled a set, but looking at Nami's expression, it was obvious that he didn't believe a word. If you ask for directions, just ask for directions. How come you have to go to someone's house to ask for the later? Treat me as a fool. Nami gave him an expression of you continue, I'm watching, and Luo Qing almost collapsed. Impossible. He and the handsome guy are obviously in love at first sight. Handsome guy, you forgot to meet and ask people, ask them, did you send a harmonious show? It's really annoying. Nami turned around and left. That's not the case. Nami, let me explain. I asked her if she has a fever, but it's not the sorrow, but the sick fever. She misunderstood herself. Don't go. You let me go. Chapter 25, He Loves Her. 10 minutes later, Luo Qing finally clarified to the nymphomaniac and finally escaped. Nami, really not what you think. Seeing Nami's expressionless face, Luo Qing bit his head and explained. I don't care how messy your love life is. It's my business what I think, Captain Luo Qing. I can't say that. I think it's better to make this kind of unnecessary misunderstanding clearly. I am a 5 good young man in the new era who is known as an innocent, harmonious man. I have never dated any woman. Is not a lie, he really hasn't had time to do any harm in the pirate world for more than a year. The only girl who was sent to the door was cut off by him just now. Hearing what he said, the expression on Nami's face seemed to be warming up, and she didn't know why she felt inexplicably angry when the girl rushed into his arms. And the more I think about it, the stranger it becomes. What kind of woman does he have with him? What kind of anger is she? However, after seeing him explain to himself so nervously, the suffocation disappeared again, and instead it was a little bit of joy and joy. Is it myself? Impossible. Impossible. How long have the two of them known each other? Even if he saved the village more than once and saved her, that would be a bit too much. Is grateful. I got on his thief ship because of gratitude, and mistakenly regarded that girl as an enemy because of gratitude. Blame him after all. Ming Ming has been wanted, and I don't even know how to disguise it. I was recognized as soon as I got off the boat, which is really not worrying at all. Just when Nami was ranting about him in her heart, she heard Luo Qing say, or, I'll tell you a joke. Nami didn't speak, but she quietly pricked her ears. I heard Luo Qing ask her, use love, me, him, and her to form a sentence with the 4 words, what would you form? Nami was stunned, and regardless of the fact that she was still angry, she tentatively said, I love him and her. No. He loves me and her. Guess again. Luo Qing's masterful demeanor made Nami hate her teeth, and then she reluctantly guessed a few times, and everything was wrong. How can these 4 words form a fluent sentence? I want to hear what the answer is. Nami said angrily. Then listen carefully, the correct answer is, he loves her. Okay? It's not right. Nami immediately asked, what about me? None of your business. Nami. Luo Qing's laugh is a happy one. This joke once contracted him for a year of jokes. Whenever he made fun of others with this joke, he would be extremely happy. This time is no exception. Just. Nami's face is so green. You lonely bastard. Nami shrugged off Luo Qing, who was laughing loudly, and walked forward without saying a word. Hey, don't be angry, just kidding. You can also use it to tease Kirby after you go back. 2 words of effort, the poor Kirby who was guarding the ship was sold by his cheap teacher again. How could he be so overwhelmed with lard that he did not go to the navy? Luo Qing didn't dare to challenge Nami's fragile nerves after being so skinned. He said a lot of good things and told a few real jokes before finally making Nami laugh. When picking up a girl, especially after getting it, the most important thing is not to treat her too nicely. Everything has a degree, beyond which it will be difficult to handle. Why are so many couples who are so sweet when they are in love, they are noisy every day after they get married? It's not because when you're in love, you only have the best of each other. Every day I think about my boyfriend's washing my feet, and my boyfriend gave me a loving breakfast. But after getting married, after this passion slack off, the woman's heart becomes unbalanced. Why did she treat me so well when she was in love, and she didn't prepare anything after she got married? In the eyes of most women, as long as a man gets used to her, it becomes a matter of course. No matter how good it is, it should be. This is boring. So Luo Qing, who admits that he really has thoughts about Nami, doesn't go around her every day. He is caring when he is caring, and he doesn't have to hesitate when he is angry with her. This is his exclusive ability as an old driver. The focus of everything is on the middle degree. Talking noisily and laughing all the way, Luo Qing took Nami to the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce. Where's old John? Call him here quickly, saying that he will be charged. Luo Qing is not polite. Although old John has taken a lot of risks, it is nothing compared to the benefits Luo Qing has brought him. Worth mentioning. For a qualified businessman, as long as the benefits are in place, he will dare to make a breakthrough. It should have been arranged by old John, so after seeing that it was him, the guy from the Chamber of Commerce immediately ran to inform old John. Within a few minutes, old John walked out with a smile on his face. It seems that the sale is not profitable. Luo Qing glanced at him with a smile. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. This is not a place to talk, come with me. Luo Qing is not afraid of him playing tricks. At present, Dong Hai can only make him jealous of Smog. Without domineering and Hailishi, it is really difficult to deal with nature. Inside, Luo Qing's first sight was a few neatly arranged black boxes. He took a deep look at John, and it turned out that people who can start from scratch are smart people. This is 20 million berry. Old John smiled and opened all the boxes. There were neatly stacked bills. Nami immediately rushed over with bright eyes. All her savings over the years, plus the treasures found from Aaron, were all left to the villagers, and she quietly ran into the boat without taking any money. Now that I suddenly see so much money, can I be upset? Long, handsome, strong, and make money. My captain still has 2 things. Beautifully thinking. Sold so many. Luo Qing was very surprised. He thought he could burn up to 10 million. That ship was sold for a good price, a full 10 million. Moreover, the newly appointed Navy Colonel Smog in Rogue Town is a very upright navy, and the 25 million bounty has been paid. Excluding the remaining benefits, a fraction, for the crew, I only took 15 million, and the rest is here, and the extra is considered compensation. Luo Qing had already noticed that the young man who was always with old John had disappeared. Obviously, the so-called inner ghost was also picked up by old John. He had already evaporated from the world at this time, so he was comfortable with this compensation. Chapter 26, Shopping with Nami. In addition, I told the Navy about you. I hope you can understand, after all. Speaking of this, old John sighed. And Luo Qing did not embarrass him, he was very satisfied with the result. Doesn't it mean that this place has been targeted by the Navy? Then we. Nami finally wakes up a bit from the joy of 20 million Baileys. Old John was silent. And Luo Qing had already prepared for the worst. Even if he really met Small, he would not panic. After all, he knows how serious Smog's partial science is. He pays too much attention to the power of the devil fruit, resulting in not so strong physical skills, and he does not know how to do 6 forms and domineering. There are also fatal weaknesses such as sea water and sea floor stones. But this is the case. Luo Qing, who is not domineering and has no sea building stone weapons, doesn't know what to do to defeat Small, but running is still okay. There are slippery fruits, it is difficult for Smog to catch up with him on land. If it is at sea, it would be even more advantageous to Luo Qing. Not afraid of the sea, he can use the sharpness of the infinite claw set to easily sink the warship. This is also the usual routine of some murlocs, but the Navy can't help it. Who will still be the world of murlocs and sea kings in the sea? It's not that there are strong people who can fight murlocs head-on in the water, but they are really too few. At least, Smog, who is a demon fruit-capable person, is not among them. There is no place to stay, unless Smog can keep elementalized and float in the sky, otherwise there will be no way for Luo Qing. Of course, this is just a countermeasure that Luo Qing has considered according to the situation these days, and the real charity is still unclear. Then we will leave first. I hope that one day when I return to the East China Sea, I can still see my old friends. Then you have to hurry up, I can't afford to toss this old bone for long. Old John and Luo Qing smiled at each other. Although the positions at the moment are completely different, and there are even a lot of unpleasantness in the process of getting along, the final result is still quite good. Luo Qing appreciates the courage and determination of old John, while the old John values the infinite possibilities of Luo Qing. This is an investment that will not suffer any loss. If you need a better boat in the future, when you save enough money, you can go to the City of Seven Waters to find a boatman named Kiran John. That's my nephew. After you find him, mention my name and get a 5% discount. Regarded as a gift before parting. Old John's face is really valuable, but thank you. Luo Qing smiled and waved his hand and left. Of course, before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to receive 2,000 yuan Bailey into the inner space of the infinite glove. This magic trick made Nami stare at him for a long time. It was also in Kokoyashi village before. The gloves made of gold appeared after a while and disappeared after a while, which was very strange. And Nami also noticed that whenever Luoqing was fighting and making magic like just now, she would make it out first. We'll be a partner in a boat from now on, and there is no way to keep people from paying attention to such a strange fact. What the is that changing golden glove? And where did you hide the money just now? Could it be that you were a magician before you became a pirate hunter? Nami couldn't help being curious. Asked. What golden gloves? It's terrible. This is called the infinite glove, it is an artifact. The money has been received in its internal space, and it can be taken out at any time. It is very convenient. Luoqing changed the glove again and came out a bit. I don't know if people in this world are very receptive, or are used to seeing all kinds of weird things, or don't like the appearance of him. Anyway, Nami snorted and stopped asking questions. Everyone has their own privacy and secrets. Now that she is able to know these, she is very satisfied. At least the foundation of trust between the two has been initially established. Regardless of Nami, Luoqing will naturally not catch up with the ability to show off the infinite glove and its origin. After all, there are other worlds. There is no need to publicize the fact that this secret should be rotted in his stomach. After inadvertently glanced at a few little tales with his light, Luoqing said with a smile, "Let's start the big purchase. Captain, I am in a good mood today. I want to buy anything, just treat it as a welfare." In an instant, Nami's eyes began to flicker. Long live the captain! Under the excitement, Nami took the initiative to hug Luoqing's head. The attractive and plump 360 almost made him suffocate and forget. But when Nami let go of him and started shopping with excitement, Luoqing, who was breathing in the fresh air, was a little bit reluctant. It seemed, it's not unacceptable to drown in that soft fragrance. Then, Luoqing and Nami started a big purchase. Because Luoqing has made it clear to Nami on the next itinerary, the goal is naturally a great route with more magnificent waves. So this big purchase is likely to be the last time before they enter the great route www.readaloud.com. They must buy everything they need. The first thing to bear is naturally all kinds of foods. Luoqing and Nami are all fed up with all the days of eating fruits. Even if they are really delicious, they can't stand to eat every day. Sure enough, meat is king. So, a lot of meat, vegetables, drinks, and the various fitness equipment that I bought for Kabi and myself, and all kinds of beautiful clothes that let Nami's eyes shine. Even though Luoqing has a lot of experience in shopping with women, but under Nami's feverish eyes and physical strength, he's still defeated. Sure enough, this world is different. Ordinary people have a physique far beyond that of people on Earth, not to mention Nami, who is immersed in the shopping. But when Nami walked into a shop selling swimwear and changed into a very attractive 3-point swimsuit with sky blue stripes, Luoqing immediately sat down and commented, "This one is perfect for you. But I think there are so many styles to choose from here, it's better to buy 2 more. For example, the black one on the row of shelves I think is good, it can perfectly show your figure." Originally, Nami was a little bit pleased after hearing his serious comments. No girl or woman did not like other people's praise, especially men who did not hate. But when she was really ready to try a few more sets to show him, she followed Luoqing's sight and saw what he called the black one. Nami became ashamed all of a sudden. That is still called a swimsuit. Are 2 black straps at all? That's right, that is the legendary V-shaped swimsuit. Man's heaven. Chapter 27. Turn face and deny. As long as she imagines Nami putting on that swimsuit, Luoqing feels her nose is hot. It has been more than a year since coming to this world. Luoqing found that his resistance to beautiful women is getting weaker and weaker, especially when facing a very popular character like Nami. He is really afraid of losing control. How much does he send? Facing Luoqing's slightly fiery eyes, Nami, who wanted to show him some color, suddenly realized that she was not that angry, but rather shy. It is undeniable that when facing Luoqing, Nami thought she was actually grateful. There are some good feelings for sure, but whether it has risen to the point of liking even she herself is not clear, but at least Luoqing is the first man she doesn't hate and is of a similar age. On the advantage of first come, Luoqing's order is already ranked first. After giving him a glamorous look, Nami ignored the 2 straps and enthusiastically tried several other swimsuits. There were relatively conservative one-piece styles, and there were also warm but healthy 2-piece styles. Of course, there is also the 3-point style that Luoqing is very keen on. Just as the payment was made, Luo Qingman was still publishing pictures. And Nami took the opportunity to call a shopping guide and put the 2 black straps into the bag like a guilty conscience. When she left, Nami seemed to have seen the store manager and shopping guide looking at her and Luoqing with quizzical glances. What a shame! Nami's face was covered with blush. I didn't know how I bought it just now. Now, it's okay, maybe I was teased behind. What's wrong, Nami? Why is my face so red? The weather is not so hot, right? Luoqing, who had returned to reality from fantasy, suddenly noticed the strangeness of Nami next to him, so he asked strangely. Is not all because of you? Nami glared at him bitterly, and then she didn't speak, but she speeded up her pace in a panic, proving her uneasy mood at the moment. Is that the one here? Luoqing thought strangely, and soon he was relieved. Women, there are so many irritable days every month, understandable. After Nami lost her desire to continue shopping, Luoqing finally ended the big purchase with a sigh of relief, and then returned to the ship with Nami. As for the things they bought, the merchants will naturally send them over, so don't worry. Only those underwear and swimsuits that Nami bought were brought back directly by her. Sure enough, this kind of private objects still don't worry about passing through other people's hands. If someone does something disgusting, it will really vomit blood. Nami glared at Luoqing again without a trace, and slammed the door shut. For your sake, I don't care about you. Was glared again inexplicably, and Luoqing had to comfort himself. But if you let him know that he has been choreographed by Nami into the category of pervert just now, I don't know if he will really break the jar, just sit on the real pervert status. Kirby. Someone will send the teacher what I just bought in a while. You can arrange it. I will clean the oranges in the cabin first. After hearing the word orange, Kirby felt that his face seemed to have turned to the yellow of orange, and finally no longer had to eat oranges. Kirby responded with tears of joy, and then ran out. This was also his most positive moment in these days. There is no way, the villagers gave too many oranges, depending on how much the 3 of them can eat in a day. Fortunately, the internal space of the infinite glove is large enough, a full space of 100 cubic meters can hold too many things. So Luoqing directly manipulated the infinite gloves and filled all the oranges in the cabin, then found a corner and took out some of the fruits brought from the island of the beast. After these days of consumption, there are not many souvenirs he brought out from Fierce Beast Island, but they are not rare things. Otherwise, because of his temperament, he will go back again before going to the Great Root Trib. Just after he finished cleaning up, Nami suddenly opened the door and came out. It is still that cool and seductive dress, but the upper cover is replaced with the newly bought blue striped one, and the lower part is wearing a warm ultra-short beach grass skirt, which is full of exotic beauty. Come! The old driver Luoqing was amazed decisively, and secretly said that the money is really not white, but it is a pity that the black one, alas! The air at sea is relatively humid, remember to drink more hot water. Luoqing, who was fascinated and couldn't move his eyes, said dryly. Why should I drink hot water? Didn't I buy a lot of juice and alcohol? Of course it is a party tonight. Nami replied domineeringly. Luoqing really wants to say that drinking is not good when he comes, but after thinking about it, forget it. After all, there seem to be few normal people in this world. After Luoqing nodded, he wanted to go out and see how the supplies outside were prepared. After all, smog could bring people to kill at any time. Although he was not afraid, there was no need to wait for him to come. Everything was prepared step by step. Better, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will fight if you encounter a big deal. It's better if you don't encounter it, and there will be less trouble. But Nami immediately blocked him and prevented him from passing. What else? Bring it. Nami stretched out her hand suddenly. What do you take? Luo Qing was a little dazed. Don't pretend to be stupid. Hand over the rest of the money. As the navigator and butler of this pirate group, I think it is safer to put it with me. If you accidentally hang up one day, I can carry the money. Run away. Seems to make sense, that's weird. Shen, someday I accidentally hung up. Why did you think of a way out at this time? Have you talked about the unbreakable bond between your companions? If one day I really die, shouldn't you go to avenge me or die on the same day and the same year? And who on earth gave you the title of housekeeper? Don't you think it's a violation? Shouldn't I have a discussion with the captain before I made up an unnecessarily job? There are so many places to vomit, and Luo Qing didn't know where to vomit for a while. Don't you? Captain, don't you believe in others? Seeing that Luo Qing Taiking did not speak, Nami immediately changed her attitude and began to sell cute pretense to be pitiful. The acting skills are really proper. Okay, stop babbling, you don't have the surname V, give it to you. It's not okay to give it to you. In desperation, Luo Qing had to take out the remaining 10 million Baileys and hand them to Nami. After getting the money, Nami immediately lifted the box, and turned her face to deny her. Chapter 28, Smog and Number 039, S Arrival. Don't give me $100, good or bad, good or bad. Luo Qing hummed a certain ghost animal on the earth, while bored watching Kirby command the people to move things into the cabin. Unexpectedly, this elder and young man would have been played by others one day. When I lifted my pants, the box would no longer recognize people. It's really going downhill. According to the calculation of 10,000 Baileys once, wouldn't those 10 million Baileys hold Nami all day? You don't even have to let go of sleeping at night. It's a loss. It's a loss. No, I have to go to Na Mihao and have a talk. I took my money and thought about not being responsible, and taking me as something. So the angry Luo Qing ran directly and pushed open Nami's room door. Nami! Shouldn't you, This is not, is it you? Go to death. The shy and angry Nami shielded the front with one hand, and with the other hand, she smashed the dazed Luo Qing directly with a chair. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. However, you really bought the black one too. Boom. Nami knocked Luo Qing to the ground with a pink punch, and then slammed the door shut. After calming down a little bit, Nami, who was wearing only 2 black strips, leaned her back against the front of the room and was red as blood. In this small room, she seemed to be able to hear her heart beating fast. This bastard! Thinking of the scene where she was hit by him wearing this shameful clothes just now, Nami wanted to rush out and kill him. Although she has always been bold in her dress, and is willing to show off her good figure, these 2 straps are still a bit too interesting. Hiding in an empty space, it's okay to wear it to yourself, but this shows it completely. Why forgot to lock the door just now? Nami covered her chest, trying to calm this unspeakable shame. On the other side, Luo Qing, who had a panda eye shot by Nami, fled and left here. The scene just now was really exciting. Nami, who only has 2 ribbons covering the key position on her body, is checking herself in the mirror, constantly changing her movements. Luo Qing subconsciously touched his nose. Fortunately, it was a bit hot. What a bad weather! Judging from the piles of underwear on Nami's bed, it is obvious that Nami was trying on her stinky clothes just now. It was just such a coincidence that he was knocked in while trying this one. But the question is, when did Nami buy this one? After much deliberation, Luo Qing can only think that Nami secretly wrapped this one behind his back. This punch is not a loss. Luo Qing hummed a little song happily, and he didn't even care about the 10 million handed over and the hit on his face. Teacher, everything is ready. At this time, Kirby looked at Luo Qing, who was Pig Brother, with a strange look and said. Luo Qing immediately put away the rippling color on his face that you don't need to look at, and then quickly pretended to look like a strict master. Well, good job. Since the purchase is completed, then we should also leave. Let's call Nami out. Our next goal is a great route. Although it is very strange why it was not teacher Luo Qing who called himself, Kirby still knocked on the door very well. A few seconds later, Kaba flew out. Then Nami put down her beautiful legs in satisfaction, clapped her hands and came out. Being a teacher is a pervert, and being a disciple is definitely not a good thing. After walking in front of Luo Qing, Nami unceremoniously stared at him with beauty. Hee, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. I just wanted to tell you that we should leave, otherwise we won't be able to leave. Ignored Kirby, who was aggrieved and bewildered, Luo Qing just pointed at her back helplessly. Nami turned her head to take a look, and then immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Luo Qing is going to steer, Kirby is going to set sail." Luo Qing glanced at Kirby, who was swollen on one side, and quickly returned to his post. Not far from the kingdom of Goya, a domineering warship is fast sailing here. Was also a coincidence. When the navy staying here contacted Smog with a phone bug, he was patrolling the sea not far away. As soon as he received the news that Luo Qing from the Golden Right Claw appeared in the Blue Bird Chamber of Commerce in the Goya Kingdom, Smog immediately turned his course and drove back. Originally, he also arranged for someone to follow Luo Qing's boat, but Luo Qing's courageous person is also big purchases and shopping with Nami, so he doesn't need these backhands arranged by Smogger, so he just takes the people blocked in this sea area. Colonel Smog, the other party seems to have found us. It's okay, as far as speed is concerned, it is impossible for the opponent's ship to escape the pursuit of this warship. It is just the last struggle," said a man with a sullen face holding a cigar in disdain. You reading www.udkonshu.com. However, from what we have learned, it seems that the opponent is not a wicked person, but the hero who rescued Kokoyashi village from the scumbags of the Dragon Pirate Group and Colonel Rat. At this moment, a very quiet-looking female navy with glasses with a knife slung around her waist said hesitantly. "Hero? Daisuke, do you think so?" After the female navy hesitated for a while, she pushed her glasses and said firmly, "Yes. I think he is the hero who protected the people. Those scums who helped the abuser died are not regrettable. The way of covering up the truth made me feel very confused. The belief in my heart does not match." Smog took a deep sip of his cigar and exhaled thick smoke, leaving his face looming in the smoke, unable to see his true thoughts. "Don't say anything like this in the future, at least we need to obey the orders of superiors if we wear this suit." Daisuke was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but complain in her heart, "Obey the order? Is this really something from your mouth? If you really want to obey the order, you won't be exiled here. But after catching him, I can give him a chance. It's up to you whether he can recruit security then." Smog threw the cigar in his hand into the ocean, and then took out another one from his chest pocket. Daisuke immediately saluted in surprise, "Yes. Guarantee to complete the task. This world doesn't need heroes, but it also needs some fools who can obey their own justice and sweep the darkness. And such a person shouldn't be degenerated into a pirate, let alone die like that." Hidden under the smoke is Small's unwilling eyes. Chapter 29, The Power of the Wild is about to overflow. It's over, at this distance, the ship that relies on us can't escape the pursuit of warships. Nami's face was full of worries, and she finally made up her mind to go out to sea as a pirate with Luo Qing. Is their journey coming to an end? Kibi also performed the same way or even worse than Nami. He was horrified to death, and his body was trembling constantly. It seemed that he still had a long way to go before he became a truly fearless powerhouse. Only Luoqing, who had anticipated this situation a long time ago, did not see a trace of fear on his face, but was vaguely excited. It seems that he is also a restless person in his bones. Luoqing seemed to realize what was hidden in his heart at this moment. When he was on Earth, he hadn't tried to start his own business, but when he realized that his business was booming, it was because of his father's business partners. After seeing the order of charity because of his father's face, Luoqing directly handed over the business to his father and no longer took care of it. And when he happily went to start a business for the second time and said bluntly that he didn't need his dad's help or anyone to look at his dad's face to please him, he rushed, and it was terrible. Tens of millions of funds were lost in this way. Although his father helped him find this place in all aspects after the incident, it also made him completely lose confidence in doing business. From then on, he became his worm. Are you unwilling? Angry? Let dad down, right? Luoqing felt like a fire was burning in his heart. Maybe he did not inherit his father's business mind, but he is himself. He is Luoqing, he is not his father. Since he came to this world alone and got unlimited possibilities, why not let himself stand at the apex of this world and live a happy life freely as he pleases? After finally understanding what he wanted, Luoqing calmed down instead. The only thing he has to do now is to defeat Smog, and then enter the Great Root and open a new chapter for him. Nami, you and Kirby will go first, I will hold them. No way. Nami refused without even thinking about it. Her eyes are also very firm, she will not abandon Luoqing, otherwise, what is the point of her insisting on going out to sea with him? I won't run away. Even Kirby tremblingly expressed his position, although he was still afraid of death. It seems that being the captain for the first time is not a failure. Luoqing smiled, smiling happily. He tapped Kirby on the head first, then gently embraced Nami in his arms. Don't worry, I won't do anything unsure, I just go to sink the warship behind, and then come back to join you. Why would I go to die? Aren't you a demon fruit capable person? How do you smash the warship? Nami looked at him with a look of you are so good for me to deceive. I am a devil fruit capable person, but I have never eaten any devil fruit, so the sea water is not effective for me. Luoqing said seriously. Nami was a little shaken. If it's fake, it's a big deal to go down and get him back. Then believe you once, and you must come back alive. Give me some inspiration. If we leave safely this time, how about showing me the black one alone? Nami couldn't help her pretty face blushing, she gave him a white look, she was thinking about welfare when she was, what a pervert. However, Nami is rare and lifeless because of the ghosts and gods. Instead, after shifting her gaze, she said in an inaudible voice. Don't even try to stop me this time. After receiving the promise, Luoqing feels that he has infinite strength all over. Don't say it's Smog, even if the little red dog is here, he will beat it into a pig. What's wrong? Why is breaking the law? Sooner or later he will become a big boss who eats and sleeps and beats red dogs, let's wait and see. Luoqing let go of Nami, then took a straw and slipped into the water quietly. Nami, who took over at the helm, continued to flee as planned, while Luoqing stayed here, and when the warship passed, she would give it a few ruthless blows. At the speed of a warship, he arrived in the waters where Luoqing was ambushing in a blink of an eye. Luoqing is not welcome, directly revealing the infinite gloves, and then activated the beast form of the honey badger fruit. He is afraid that the strength is not enough to penetrate the heavy bottom armor of the warship. The right claw, which was transformed into an infinite claw sleeve, easily cut the bottom armor of the warship. Luoqing kept digging out with his claws, and soon he made a big hole. If it is an ordinary murloc, there is definitely no way to use this kind of warship brought from the Navy headquarters, unless it is the strong one among the murlocs, not referring to the kind of Aaron, but the level of shiping. But Luo Qing did it easily by relying on the sharpness of the infinite claw set. Then he thought for a while, changed another place and attached it to the bottom of the ship to continue his work. After a while, he took out a big hole no less than the size of a basketball. At this moment, he suddenly heard a flustered voice above his head. "It's not good. The bottom of the boat is leaking. Someone down there has leaked the warship." "Murloc? Is there a Murloc? This is a warship brought from the Navy headquarters, how could it be destroyed by a few Murlocs? Go and see a few people. Torpedo and catch net are ready." The thumping sound and audio frequency sounded, and several Navy who jumped into the water suddenly found Luo Qing, who looked like a big beaver. "What kind of sea beast is this, Nima? The long one is too ugly." The first reaction of several navies was to be stunned. www.readaloud.com. Seeing that they were discovered, Luo Qing did not hesitate to float directly to the surface. But he didn't show his figure directly, but with a straw in his mouth, he just swam into the distance in a backstroke manner. But he seemed to underestimate the Navy's IQ too much. There was such an obvious shadow under the sea that a fool would not notice. Smog with a gloomy expression instructed people to repair the bottom of the ship, then adjusted the direction of the warship and started shooting at the shadow. Boom! 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 More than a dozen cannons exploded at the same time in no particular order. There was splashing water where Luo Qing was. This is not over yet. Dozens of torpedoes are mixed with 5 catching nets and go straight away. Luo Qing, who had no choice but to hide in the deeper water, felt the Navy's attack frequency and his oxygen consumption level. His eyes flashed ruthlessly, and he didn't escape but instead advanced, and returned to the Navy ship. "Let you blast Lao Zi. You have to be uncomfortable, right?" Luo Qing didn't say anything. He used the fastest speed to enlarge a hole he had previously pulled out a little bit, until he could get in as a whole. He immediately got in. As long as the entire warship sinks, he will be completely victorious. Seeing a sea beast emerged from the bottom of the ship, the Navy quickly dropped the planks of the basin and rushed towards him after a short pause. Luo Qing lifted this ugly state, but the pink light that symbolized the slippery fruit suddenly lit up. All the Navy's attacks slid aside, and some unlucky ghosts were even cut by their own people. And Luo Qing also took advantage of this chaotic opportunity to knock all the Navy to the ground. Chapter 30, Why does Hailishi definitely have to work on me? Someone came in from the bottom of the boat. Go over and support. Not good. It may be a person with devil fruit ability, our attack is not effective on him, go and call Colonel Smog. The capable? How can the capable come in from the bottom of the ship? Luo Qing only attacked and did not need to defend and dodge. He easily stunned the Navy at the bottom of the ship, repairing the bottom of the ship. Whether they survived depends on luck. For the small group of people in the Navy who still implement justice, Luo Qing still admires it, and Qing Smog is one of them. Therefore, Luo Qing did not kill his subordinates, but when it comes to the crisis of his life, then he can't care much. When Smog stopped the shelling and came over, what he saw was Luo Qing alone blocking the cabin, and the sea pouring into the warship was rising continuously. It is estimated that this warship will sink to the bottom of the sea in a few minutes. Smog's face became unsightly, who understood something at once. The cost of a warship is not cheap, especially this warship he brought from the Navy headquarters. If there is no justifiable reason, this pot he is back. So what reason can Smaller not receive the annoying phone bug above? Smog smoked a cigar. You are Luo Qing, Golden Right Claw. He dyed his hair black. Isn't it a bit of a disdain for the Navy's intelligence capabilities? Luo Qing couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles after hearing this wonderful title. I don't doubt the Navy's intelligence capabilities, so after waiting today, can I ask Colonel Tosmaj to report to him? The nickname Golden Right Claw is too ugly. I think the nickname Heart Arsonist is good. Also, the Faceless Pirates. You will hear this name often in the future, so it's best to keep it in mind. After hearing that he had established his own pirate group, Smog's face suddenly became gloomy. In that case, I can only leave you here. I hope you can often let me hear your name in the city. Smog is very angry. Is not only because he might lose a warship, but also because of Luo Qing's self-willed fall. White Snake. Smog came up and used the devil fruit ability to turn his arm into a snake-like smoke and tried to catch Luo Qing directly. At this time, Smog didn't think he had any chance to escape. Although he didn't know how he got on the ship, the surrounding area was full of sea water. Even if the warship finally sank, he waited under so many navy guards. Luo Qing's must also end up being arrested. Even if he admired him for winning the opportunity to escape for his partner after he was broken alone, the pirate is a pirate. When Luo Qing said the words faceless pirate group, Smaller had already thrown away the matter of Zhaoan. To the back of the head. In the face of personal emotions, first of all he is a navy. A navy who is born against pirates. Facing Smog's sudden attack, Luo Qing did not dare to be careless. He directly opened the human beast form of slippery fruit and honey badger fruit. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Qing turned into a wanted list again. Smog knew that his hair was not dyed. Luo Qing waved his claws and chopped the bound white snake to pieces, but his attack, which was obviously not attached to the domineering, caused no harm to the natural smoke fruit ability Smog. The smashed smoke quickly reconnected, and continued to attack Luo Qing. Surrender, it looks like you should be an animal demon fruit capable person, your attack will not have any effect on me. Smog turned out countless smoke vines and tried to catch him directly, until this time, he was mainly arresting. The sea water quickly came out. Luo Qing relied on the sharpness of his claws to chop Smog's smoke vines in an improper way. As for his persuasion to surrender, Luo Qing was naturally not concerned. To be honest, Smoke Fruit has not developed any anti-sky ability in Smog's hands, and Smoke Fruit itself does not have particularly strong attack power. There is also a very fatal weakness in the condensate, that is strength. Not enough, and the direct attack power is not strong. In addition, Smog consciously has winners in hand and has not done his best, so it is not difficult for Luo Qing to resist. But he can only be beaten passively, which makes Luo Qing complain in his heart. The abilities of the nature element are really too bug, it is impossible to fight without domineering and halo stone weapons. Could it be that I can only wait for the ship to sink? But even if the ship sinks, Smog will not lose his fighting power for a while, the smoke fruit can fly. The warship was sinking little by little, and the Navy soldiers were a little panicked. After another failed attack, Smog suddenly attacked himself, waving his 10 hands made of halo stone and directly hit Luo Qing's right shoulder. Natural ability person and halo stone weapon, this shameless combination is also very in line with Smog's unruly character. If ordinary ability person is hit by him, it will be GG. But is Luo Qing an ordinary capable person? Looking at the weapon that Smog smashed from top to bottom, Luo Qing's eyes flickered, and he actually stretched out his hands to try to seize his weapon. The mocking look on Smog's face flashed past. Yu reading www.yunsha.com guessed that this kid hadn't even seen Haloshi at all. It's over. But when Luo Qing held the 10 hands of Haloshi, Smog was shocked to find that he had not become weak, nor had he withdrew from the state of devil fruit transformation, but clearly felt it. The huge power from Halo Shishi. Bang! At the moment when Smog was distracted, Luo Qing stroked his wrist with his right paw, and Smog instinctively turned that part of his body into elemental, thus avoiding the blow. But his Haloshi 10 hands were taken by the opponent. Then Luo Qing waved Haloshi with 10 hands and struck Smog's face with one blow, knocking him out. Fortunately, at the last moment, Smog, who once again recovered the power of the devil fruit, turned into a smoke body and flew back from the sea. 1 second at night, he will not have any resistance after falling into the sea. It is really dangerous. Smog, who returned to the boat, looked at Luoqing in surprise and anger. Why Halo Stone doesn't work for you? Why does Halashi have to work on me? Luoqing held Smog's Halashi 10 hands and rubbed his back, seeming to treat this weapon as itching. Asshole! Smog cursed, but he was speechless after discovering that Halashi did not work on him. Aren't you a demon fruit capable person? But a sea beast that can transform into a human form. Smog remembered the shadow on the sea before. He originally thought that it was just Luoqing's helper. Now think about the hiding place. The one in the sea may be Luoqing himself. Chapter 31, Free Surfing. If Luoqing is not a devil fruit capable person, then everything will make sense. There are many weird species in this world, including giant tribes, small human tribes of the kingdom of Duntata, Murloc tribes, toy people, and all kinds of weird species. It doesn't seem to be unacceptable that there is one more sea animal that will transform into a human form. Was put together. Smog, who thought he had guessed the truth, was very angry, especially the other party didn't care for his weapons so much. Before he could speak, Luoqing yelled at him. You are the sea beast. Your whole family is the sea beast. Have you seen such a handsome sea beast? Luoqing was so angry, he couldn't explain anything to the enemy, so he rushed over immediately, ready to teach him a lesson. I have a sea-building stone weapon. Luoqing ran away in an instant. Smog was beaten and fled with his head. Good poetry, good poetry. Smog in this time period is far less powerful than the Lieutenant Smog who has mastered the domineering armed force 4 years later, and even worse than his own at the stage when Liu Fei went to sea 2 years later. Viewing the entire pirate world, Smog is a typical example of a high starting point, low potential, and slow growth. Until 2 years after Luffy went to sea, he became one of the 5 emperors, with a bounty of up to 1.5 billion Baileys, and Smog's combat effectiveness has not grown surprisingly. It is a fruit of smoke and a fruit of smoke. Pity. When I thought of such a dish, Smog could chase the future 5 emperors Luffy violently. In the end, if the parents hadn't come forward, maybe Luffy's journey would have stayed in Rog Town. Luoqing is very excited. Made. It was very enjoyable to beat Lao Tzu just now, I was sucked to death. With the Halo Stone weapon, Luoqing immediately turned over and became the master. In terms of physical fitness, Luoqing, who has the bonus of Animal Devil Fruit, is not comparable to the domineering Smog, who is generally not in physical skills. So Smog sadly reminded me. Atta. After Luoqing used his weapon to fly again, Smog touched his swollen Lao Gao's left and right faces, and the murderous aura in his eyes was almost condensed. He who has been working smoothly at the Navy headquarters, a disciple of the dignified General Zifa, was beaten by a rookie pirate unexpectedly. This is what Nima can't bear. Then the warship sank. The two of them have forgotten about it. The Navy on the warship jumped into the sea a long time ago, leaving only the two of them on board. But now I can't go any further. As soon as Smog wanted to fly into the sky, he was beaten down by Luoqing with a flying stick. This time he didn't have that kind of good luck. He fell into the sea with his own weapons and never showed up again. Colonel Smog. Daisuke and others quickly dived into the sea to find Smog. If it was a while at night, it was very likely that Smog drowned and forgot. And Luoqing, who hadn't soaked the fart on the surface of the water, quickly dived to the place where Smog fell into the water. Don't get me wrong, he is not going to save the old smoker Smog, he is looking for the sea tower weapon. It's a waste of this kind of good thing on Smog's body, it's best for yourself. Think about it, a man with multiple demon fruit abilities who is not afraid of sea water or sea building stones. He also holds a sea building stone weapon that is unarmed and domineering, and capable people can't resist. This picture is so beautiful. It is estimated that a large number of players will withdraw from the group on the next journey. This is like Xinyu has reached level 100 and can open accounts that will not be blocked. Common players still play an egg. I am really excited just thinking about it. Daisuke dragged the unconscious Smog upstream, just passing by the figure of Luo Qing. The two also looked at each other, and both caught the curiosity in each other's eyes. Daisuke is curious about who he is, while Luo Qing is curious if she and Soran's senior sister are the same person, because of the broken setting of length is exactly the same. Many haimai are almost noisy. Yes, it was said that there was a lot of specious evidence, bara. There are more people who think that they are not alone at all, and there are many evidences. But Luo Qing was only curious about it, so he left this question behind. Anyway, Daisuke is not the one he likes, whether she is it or not, this problem should be left to Soran to get a headache. There is it. After continuing to search for a while, Luo Qing finally found the 10-handed sea tower that sank to the bottom of the sea. After swimming and picking it up, Luo Qing desperately went upstream, otherwise he would die. Really, the old thief Oda dare not draw a shark fruit or something. Anyway, the curse of the sea is useless to him, he is not afraid of setting contradictions. You and you. Hey! Luo Qing finally swam out of the sea, but before he could tell his direction, he heard loud shouts around him. Where is he? Don't let him run, chase him. Luo Qing looked back, and hundreds of Navy members swam towards him with red eyes. Damn, Smog will drown, right? Do you want such a big reaction? Luo Qing was taken aback, and then fled here without hesitating. Physical strength. Made www.readaloud.com has 2 arms and 2 legs. I am even more afraid that you will not be successful than the swimmer. If you want to go together, you can only drink seawater behind the young man's ass. Luo Qing thought angrily while speeding up his swimming. However, the hundreds of navies behind are still chasing after them. Just kidding, they are all with 2 arms and 2 legs. Even if you can swim fast, you can throw away the hundreds of us. Are you tired? Can't go on like this. Luo Qing began to think about countermeasures. After scuttling the warship, after a battle with Smog, he dived into the sea to search for weapons. Luo Qing felt that his physical strength was declining rapidly. And it seems that naval reinforcements are coming from not far away. What can we do about it? Luo Qing suddenly had an idea. It is said that the devil fruit fights the brain whole. Ming Ji has played an ordinary string fruit by him, and he can naturally do it. So he slapped the surface of the sea with both hands, used this momentum to leave the surface of the sea for a short time, and then immediately opened the slippery fruit. Slippery. When Luo Qing stood steadily on the sea, a wind suddenly pushed him, and then the hundreds of navy who were chasing after him dumbfoundedly watched Luo Qing slid directly out of the sea. A few hundred meters away. Although people cannot stand on the sea, things like surfboards can help humans move on the sea. It uses the tension of the sea. Under Luo Qing's brain hole, he eliminated the friction between his feet and the sea surface, and then used the wind as the power to make him glide on the sea at high speed without sinking into the sea. Luo Qing named this trick free surfing. Chapter 32, Click Pirates? What should I do? Do you still chase? Also chasing a fart? I can't even see the figure. Forget it, go back first, Colonel Smaller will not blame us, after all, that's an enemy that even Colonel Smaller can't take. I really didn't expect that those with such a strong natural demon fruit ability as Colonel Smog would be beaten with no power to fight back. Yes, the other party is not an imagined demon fruit capable person. Just now I saw that guy swim faster than me in the water. I don't know where that guy learned so many weird abilities. Stop talking, swim back quickly, if Colonel Smog hears it, everyone will not have good fruit. Smog got home by bad luck this time. People didn't catch it. The warship he brought from the Navy headquarters also sank. Even the sea-building stone weapons that the headquarters specially prepared for him were also taken away and broken. Some manpower was lost. This is undoubtedly the worst battle since Smog joined the army. There is no one. When Smog, who is the proud son of heaven, suffered such a big loss. When he waited for the news to be reported, he didn't know what punishment would be waiting for him. Faceless pirates, Luo Qing. Smog remembered him thoroughly. On the other side, Luo Qing, who finally escaped, got lost in the sea. Why did Luo Qing think of abducting Nami first after preparing to go to sea? Of course it's because she looks pretty. Seriously. Pai is very happy. Of course because the importance of navigators is self-evident. There is no navigator to analyze the weather and determine the route, and even the most powerful people can only go around the sea like a headless fly. Not to mention the volatile weather conditions like the Great Route. The sky may still be clear 1 second, and the next second there may be a hail of basketball in the sky. And in this respect, Nami's talent in the navigator can also be ranked in the top 3 in the entire pirate world. Even if it is determined to be the first, not many people will jump out to refute. This is the real reason why Luo Qing first thought of inviting Nami. He was not the kind of person who couldn't walk when seeing beautiful women. Author, are you sure? So when Luo Qing looked around blankly and found the same scenery around him, he knew he must be lost. Where is I? Luo Qing turned around to keep himself from falling into the sea, while looking for Nami and Kirby. But this approach is obviously futile. In desperation, he had no choice but to look in one direction casually, trying to activate his European blood to try his luck. Not to mention, there is really a boat in the direction he is sliding forward, but the people on it are obviously not the Nami and Kirby he is looking for. Because this is a fleet of more than 20 ships visually. And there is a pirate flag flying in the wind on it. Having a pirate group of this size in the East China Sea, it seems that there is only the hilarious overlord of the East China Sea. Luo Qing did not expect that he was so lucky. Obviously, the clique pirates at this time is far from the scale of 2 years later. I really don't know how his head grows. I think collecting 5,000 people and 50 ships will be enough to go to the Great Route. In the pirate world, the importance of personal strength is really far more important than the advantages brought by quantity, and he can only rely on this family to dominate the East China Sea. Luo Qing, who was thinking this way, didn't hesitate at all, and jumped directly onto one of the ships. Who? I'm under Lord Click. I have no time to talk nonsense with you miscellaneous fish, I'm still rushing to find Nami for welfare. Even if Luo Qing's physical strength is extremely exhausted, it is easy to deal with these ordinary dragon sets. After all, the physical strength required to activate the passive ability of the sliding fruit is really very small. Luo Qing quickly cleaned up the trash fish on this ship, and then before the people on the other ships could react, he went straight to the most prominent ship in the middle. With Click's sorrowful character, if he is not on the most luxurious ship, he absolutely does not believe it. Who are you? You dare to provoke the majesty of the Great East Sea Overlord Click. Why are the speeches of each dragon set similar? A defective product from an assembly line? Luo Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense. After finding Click for the first time, he directly used the last little physical strength to start the transformation. Click's equipment is all made of gold, and you can imagine how much money it robbed and how bad it did. Luo Qing feels that the time has come to help the sky, robbing. Luo Qing, who suddenly turned into a human beast form, frightened everyone, and then heard someone yelling in horror, he is the Golden Right Claw Luo Qing. A big pirate with a reward of 50 million. Luo Qing cut off his head directly. You dare to mention such a terrible title, it is not fast enough. 3 minutes later. Click's head fell to the ground. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. From the beginning to the end, Luo Qing has perfectly demonstrated the characteristics of Pingtu brothers. Not many words are ruthless, and Click did not even give him the opportunity to say his last words. The strength of this product depends on equipment and tricks, and Luo Qing still feels that dead people are safer. Stop for me. Whoever moves again, I will kill him. After Click and his confidant died, the people on the entire boat fell into a panic, and the more than 20 boats surrounding this boat went off without a word. Luo Qing secretly hates Xiao Qianqian for leaving him, but he can't help it, his physical strength has bottomed out. After seeing everyone scared, Luo Qing said again, "Send me to a place, I won't kill you." After a while, a pirate who was barely qualified to speak tentatively asked, "Can you guarantee that you won't kill us? Do you have a bounty on you?" "No. That's not enough, I'll go up and down hundreds of thousands of Bailey in a second, do you have this skill to play with you guys?" Luo Qing said impatiently. "Think about the rest of these people, so they feel relieved temporarily." "My lord, where are you going?" "Rogtown knows, hurry up and drive, the sooner the better." The man thoughtfully said that recently a strong and decent navy arrived in Rogtown, but it was impossible for this adult to listen to him, so he went to greet people and set sail. "Where are Click's treasures? Take me to see. Another person will deal with this head, put a box on it, and send it to me. Although Click's strength is rubbish, it is also worth 17 million Baileys. Only 3 million less than Aaron, half the money in Alrida's head, don't waste it." Chapter 33, I Really Love You. Luo Qing's idea is very simple. When the opportunity arises, find a trustworthy and innocent person to cooperate. Even if you say less than half, you will get a small income of 10 million. Seeing that he has made so much money again, that's not what swimsuit he wants to see Nami change, Nami will satisfy his wish. One step closer to sleeping with Nami at night. Money, what a good thing. Luo Qing started to praise his economic mind. I really don't understand how he was so stupid when he was on Earth 13. It seems that he is still suitable for this kind of unprofitable business, and he may be taken away by the police someday. This product is really rich and rich. After seeing Click's savings over the years, Luo Qing couldn't help but cursed. These gold and silver jewelry almost blinded his 4K titanium alloy dog eyes. If the value of these treasures is less than 100 million bell, he would dare to eat them all. It's worth more than 100 million, that's all right. This is posted. Luo Qing's eyes also have a tendency to change like Nami's berry eyes. It's no wonder that 2 years later, this cargo can pull out 5,000 trash fish and purchase a full 50 ships to challenge the Great Route. Strong financial resources. Luo Qing sent the people away without saying a word, and then directly revealed the infinite gloves to pack all these treasures into its internal space. 100 cubic meters of space actually gave Luo Qing the illusion of being insufficient for the first time, so Luo Qing decisively took out all the miscellaneous things inside. When I came in, there were treasures in one place, but when I went out, only oranges in one place were left. It was so cool. After an hour. My lord, there is a ship in front of me, without any flags hanging, look. A wretched-looking guy came over to please. Click died with a reward of 17 million, and Luo Qing, who offered a reward of 50 million, died. They naturally knew how to choose. It's a pity that Luo Qing doesn't like them at all. Nami. It's not good. A very luxurious pirate ship came over there. Those who stayed here waiting for Luo Qing to return were Nami and Kirby, who he was looking for. And at this moment the two people's anxious mood was replaced by another panic. In the entire Faceless Pirates regiment, only Captain Luo Qing is capable of fighting. Whether it is Nami or Kirby, there is still a long way to go. This is also when Luo Qing is absent, Nami dare not hang up. The reason for the flag thief. Regardless of whether it is the pirates or the navy that are attracted, they are not something that the two non-combatants can deal with. That's it. It's the Click pirates. Nami's face turned white all at once. Although Click's bounty is not Aaron Gao, the huge power of more than 2,000 people and more than 20 ships did make him a good name in the East China Sea, otherwise there would be no such thing as an admiral. Number. Why the Luo Qing hasn't come back? You won't really miss it. As time goes by, Nami's confidence is constantly shaking. In order to be able to meet Luo Qing as soon as possible, she actually hid not far from where he and Smog fought. But who would have thought that Luoqing developed the ability to surf all of a sudden, and then disappeared after a while? The dumbfounded Nami and Kirby had to hide in the sea while waiting for him to come back, because this was one of the sea roads through the town of Rog. As long as Luoqing didn't run far, he would definitely find a way to come back, then he will definitely pass by here. I have to say, Nami is right. Just when Nami was about to avoid the click pirates first, a familiar but faint voice reached her ears. Hey! Nami! Kirby! I am back! Luoqing, who was standing by the boat, waved his arms excitedly. He just glanced at it with the thought of in case, but he didn't expect it to be Aaron's boat. It's the teacher. The teacher is okay. The teacher is back alive. Kirby jumped up and down, his face filled with joy. I knew it. I knew that the teacher would come back safe and sound. Nami also seemed very happy, but she immediately thought that since Luoqing returned safely, wouldn't it mean that she would fulfill her promise soon? When I think of putting on those 2 straps to show him, Nami feels that her face is hot, as if she has a fever. Why did he so madly agree to such an unreasonable request? 10 minutes later, the 2 ships finally met successfully. Luoqing rubbed Kirby's head as usual, then ignored his smirk and put his eyes on Nami's face. The ruddy on Nami's face flashed by. I know. I know. I won't. Luoqing once again took Nami into his arms. Don't wait for me in such a dangerous place next time. I promised you that I will come back alive to see you no matter what happens. This time Nami didn't push him away, but after a slight silence, she stretched out her trembling hands and put her arms around his waist. This is also the first time she responded positively to Luoqing's hug. Just when both of them were immersed in this warm and beautiful atmosphere, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Kirby suddenly said strangely, Hey? Why did that ship leave without even saying hello? Is it a friend of the teacher? What? Luoqing turned around immediately. Don't run. Nami became a little unhappy. I left and left. How did you get in touch with the click pirates? They are not good people. Luoqing helplessly, I killed that click long ago. That ship is worth tens of millions of Baileys. So what are you waiting for? Chase it. I heard it was a sale of tens of millions of Baileys, and Nami suddenly became more active than anyone else. Forget it, don't chase. This time I completely offended the Navy in Rogue Town, and even old John wouldn't dare to cooperate with me anymore. Nami thinks too, they really don't have time to delay any longer. When the Navy of Rogue Town fully reacted, it would be too difficult for them to think about going to the Great Route. Nami's mood suddenly fell down, and the little money she got in hand disappeared. It was really unhappy. Then she heard Luoqing say, Fortunately, Click's treasure has been taken away, otherwise this time I will lose a lot. Nami's berry eyes are beginning to shine again. Treasure? Really? How many? Hey, there are so many treasures accumulated in this stuff. It's worth more than 100 million berries if you say nothing. More than 100 million berry? Nami feels like she is stepping on the clouds. I really love you. Mua. Excited, Nami wrapped Luoqing's neck and put a fragrant kiss on his face. Is this a confession? Luoqing touched his face and thought blankly. Chapter 34, Devil Nami. P.S. Simply say a few words at the beginning. Anyway, it is a free chapter. First of all, this book has rushed to the 2nd place in the list of new books of the same person. This is definitely inseparable from everyone's support, but as the results rise, all kinds of tricks it's just beginning to emerge. For those readers who sincerely give opinions, I am grateful and will try to explain as much as possible. However, some people start to talk nonsense after reading a few pictures and distort the content of the book to affect other readers. I really can't bear it anymore. It's said that colleagues are enemies, and it's not the first time to write a book. I still understand some of the principles in it. In recent years, some people are doing everything for the dark side. Real name reporting, all tricks have been used, even the Great Sword was hacked by a large group of people some time ago. After clicking it, many authors and colleagues were there to fan the flames, which is really disgusting. So I hope everyone can have their own judgments. If you like it, you can chase it. If you don't like it, you can choose to leave. But definitely don't be used by some people with ulterior motives. This is the old truth. Finally, please ask for collection and recommendation. It's not far from the first position in the new book of the same person. There is no difference in potential value. Everyone can help the old faceless. By the way, I would like to ask why no one rewards 1 yuan and 2 yuan will do, and the fan list is empty. Isn't it pretty? It turns out that Luoqing really thinks too much. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. If you say your gloves are really convenient, or you can just give them to me. Nami looked at Luoqing shyly and infinitely, and at the same time she could not help but imagine her dream of stealing treasures everywhere with her golden gloves. Luoqing looked at Nami, who was falling into YY with a black line, and then decisively changed the subject. Should we honor the promise we made before this? Nami blushed for a while, and then she leaned into his ear and whispered quietly, actually, the black suit is not the best looking, and there are even more exciting ones that you want to see. Luoqing's eyes lit up and he nodded hurriedly. As long as you lend me that pair of golden gloves to play for 2 days. Feeling Nami exhaling orchid in her ear, Luoqing was already very excited, but when she heard that Nami was still hitting his infinite glove, he immediately became sober. Not to mention whether he is willing to lend to Nami, this thing can't be taken off at all, unless he cut off his right hand. And with Nami's character, the word borrow is actually pronounced send. When did Nami return the things she borrowed? It's not that I didn't borrow it. It's that the glove can't be taken off from the moment you put it on. If you don't believe it, try it yourself. Luoqing said while summoning the infinite gloves. The appearance of this show proves that this thing is extremely valuable. Nami said with bright eyes, if I can take it off, will this golden glove be given to me? I will give it to you. As long as you can take it down, I will give it to you. Luoqing was helpless. You must not resist. Nami glanced suspiciously at him. I won't resist, come on. Luoqing stretched out his right hand. How does this conversation feel a bit? Nami started to pull out without saying a word. How could there be equipment that could not be taken off? After all, it was just a glove. But, 5 minutes passed. Nami blushed and used all her strength and couldn't shake the infinite glove. Unwillingly, she called Kirby and tied Luoqing to the mast. Another 5 minutes passed. Nami took out all the tools she could find, and started to ding 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 ding. I don't know what rare materials the infinite gloves are made of without leaving a trace. At last, Nami, who was already red-eyed, raised a big knife, and then said to Luoqing softly with a frightened look, don't worry, it doesn't hurt, it's just that the missing hand won't get in the way. Luoqing immediately broke away from the rope, and then started to escape. How could he abandon his king power? Don't run. Just one shot, soon. It's a fool not to run. Calm down, Nami. Nami carried a big knife and chased after Luoqing. How she felt like she was taking the opportunity to retaliate against what he accidentally saw. In the end, there was really no way, Luoqing had to resort to a killer. I've seen a dog chasing a frisbee. Luoqing took out a diamond necklace from the infinite glove, and then threw it out. Seeing a gleam in Nami's eyes, she immediately threw away the obstructive knife in her hand, and caught it with a 720-degree spiral in the air. After Nami put the diamond necklace on her neck, she immediately looked at Luoqing with a murderous look. Yes, let's go on training. So next, Luoqing and Nami threw the treasure everywhere, and the other chased the treasure with red eyes and galloped around. View treasure. Go. When Nami was very skillful in holding the last ring with her mouth, Luo Qing spread her hands silently. It's really gone this time. After hearing this, Nami looked at herself, who was covered with jewelry and the pile of golden treasures not far away, and she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At this time, Luo Qing suddenly rubbed his chin, and seemed to be able to check the results of his training. Then, hey? Why do you have more? Swish! Nami bit the last thing Luo Qing threw out with her mouth with a difficulty factor of 9.9. But when she looked at Luo Qing proudly, she found that Luo Qing and Kirby both looked at her with a stern smile, and even tears came out. Okay? What? Nami dropped everything in her hand in confusion, and then took out the last piece of treasure that Luo Qing threw out from her mouth. Luo. Green. Gram. Then. You two are dead. Nami's eyes sprayed, harmoniously, fire and looked at the two people who couldn't help but burst into laughter, and then snapped the bones of unknown animals in her hands into two halves. Luo Qing and Kirby's laughter stopped abruptly. The two looked at each other, and they seemed to understand the meaning of each other's eyes. It's over, this time seems to be a big game. Luo Qing. What does it matter to me? It's obviously Teacher Pai, why am I dead as well? Kirby. Good disciple, you should go up first and take a step for the teacher. Luo Qing. Kirby. Have you thought about the last words? Nami's fists creaked in her eyes, and she walked over in the posture of a big devil. What are you waiting for? Run! Luo Qing sprinted out in a vigorous step www.readaloud.com for the sake of his own life. He also turned on the ability to slip fruit. Kibi wasn't so lucky anymore. As a child, Luo Qing took a step slower to escape, and was caught by Nami directly. Laugh? It's funny. Ah. It's none of my business. Stop you as a disciple first, and then find your teacher to settle the account. Happiness. So the next scene of Jifagu jumping was staged, and the boat was full of screams, roars, begging for mercy, and pops. An hour later, Luo Qing, who was in embarrassment, and Kabi, who had a swollen nose and a swollen butt, had obviously enlarged by 2 circles and were tied to the mast to hang out. Teacher, I'm so thirsty. I feel so painful. Kirby said miserably, and he suddenly felt that his original choice was really wrong. Luo Qing looked around cautiously. After confirming that Nami had returned to the room and did not pay attention to them, his muscles bulged away from the rope, and then brought some water and food to Kabi. Hurry up and eat, and the devil will be over when she comes out and sees it. Luo Qing was very nervous. And Kirby is very moved. Teacher. It's a scene of deep mentor and apprenticeship. The devil Nami looked at them with a sneer. It's none of my business, it's him, it's all him. Kaba looked at the rope that fell off her with a dazed expression, and Luo Qing, who didn't know when she tied herself up again. Is there a teacher who pits disciples like you? Give me back my touch. Bastard. Chapter 35, caught the attention of Big Shots. P.S. Ren memory burning classmates took the first blood of the fan list. Congratulations, congratulations, and finally the first test push has finally arrived. In the next week, please vote for more recommended votes, and then conveniently select a favorite, if it's even better if you have a reward. Thank you without a face. A few days later, the report of Smog's defeat was placed on the desk of the Admiral of the Navy. After all, Smog is not an ordinary navy, and the handling of this matter is still up to the Warring States period to decide. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there will be another character in Donghai. The Warring States period sighed, but the expression on his face was not very good looking. He had never expected Smog to experience a big defeat so quickly. Even if he sent Smog to the East China Sea branch to sharpen his temper, he hoped that he would grow into a qualified admiral who obeyed orders. Is like his obstinate old antique character. Ha ha ha. Although the East China Sea has become the weakest of the 4 seas under the focus of the Navy in recent years, Don't underestimate those who go out from the East China Sea. The East China Sea has always been a treasure place where great people are born. The one who dared to speak this way to the Warring States period is naturally his friend, Carp, who is known as a naval hero. Carp looked very happy at this time. The scent of senbei was eaten everywhere, and many of them fell on the face of the Warring States period. Kapu, remember who you are. Hearing that his old friend started talking nonsense again, the Warring States period was very helpless. Am I wrong? All the reports about this kid are on your table, including how he fell from a hero who saved the village from fighting against pirates to a wanted pirate. All the inside information in it don't you know better than anyone else. Carp is even more rude. After so many years, since his old friend took the position of admiral, the concept between the two of them has gone further and further. In addition, his son, Long, who created a revolutionary by antagonizing the world government, and his grandson Luffy, who has kept him arguing about becoming one piece all day without worry, has all become conflicting quarrels between them. If it weren't for the old feelings and couldn't bear to throw this mess to the Warring States, Carp would have lived a relaxed retirement life, had nothing to do with eating senbei, drinking, training his grandson Luffy, saving him from being a navy. His hero always has his family against him. It's like now, there are old bones, and I have to stay in the navy to continue to shine. I really miss that time. Locks, Golden Lion, Roger. Thinking about it, Carp fell asleep. Snap! Warring States style almost broke the table. Who scared? Carp, who was woke up, continued spraying senbei indifferently. Anyway, attacking the navy is a felony. And the navy's image of justice cannot be slandered. I think this matter is handled very well. Sengoku roared loudly. This is the difference in the concepts of the two. As a navy marshal, the first thing to consider is the interests of the entire navy. The slight sacrifices and misunderstandings are for the sake of justice. Sengoku is wrong? If the whole world knows about the navy's nasty, how can the people believe them? Where should the navy go? So Carp chose to cut off his promotion. Whether he is a general or a marshal, he can't do it, so he can settle down until retirement. It is more important to manage Luffy well. You are the marshal, you have the final say. I want to take time off. That Luffy doesn't know what kind of ecstasy soup was poured into the red hair, always clamoring to go out to sea to be the One Piece. I have to let him. Grandfather, is it so hard to accept being a navy? Hearing that Carp was about to ask for leave again, the veins on his forehead of Warring States spirit burst out, and he had no choice but to take his old friend. He also knows that there have been more and more quarrels about ideas between the two of them over the years, but what can he do? World government, 5 old stars, Tianlong people. If he was the only one in the navy, how could his old friend need to express his dissatisfaction in this way? Ugh! The Warring States period calmed down his anger and sighed deeply. Go if you want, remember to come back early, the navy needs you. You naval hero is the role model to inspire those boys. I hope that on the day when the truth is revealed, I, a naval hero, will not become a shame to the navy. Carp's words silenced the Warring States period. No. You are you, Carp will always be a hero of the navy. You don't have to wear a top hat for me. When will you approve my retirement application? Do you really want me to die in the navy? Retirement is impossible. It will not be possible in this life. In fact, I always think it is better for you to take the position of marshal. Forget it, if I come to be this marshal, I may completely bring the navy into the abyss. 2 old friends who met Moni looked at each other and laughed out loud. After laughing, the Warring States period said again, this time back to the East China Sea, if you encounter a guy who made Smog's stubborn head eaten, he will be caught. A good training may not fail to become a just navy. Are you afraid that someone will trouble you? Scared? But I am even more afraid of you, and I will go further and further. The big deal is when I say hello to the news agency and say that I was wrong, and then the reward order is withdrawn. What else can they do with me? There is an example of Kaiwahe before. What happened to the Navy recruiting a pirate who was wanted because of a mistake? Speaking of this, the Warring States period is rarely domineering. Kapu's tears of laughter came out, his old friend. I'm leaving. If I can run into it, I will catch it back for you. If you can't run into it, I hope he can stick to his heart. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com will not be evil. Karp straightened his chest when he left, but for some reason he looked so sad in the eyes of the Warring States period. I hope it won't be another good guy who hates the Navy because of unfair treatment, so he abandons himself and embarks on a path of no return. After Karp left, the Warring States again picked up the report on all the news about Luo Qing. As for Luo Qing's strange performance, the report gave 3 speculations. One is that Luo Qing speculates that he is a double devil fruit capable person who is not afraid of seawater and Hailashi, but the possibility given later is extremely low. After all, Luo Qing's situation is too special. Secondly, Luo Qing's various abilities were born or cultivated. Maybe it is some strange species that has not been discovered before, but it is somewhat convincing. At the end is a zoomed-in photo of Luo Qing's infinite gloves, with 2 circles clearly visible on it. Is exactly what the reduced devil fruit looks like. The pink one was confirmed to be a slippery fruit after the intelligence personnel checked the devil fruit illustration book, which was consistent with one of Luo Qing's abilities. And the third speculation result given by the intelligence personnel is that the gloves that Luo Qing wears are suspected to be carrier weapons that can exert the ability of multiple devil fruits, because they don't need to eat them, so they are not afraid of the weakness of the CNC buildings. Reliability, unknown. This is why the Warring States period paid particular attention to a little pirate who ran out of the East China Sea. Its importance is no less than that of Vegapunk. If the Navy can master this technology, the Warring States with the cares made a big times on the application that hopes to increase Luo Qing's bounty. This person needs to observe for a while. Chapter 36, Not My Style. At this time, Luo Qing did not know that part of the secrets of his infinite gloves had been inferred by the Navy intelligence personnel, and even placed it on the desk of the Warring States Marshal very seriously. But it doesn't matter if he knows it. After all, the infinite gloves are really too cool, so the conspicuous things are inferred that the source of his multiple abilities is actually normal. Who makes him want to use the devil fruit ability? He must first reveal the infinite gloves. The shortcomings that cannot be hidden in the battle are nothing compared to the potential that the infinite gloves bring to him. What can I do if I know it? When Luo Qing gathers 6 devil fruits and snaps his fingers, I will ask you if you are afraid. In the past few days, Luo Qing thought that his bounty should have grown a lot, but he didn't expect that his reward suddenly became very strange. First, the terribly ugly title of Golden Right Claw was finally changed to Faceless Luo Qing. Well, this title is not terribly frank, but it is always much better than the previous one. Then the following introduction of the origin of his bounty has also become the captain of the Faceless Pirate Group, who is suspected of being capable of devil fruit. The thing that Luo Qing did not expect most is that the bounty has not increased at all, but why even the category has changed. Changed from whether life or death to only catch alive. Is he also from the Vinsmoke family like Sanji? Or I actually have a big backer, but I don't know it? How could it be possible? Luo Qing is sure that he crossed over from the earth and has a fart relative in this world. I really can't figure out what I think. In the end, Luo Qing had no choice but to come to a conclusion: my face is so handsome. So handsome that even the Navy is not willing to let him die. Isn't there such a sentence? When all impossible conclusions are eliminated, then the remaining one, no matter how bizarre, is the real answer. That's right. If you let the painstaking Warring States know that his good intention was misinterpreted by him, I wonder if he will be angry and send the Admiral to catch him on the Great Route. Wanted to let others not pay special attention to the golden glove on his right hand, so he changed the title. Wanted to keep him low-key, so he maintained a bounty of 50 million. Was afraid that he would accidentally be slaughtered by someone to exchange money, so he left the words only caught alive. Sengoku, it's easy for me. Then no one appreciates it. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the attention of the whole world, then he really wanted to let a general take a trip. Now he can only watch carps. I hope this old friend can do more. Hey! Finally came over. Because the news that Smog was defeated somehow spread, so the garrison in Rogue Town began martial law. Fortunately, Luo Qing and Nami were prepared for this. When Smog was looking for the trail of their pedestrians with angrily on his face, Luo Qing and the three had quietly left Rogue Town and headed for the Great Route. Finally going out from Novice Village, Luo Qing was still a little bit excited and worried for a while. Definitely not because tonight Nami finally promised to honor the benefits promised to him. The upside-down mountain is ahead, get ready. Nami looked at the front with a serious face. Red Continent and Great Sea Route are 2 rings respectively, so there are 2 intersections. The first intersection is the upside-down mountain. The upside-down mountain, also known as Livass Mountain, is an incredible and dangerous mountain, and it is the entrance to the Great Sea Route. There are a total of 5 water channels on the upside-down mountain, which are X-shaped, with water flowing in and out. Water in 4 of the waterways circulates towards the top of the mountain. These 4 rivers connect 4 different sea areas of the East China Sea, the West China Sea, the South China Sea and the North Sea respectively. The last waterway flows into the Great Route. The above content is extracted from Baidu Encyclopedia, and dozens of words are open and honest, so happy. Because the ocean currents in the south, east, north and west are too strong, they are already strong enough to allow the current to overcome gravity and flow upward. So the first step to enter the Great Sea Route is not to let the ship hit the mountain and disintegrate in the process. There are many pirates who die unluckily every year. But obviously Aaron's ship is absolutely qualified, otherwise he would not be able to get from the Fisherman Island to the East China Sea. Luo Qing, who has no interest in Abu the whale and the old man, is directly and excitedly waiting for this historic moment. Wow! The whole ship climbed up the ocean current. The 3 Luo Qing who had prepared for a long time had already fixed themselves on the boat, and then yelled and felt this brand new experience. Really exciting. Oh 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 oh. Accompanied by various strange sounds, the pirates of the 4 seas who came to challenge the Great Route have gathered together. Luo Qing also noticed that 2 unlucky pirate ships slammed into the Red Continent and were directly shattered by the ocean currents. Is really dangerous. Fortunately, Abu, the whale, didn't stand in front of him when he went down, otherwise someone would definitely suffer. Finally, when the ship calmed down, in addition to Luo Qing, there were 2 other ships on the sea. Luo Qing had noticed before www.readaloud.com that they came from the West China Sea and the South China Sea. Of the 2 shattered ships, one is from the North Sea and the other is from the West Sea. I don't know how luck is so good, the whole world is gathered. Untied the rope tied to him, Luo Qing walked to the front, just as the captains of the other 2 ships thought so. They all want to know who the other person is. Looking at Luo Qing's observation, a woman with pink hair came out from the ship coming from the South China Sea, and a man with glasses and gentle appearance came out of the ship from Zihai. Doesn't look like a pirate, but like a clerk or teacher. Meeting is fate. It is the first time for everyone to come to the Great Route. Otherwise, how about we go together on the next journey? Seeing that no one responds to him, the man with glasses is not angry. If you are not interested in this proposal, then leave each other's names and leave. I am Vale from the West Sea. This is my pirate group. Oh, forgot to say, my bounty is 55 million berry. After hearing this number, the female pirate with pink hair flashed a mocking look on her face. She didn't introduce herself funny, but instead targeted Yunmo and his group. Hey! Over there, are you from the East China Sea? Alas, being handsome is trouble. Luo Qing said helplessly after being narcissistic, I'm sorry, I already have someone I like, and you are not my dish. Everyone. Even Nami and Kirby pretended to be as though I didn't know him, and stayed away from this mental retardation. Chapter 37, Ace and Number 039, S Love Debt. P.S. Thank you for the 1,000 rewards of Snowball and Riding the Wind Treading the Waves, and the 2 classmates of 33rd floor, thank you. By the way, continue to ask for collection and recommendation. Are you kidding me? The pink-haired female pirate gritted her teeth and said, obviously not having a good temper. And the man with glasses who reported himself just now was completely ignored, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Don't be angry, or try to be a normal friend first. Luo Qing asked tentatively. What kind of person is this? No one is normal. Is a man who feels good about himself and pretends to be glasses, and then a narcissist who can't understand people. The time to go to sea is really wrong. Jolie Bonnie thought so. I don't know whether it is the man with glasses or Luo Qing who treats the other 2 people as weirds that are not easy to get along with. Don't say anyone, just half a catty. If you came out of the East China Sea, do you know Fire Fist Ace? The pink-haired female pirate forced her anger down and asked. Ace? At this point, Ace should have been out to sea for more than a year, but I don't know if he challenged Baybeard at this time and was then taken as a son. What is this grumpy girl doing to ask about Ace? Is it the love debt that Ace caused? Luo Qing, who was burning with gossip fire, started running the train with his mouth full. Ace? Of course you know. I just helped him discipline that ineffective brother, so who are you? Could it be? You don't need to know who I am. You just tell me where Ace is now. The pink-haired female pirate interrupted his why. How do I know? Find it yourself. Seeing that the other party is so unkind, Luo Qing is too lazy to give a good face, even if she is really Ace's concubine, what can she do, she is used to it. And seeing that the other party still doesn't know Ace's whereabouts, then Ace should not have come to challenge Whitebeard at this time, but the calculation time is fast. Report your name, said the pink-haired female pirate with a sullen face. Should I report my family before asking others? I have to teach you this etiquette. Luo Qing was not polite. He is such a person, others respect him, and he pays others a foot. What if you want to face it? I'm sorry then. The pink-haired female pirate wanted to make a move in a rage, and the men behind her desperately hugged her, so they didn't let the 2 of them fight. After calming down a bit, the pink-haired female pirate barely suppressed her anger because he seemed to know Ace. Then just listen, I'm the captain of the Bonnie Pirates Jolie Bonnie, I am offering a bounty of 80 million Baileys. 80 million is great. Luo Qing was very sour, and hated the Navy's unfavorable work. When the bounty should be raised, he should not raise it. He was embarrassed to open his mouth. Luo Qing, captain of the Faceless Pirates, is offering a reward of 50 million. If you lose, you don't lose. The level of the bounty does not represent the level of strength. It can only be used as a reference at most. You must know who is strong and who is weak. After hearing that Luo Qing had only 50 million Baileys who behaved like this, Jolie Bonnie smiled back and forth, and did not save him any face. Seeing her look like this, the man with glasses who originally had bright eyes, his face turned ugly. But he was smiling again immediately, not knowing what he was planning. This is my life paper. If you see Ace in the future, let him come to me. Don't worry, I will give you a considerable reward, definitely more than 50 million. Jolie Bonnie took out a piece of paper from the hat after laughing, and after tearing off a piece, he shot it over with a dagger. Will you use it? If you can't use it, I can teach you. Will use. But I won't help you, you bite me. After finishing speaking, Luo Qing put on an extremely awkward expression and threw her life paper ball into the sea. Maid, who do you pretend to be? Luo Qing is very upset, he doesn't know where Ace is likely to go next, but he just doesn't say, "Why? Don't stop me. I have to kill him today. Captain, it is better to do more than to do less. Let's go quickly, and the boat will get off again in a while." The crew behind her were all eagerly persuading her. Apparently they had known the violent character of her captain a long time ago. A funny guy. Luo Qing also didn't bother to continue dealing with a daughter who had an IQ problem. If he didn't provoke him, he could also talk about the gentleman's demeanor. It really irritated him, whether she was Ace's concubine. First kill her. Let's go too. Luo Qing naturally put the gem-studded dagger into his arms, and then found that Nami was looking at him with bright eyes. Hee. I just wanted to take care of it for you first, I never thought about hiding the private money. Luo Qing said as he handed in the dagger in pain. Oh, don't be bitter, the things on the boat are not yours, the captain, even people are. After happily throwing a wink, Nami put away her dagger. Luo Qing nodded perfunctorily, she didn't believe a word of what she said just now. Otherwise, why didn't she take the initiative to come to sleep in? After the talk collapsed, all three ships silently began their new journey. From here, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will have 7 magnetic extensions, representing 7 routes. Luo Qing, who forgot to have a record pointer, was suddenly dumbfounded. At this moment, with a click, a very familiar recording pointer was thrown at Luo Qing's feet. It looks like a rookie who doesn't know anything. This thing is given to you. It is a payment in advance. If there is news from Ace, please notify me. After speaking, Joeli Bani took a route and left. Use or not, this is a good question. At this time, Nami has been picked up by the record pointer left by Jolie Bani. I have only heard of this thing. It is a must-have after reaching the Great Route. The place where this pointer points should be the next island. Right. Here, this is the life card left by that woman. What is the life card? A card with life? Nami asked very curiously, like a kid who got a new player. Well, the life card is a very special thing. It can be used to determine whether the person is safe and where the person is based on the status and moving direction of the life card. While talking, Luo Qing also put the life card on the palm of his hand to demonstrate it. That life card was moving in the direction where Joeli Bani had left, making Nami feel very strange. And just when Luo Qing was entangled whether to shout true fragrance, the man with glasses also approached. You also hate that self-righteous woman? If you don't want to use the record pointer that the woman gave you charitable, just follow us. When the next island comes, you can decide the next route. Glasses Man is very friendly suggestion. Chapter 38, Upgrade Infinite Gloves. P.S. Thank you for your 5,000 rewards. Please collect and recommend. Nothing to do with courtesy, whoever rapes or steals. If the man with glasses is a woman, Luo Qing might think that the other person is addicted to his beauty in this flourishing age. But no matter how you think about it now, I think the other party must have something to do. After a flash of eyes, Luo Qing said very happy, okay, then I'll trouble you, who knows where the record pointer thrown by that grumpy woman points to? Maybe it's the dead and dead. Dangerously, revenge on me for not being able to get my love. The glasses man endured the nausea in his stomach, and wanted to ask him loudly, are you serious? But after seeing Luo Qing's extremely serious eyes, he gave up his plan to continue communicating with this narcissist. Let's go, don't lose it. Luo Qing didn't know exactly where the record pointer in the glasses man's hand was pointing, but he still chose to follow. The spectacle man is thinking of their idea, and Luo Qing has taken a fancy to his 55 million head. I really want to go with them? I don't think the other person looks like a good person. Nami was somewhat worried. She still thinks that the record pointer dropped by the violent woman before is more reliable. There is no other reason, the woman's intuition. Don't worry, they don't have anything to go beyond the best move. If they really have a bad idea, we deserve to be rich. Nami thinks about it too. Bounty plus the treasure of Schrödinger. Nami suddenly became energetic, and she wished that the other party would come and find fault immediately. This person is hopeless. Luo Qing, after looking at each other with Kirby, both saw regret in the other's eyes. Please. After Kirby took the helm, Luo Qing returned to the room to rest in order to deal with the fierce battle that might come at any time. What was the name of that violent girl just now? What Pawnee? Hey? Pawnee pirates, pink hair, very offensive lipstick, grumpy personality, related to Ace. Damn! Isn't this the girl with a big stomach? Mirai and Luffy are one of the 11 people who are called supernovae. In this way, the other party will understand the reason of Ace's whereabouts. The identity of this grumpy woman is definitely not easy. When Ace died, she cried. When she saw Whitebeard, she cried again. When I saw the original Kaiwahei tyrant Xiong being used as a mount by the Denonians, she cried again. Even the little red dog expressed shock and fear at her escape. As for her identity, there is endless debate on the earth. Someone started with the character prototype and said that she is actually Ace's sister. Some people also say that she is actually the daughter of the Whitebeard and sisters to Clockle. Some people speculate that she may have been from the same age as Whitebeard. She became so young because of the power of the devil fruit. In fact, she is an elder of Ace, an acquaintance of Whitebeard, and has her own position in the Revolutionary Army. In short, there are everything, but the most likely one seems to be the first one, Ace's sister. And from the short moment of contact just now, it seems to prove this possibility. Damn old Oda thief! Luo Qing scolded Oda bitterly again. How many years have passed, the old pit is not filled and new pits are dug. Before he crossed, what was suspected to be the former Ant and Kaido's Captain Locks, as well as Lord Yim who is sitting on the throne in charge of the 5 old stars. The water in this world is too deep. If Luo Qing could not cross this world, it is estimated that the finale of the pirate can only wait for his grandson to burn him. Remember that the fruit abilities of the grumpy woman are very buggy. It seems that they can control the age of the people she touches at will. Children, elderly, getting old and younger. It seems that the concept of time has been completely distorted by her devil fruit. The level of horror is comparable to the abnormal ability of Candy. Fortunately, there was no fight just now, otherwise one would accidentally be recruited, but it would be completely lost. Very scared, Luo Qing immediately took out the 10 hands of Heilashi he had snatched from Smog. It seemed that only the weapon of this restraining ability could bring him a sense of security. Oh, this broken weapon is really not easy to use. After waving twice with his right hand wearing an infinite glove, Luo Qing felt very dissatisfied. It would be great if the infinite gloves also contained the ingredients of Halo Stone. Just as his voice fell, the infinite glove on his hand lit up with a white light. Then the 10 hands made of Heilashi disappeared in an instant. Luo Qing was dumbfounded as he watched the grey things on the infinite glove swimming around, then slowly disappeared, revealing the appearance of the infinite glove. No way! I'm just talking about it. It really works. This absorption and transformation ability is simply against the sky. Luo Qing is sure that the 10 hands of the Halo Stone has been absorbed by the infinite glove, but I don't know if the current infinite glove has the characteristics of the Halo Stone. I definitely want to try it if I find a chance. Luo Qing thought excitedly. I really don't know how many exciting abilities in this infinite glove are waiting for him to develop. Luo Qing was in a good mood and a harrier stood up. Read www.yuyuganshu.com and opened Nami's door. 1 minute later, Luo Qing, who was yelled at the perverted rogue satyr, and smashed it out with various tables, chairs, and boxes, left without a trace. Why do you have to wait until the evening, and now let me see it? Luo Qing muttered a few words, and then smirked. It seems that this good habit of not knocking at the door should continue to be maintained, otherwise, where can I see such exciting benefits? Luo Qing, who hummed a little tune, walked over and took over Kirby's work. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he feels sorry for his cheap disciple, but that he is asked to clean up the cabin and Nami's room. Kirby ran to clean up the mess with a bitter expression. Can't cry, Kirby. Never cry. You are a partner of justice. These must be the teacher's test. Have confidence in the teacher. Kirby, thinking so, knocked on Nami's door with tears. Then, swish, bang. Kirby flew out with a swollen face. Hey? Why is this scene so familiar? Sure enough, Nami with a sneer on her face put her beautiful legs down again, then gritted her teeth and said, "The teacher is so awkward, and I must have learned nothing as a disciple. Injustice. X2. What wretched me! Even if the teacher is wretched, it does not mean that the disciple must be like this." Luo Qing and Kirby yelled wrongly at the same time. Big eyes and small eyes. You are really my good disciple, teacher. Then an extremely embarrassing atmosphere haunted between the master and the apprentice. Chapter 39, Night Attack. At night, both boats stopped on the sea to rest. Luo Qing naturally rejected the proposal that the glasses man kindly invited the three of them over to have a party together. Although I have confidence in my own strength, I still have to beware of some tricks, such as poisoning. Luo Qing has the super poisonous resistance brought to him by the honey badger fruit, but Nami and Kirby have none, so they have to guard against it. Facing Luo Qing's refusal, the man in glasses only expressed his understanding with regret. It seems that he really just wants to make a few friends, but Luo Qing seems a little too fussy. But facing the ridicule of the pirates behind the man with glasses, Luo Qing chose to forgive. After all, it's okay to care about too much with the dead, isn't it? The night is dark and the wind is high, I don't know when it started to rain. Luo Qing and others all returned to their room. He said that there is something good about the wine, and there are more exciting eye-catching benefits waiting for him. Before returning to the room, Nami's shy little appearance reminded him that there is a play today. After guessing that Kabi was already asleep, Luo Qing quietly opened the door, and then came to Nami's door with a guilty conscience. He was about to knock on the door but unexpectedly discovered that Nami's door was not locked, but opened a seam. So I left the door for me, he. Luo Qing pushed the door decisively and went in. Hey? Why is there no movement? After entering Nami's room, Luo Qing found that Nami was lying on the bed wrapped in a bathrobe, and her attractive figure made her mouth dry. But just when he was about to pass, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Is too quiet. It is obviously raining outside. And even the sound of the waves disappeared. Luo Qing opened his mouth and shouted Nami, only to find that he could not hear his own voice at all. Just when he was about to exit here first, a silver light appeared in his peripheral range. Luo Qing subconsciously called out the infinite gloves, and then activated all his abilities. The fatal blow hidden on the ceiling was slid, leaving only a big slit in Luo Qing's clothes. The whole process of the sneak attack was silent, not even a trace of movement. If it weren't for Luo Qing to react in time and prepare to withdraw first, so that he could grasp the reflection on his dagger with his peripheral light, he might have really fallen into his hands. It's you. Luo Qing did not show any unexpected appearance after seeing the appearance of the attacker. But he still can't hear his own voice. Then Luo Qing saw that the man with glasses waved his right hand, and the sound of everything in the world appeared in Luo Qing's ears again. Unexpectedly, you are also a demon fruit-capable person, miscalculation. The man with glasses has the winning ticket and removed his ability. After all, his ability can only be most effective when he doesn't know the situation. The frontal confrontation like this is not very effective. The other is that he wants to pretend to be forced, as a commemoration of his coming to the Great Root. After listening to what the glasses said, Luo Qing suddenly realized that he didn't know that someone touched the boat. Must have something to do with his devil fruit ability, about the sound. What did you do to Nami? Nami? Good name, don't worry, she was just knocked out by me. I will deal with you first, and then I will spoil this little beauty. When I have enough play, I will reward my subordinates with a cool refreshment, and finally sell it. What do you think of being a slave?" Even if he knew that the spectacle man was angering him with insulting and vicious language, causing him to lose his sane judgment, Luo Qing still became furious. So much nonsense is to wait for reinforcements, right? Listening to the noise coming from outside, the man in glasses continued to pretend, "You look like an animal demon fruit capable person. I may not be your opponent in melee combat, so I can only wait for me. The men are here." The man with glasses talked and played with the dagger desultingly, looking like he was appalled. And Luo Qing didn't dare to make any movements because he was standing beside the drowsy Nami. "Captain, here we come." There was a triumphant smile on the man with glasses. But in that short moment when he was slackened by the arrival of all his subordinates, Luo Qing, who had been waiting for him to reveal his flaws, instantly used the explosive power of the honey badger fruit and the slippery fruit to eliminate the friction, and appeared directly in the glasses man in front of him, and then knocked him out with a bang. There was a big hole in the cabin wall, and not far away was the man in glasses standing up with a distorted expression under the support of his hand. "Go together, kill him for me." Luo Qing couldn't leave Nami's side, so he decisively abandoned the super high mobility brought by the slippery fruit, and instead stood in the room and tore every pirate who dared to rush into pieces. The thick fur brought by the honey badger fruit and the bug-like defensive power brought to him by the slippery fruit made Luo Qing not have the slightest pressure when facing these things. "You don't need to think about defense, just wield your claws and tear every enemy in front of you to pieces." After a while, Nami's room was filled with a strong smell of blood. www.readaloud.com. If it weren't for rain in the sky, the smell would have been even stronger. "Wrong. What's this smell?" Luo Qing suddenly felt his head sink. "Toxic." Luo Qing glanced at Nami again, and as expected, there was a painful look on her face, but she had no intention of waking up. "Haha, I finally found it." The man with glasses hiding behind the crowd began to laugh. Before he got this devil fruit, he was a small famous killer, assassinating, poisoning, sneaking, everything. In an accidental situation, after he got this devil fruit that matched him very well, he suddenly became even more powerful. In just 2 years, he has made a big name and formed his own pirate group. After coming to the Great Root, Luo Qing, who brought a woman and a child with him, and the bounty was not as good as him, immediately became his next goal. Originally, he wanted to use disguised goodwill and words to dispel his vigilance, and deceive people into his boat before doing anything. But Luo Qing's unexpected failure to take the bait can only make him choose Plan B. Waited at night to use the devil fruit ability to eliminate all sounds and came to his boat, and then found the woman generously, and when she was knocked out, she could be a hostage and let her hostage. Just in case he still poisoned the room, he and his crew, who had already taken the antidote in advance, would naturally not be affected at all. Just like that, Luo Qing in his eyes was in desperation. The only thing he didn't expect was Luo Qing's terrifying speed and power, but when he thought that a demon fruit-capable person would die in his hands this time, he felt extremely excited. Chapter 40, Anti-Kill. The surrounding sounds are sometimes noisy, making Luo Qing very irritable. You don't have to think about it to know that it must be the masterpiece of the man with glasses who can only play mischievously. Imagine a knife cut at your blind spot, but you still can't hear any sound. How to hide it? At this moment, Luo Qing feels more and more the importance of domineering. If he sees the domineering, the ability of the glasses man will not affect his judgment. Fortunately, the slippery fruit played a very important role, basically making him immune to physical attacks. As time passed, Luo Qing became more aware of the power of this fruit. Seeing that so many of them failed to take Luo Qing, but he killed many people, the eye of the man with glasses flashed ruthlessly. Implement Plan C. Set fire, burn the ship. Yes, Captain. Then Luo Qing saw that some people overturned the oil drums that had been prepared, and then threw the torches on the deck. Hey! The raging flames start to burn. This is to burn Luo Qing and others on board. The man with glasses has really found the weakness of the slippery fruit under the accidental hit. That is invalid for temperature. Does not develop the flesh ball fruit to the extreme like a bear, it can bounce anything. Even an abstract state like fatigue can be ejected from the body with power. Luo Qing's development on the sliding fruit is far from this level, and even if it is developed to the extreme, it is still unknown whether the temperature can be slid off. The high temperature brought by the surrounding fire made Luo Qing's hair start to curl. Fortunately, under the protection of the slippery fruit, he still has the thick fur of the honey badger fruit as a second layer of protection, and God is also helping him. The rain kept falling, so it gave him the possibility to stick to it. But the fire with burning kerosene sticking to the deck can't be extinguished by this light rain. Captain, the fire is too big, we should withdraw. The pirates who besieged Luo Qing have retreated, and under such a big fire, they will also be burned alive. Did you find anything? The man with glasses asked uncertainly. Even if Luo Qing was killed in the end, he also lost a lot of manpower. If there is not enough income to make up for his loss, then this battle will be a failure. Captain, we have caught a fat sheep this time. The treasures found are all transported back, how can they be worth 1 or 200 million berries? The deputy of the man with glasses said excitedly. Good job. The spectacle man was relieved as soon as he heard it, and now as long as he guarantees that the other person is dead here, he is safe. By the way, the captain, that pink-haired kid was also caught by us, what should I do? The man with glasses looked at him in disgust and said, reward you, remember to deal with it after playing. I know. The deputy smiles very evilly, he likes this kind of kid who doesn't like women. This ship is sinking, let's go. After waiting for a while, Luo Qing didn't see Luo Qing rushing out of the fire. The man with glasses was finally relieved. Even if the opponent is a devil fruit ability person and has very strong physical fitness, but he has fought for so long in a poisoned state and is still surrounded by fire, so he should die if he thinks about it. But when the spectacle man just stepped on the wooden board connecting the two ships, the wooden board under his feet suddenly shattered. The man with glasses secretly said that he wanted to retreat with a bad sound, but was grabbed by a big wet, harmonious hand at his ankle, and then slammed into the deck. Hey! Your methods are really good enough. On the edge of the boat, Luo Qing held the unconscious Nami in one hand, and turned directly onto the boat with the other hand. Impossible! How did you get out? The man with glasses, half of his body plunged into the deck, shouted in horror after vomiting a mouthful of blood. So many people were waiting outside just now, with so many eyes staring into the fire, it is absolutely impossible for them to not know if someone comes out. Think about it again. The man with glasses immediately shouted in disbelief, you hid in the sea? How could it be possible? Isn't he a devil fruit capable person? How can you hide in the sea? The man with glasses can't figure it out. After making sure that the other party is also the same demon fruit ability, he directly ignored his feet. I didn't expect that this place where there is absolutely no problem is actually. Luo Qing first put down Nami gently, and then sent a few pirates who screamed and rushed to the death to hell, and then came directly to him in the panic and horrified eyes of the struggling spectacle man. You really taught me a good lesson. You just came to the Great Sea Route and gave me such a gift. How can I thank you? Luo Qing glanced at his embarrassed look and smiled at him. Indeed, after coming out of the most difficult novice village in the East China Sea, Luo Qing was somewhat swollen. He believed that with the ability of double fruits and infinite gloves, even if he encounters an enemy he can't beat, there is no problem in running. After all, it's just the first half of the Great Route, not a place where monsters are everywhere like the New World. That's why he insisted on following after he noticed that the man with glasses was malicious. Although on the strength of frontal confrontation, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Glasses man is not his opponent at all. But when the spectacle man with the assassination ability and devil fruit takes the lead, Luoqing is directly passive. If it weren't for the last idea, he would dig through the deck below with his infinite claw sleeve and dive directly into the sea, a place that the man with glasses would never have imagined. Maybe he would have to pay a higher price to understand the lesson this time. Luoqing directly pinched the glasses man's neck with his left hand and lifted it up. The pirates on the side were afraid to step forward because of the rat injury. "Do not kill me," the man in glasses said intermittently because he couldn't breathe. "What did you say?" Luoqing put his ear close to the man with glasses. At this moment, the man with glasses hidden behind his right hand suddenly attacked. An obviously poisoned dagger showed a faint green light under the shining of the torch and plunged directly into Luoqing's heart. But at the moment when he touched Luoqing's body, the dagger slid down, and felt lonely. "Do you think I will make such a low-level mistake? I have been watching you a long time ago, four-eyed frog." Luoqing wore an infinite claw sleeve's right paw and directly pierced the man's lower abdomen with the glasses, and then stirred in it. "Ah!" The scream of the man with glasses spread far away through the night. "Don't kill me. I can give you an antidote. You and that woman don't want to be buried with me, right? And that kid has been captured by my men, you better let go." "So much nonsense." Luoqing pulled out his right paw, and then directly cut off his head. Chapter 41, New Bug Ability. P.S. Thank you for the 1,000 rewards from all over the world and the 100 rewards of an unnamed book friend. In addition, although it is not uncommon to buy data now, it is impossible to do it without a face, so the brothers smashed all the recommendation tickets. Come here, people like us who are down to earth can only do this kind of weak call. At least I know that I only ask. There will always be friends who remember that there is a referral ticket in their account. Please trouble everyone. Until the moment the man in glasses sees his body, he couldn't understand why this guy would do it so simply and neatly. "Sorry, I will look for the antidote myself, and I will save people myself. I am really uneasy if you don't die." After Luoqing pacified the deadly spectacle man, he looked at the dozens of pirates left. Originally, the spectacle man brought more than these people, but they were all clean and neat by Luoqing in the previous battle. "Sent away. We surrender, don't kill us. I know where the captain's antidote is, I can take you to get it. We are all forced." Never underestimate a person's desire to survive, and the disgusting face that is exposed in front of death. It's a pity, it's late. After was no longer bound, Luoqing directly launched the killing mode. The sharp claws cut through the body of anyone standing in front of him like tofu. Coupled with the super fast moving speed of the sliding fruit, Luoqing cleared these people in just 1 minute. Then just when he was about to pick up Nami to find the antidote and Kabi, Luoqing unexpectedly noticed that a burst of cyan energy was slowly emerging from the body and head of the man with glasses, as if to follow suit. The wind drifted away. "What is this stuff? Soul? Doesn't look like it." Luoqing was very confused, and instinctively stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. Just then, something stranger happened. Luoqing didn't think he could catch it at all, but he actually caught this cyan energy. "What exactly is this?" Luoqing looked at the struggling thing in his hand and thought for a while, maybe it was because of the infinite glove on his right hand. So he stretched out his left hand to grab, and this time he crossed directly. No more hesitation, Luoqing immediately activated the absorption capacity of the infinite glove, and firmly sucked this blue energy into the palm of his hand. It took dozens of seconds. When there was no such thing coming out of the man with glasses, Luoqing looked dumbfounded at the palm of his right hand. An illusory atomized cyan devil fruit is lying in the infinite glove. "This is fine too." Luoqing was shocked. "And then? Then what should I do? Obviously the devil fruit in this state is very abnormal, because it has no substance, only energy. Entity? After thinking of something, Luo Qing immediately took out a fruit, and then brought the illusory devil fruit close to it. A miracle happened. The two are perfectly blended together. That ordinary fruit was directly transformed by this energy into a devil fruit with cyan spiral stripes. This kind of change made Luo Qing understand at once. Just when he was a little stunned, Nami suddenly groaned in pain, harmoniously, which brought him back to reality. This is not the time to study this. Luo Qing quickly received the new demon fruit and the valuable head of the spectacle man into the space, then picked up Nami, and came to the spectacle man's boat during a few ups and downs. Only 2 or 3 minutes have passed since the man in glasses screamed, and this time is not enough for them to react. So when Luo Qing came to the glasses man's boat by the continuous drizzle, the guys laughed and counted the treasures robbed from Luo Qing's boat. Kirby was tied to a mast and was mocked by onlookers. Luo Qing was angry all of a sudden. Except for the 100 people who were brought by the man with glasses for insurance, those who stayed on the boat were all weak chickens, and the number was only about 20. Luo Qing didn't take much effort to clean up almost, and in the end there were only 3 lucky people who needed to ask them something. Where is the antidote? I know, but you have to promise to release me safely afterwards. One head falls. Where is the antidote? Luo Qing's expressionless face looked terrifying at the moment. A large part of the hurt and grievances suffered by Nami and Kirby stems from his arrogance. He just said to the man with glasses that he was grateful for teaching him a lesson, not all ridicule. I said. The head of the first bargaining person was at his feet, and the remaining 2 dared to talk nonsense, so they brought Luo Qing directly to the captain's room and found the correct antidote. After giving both himself and Nami the antidote, just in case, he also took some antidote to Kirby, who seemed to be nothing. It was thanks to his honey badger fruit that brought a certain amount of poison to his body, so that he could hold on to the time to fight back. Teacher, scared me to death, woo-woo. After being rescued by Luo Qing, Kirby hugged his thigh very poorly and started crying loudly. He almost thought he was going to die. Don't cry. What does a man cry like? Luo Qing patted him on the head while teaching him severely. No matter what you encounter, you should be calm and strong. What problem can crying solve? Okay, go in and get a good night's sleep. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Kirby, who was still sobbing, immediately held back his tears www.readaloud.com and then nodded and went into rest. Only when he left Luo Qing's side could he feel the sense of security Luo Qing brought him. After Kirby left, he turned his head and looked at the last 2 of the male pirates with glasses. My lord! Forgive me. We did nothing, all the bad things were planned by the captain. 2 little people knelt on the ground and kept kowtow. After this night of thrilling killings, Luo Qing was also a little tired. Go down, it depends on your luck if you can survive the Great Sea route. Luo Qing pointed to the sea. The 2 wanted to beg for mercy again, but after seeing Luo Qing's increasingly impatient look, they jumped off the boat immediately after gritting their teeth. There are some planks disintegrated from the ship not far away. If you are lucky, there is no hope of surviving. It's just that they didn't notice the huge, harmonious, shadow drawn by the smell of blood under the sea. Luo Qing naturally has no obligation to remind them that being able to give them this chance to survive still depends on the 2 of them who are more acquainted. After all, it's good to live an extra minute, isn't it? The huge shadow showed a terrifying look on the sea, and after a flash, the sea returned to calm. The sea beasts who had eaten the snack gradually dispersed. Can only blame myself for following the wrong person. Luo Qing turned around and entered the cabin. The corpses on the deck were used by him to feed the sea beasts just now. As for the blood on the deck, I believe it can be cleaned after the rain. And there will be Kirby tomorrow, there is no need for him, the captain, to do it himself. Is that the pirate flag was burned along with Aaron's ship, and it needs to be repainted. Chapter 42, one day full of vitality. The night's rain flooded all the traces of the battle last night. Only the faint smell remaining on the deck proved the restlessness of last night. The sun was exceptionally bright the next morning. Nami opened her eyes after she stretched lazily. Then, "Ah!" a scream announced the beginning of the full day of the faceless pirates. Ding ding ding! The tables and chairs in the room flew around. "No! Nami, let me explain." Luo Qing, who was kicked out of the room, looked depressed, and then yawned greatly. He was worried about Nami last night, so he stayed by the bed and looked after her while studying the special demon fruit and the new ability of the infinite glove. Then I fell asleep because I was sleepy and tired. Just don't know what's going on, maybe it's too cold, so Luo Qing consciously climbed onto Nami's bed when he fell asleep, and the two hugged each other and slept well. So there was the scene where Nami ran away just now. Half an hour later, Nami, who was sitting around for breakfast, listened to Luo Qing's narrative, coupled with the certification of Kirby and the ship with iron evidence at her feet, finally reminded her that she was inexplicably knocked unconscious last night. That scene. The reason why Nami reacted so much before was probably because she regarded Luo Qing as the who knocked her out. XXOO, after thinking that she might be knocked out by him, how could Nami not be angry? Fortunately, this is just a misunderstanding. As for why she saw Luo Qing sleeping in her bed after she woke up, she also got a reasonable explanation. Seeing that he saved herself again and took care of her for one night, Nami chose not to care. The treasure is. My treasure will not sink with the ship too. Suddenly, Nami, who thought of something directly, grabbed Luo Qing's collar and started shaking violently. That is obviously my treasure. Luo Qing's desire to survive is very strong, and when he speaks, he immediately changed his words. They are all in the captain's room. Nami immediately relaxed, and changed someone else, and drank black tea very elegantly. But the clothes you bought and the other supplies on our ship are all gone. Oh, it doesn't matter, just buy it at the next place, and the supplies on this ship should be enough for more than 100 people, so don't worry at all. Luo Qing's face twitched. You don't care, but my welfare has sunk directly into the sea. When I want to come to Nami, I also understand the hidden meaning of his words, so I pretend to be so indifferent. Because Luo Qing saw a sly in her mouth while drinking black tea. This also makes Luo Qing even more hate the man with glasses who bade his good deeds. I knew I wouldn't let him die so easily. By the way, I also found this on the man with glasses. Luo Qing threw another record pointer to Nami. Nami took it and compared it with the pointer that the irritable woman gave them, and found that the two pointed in different directions. I just don't know where these two places are, so it's not easy to judge which route to take next. But it shouldn't make any difference which route she wants to take. The grumpy girl also counts on Luo Qing to help him find out where Ace is, so she shouldn't be tricky on it. And the man with glasses is sinister, he will never cheat himself. So decide, Captain. Which route shall we take next? Nami smiled and put the two record pointers on the table for him to choose. Luo Qing thought for a while. It's better to use the things you grabbed with peace of mind, just this. Although his logic makes people want to complain, Nami obviously won't question her captain in such indifferent things. A qualified navigator is to safely sail the ship no matter how dangerous the captain wants to go. Instead of yelling after the captain decides the destination, this is too dangerous to go, there is nothing there to go. If that's the case, what else would the navigator do? Just find a coward. After carefully closing the two record pointers, Nami put down the teacup all at once. Then start, my captain. Because there are only 3 people on board, Nami is also a navigator who specializes in observing the weather and adjusting the direction. So all the other work is on Luo Qing, the nominal captain, and Kirby, who is always stubborn. Thanks to his young age, he can do so much work. Called special training in Luo Qing Mei. Under the premise, Kirby, a child worker, had to accept his constant squeeze. Not to mention, under the wind and sun and the huge amount of labor these days, Kaba's muscles have clearly taken shape, and he seems to be a little taller. Even the appetite is several times larger than before. How to work without food? Right. In terms of food, Luo Qing has never treated him harshly, except for the few days when he ate oranges and fruits every day. www.readaloud.com. Even if it can't compare to the Navy's bug-level food, it shouldn't be bad. Anyway, Luo Qing feels good about herself. After a series of chores such as cleaning the deck, tidying up the room, making drinks, cooking food, etc. Kibi was eating his own lunch. While listening to Nami's occasional shouts, he adjusted the direction of the boat. And Luo Qing and Nami are like a couple on a date, enjoying a nice lunch and red wine. The materials on the Glasses man's boat have been so large that the three of them can use it casually. All kinds of meat and alcohol are specialties of the West Sea, which surprised Luo Qing and others who have not tried it. Then during this delicate dining time, Luo Qing suddenly heard Nami ask inadvertently. "I went to the captain's room just now, why did it feel a bit wrong?" "What's wrong?" Luo Qing looked blank. It seems that all the treasures on board our ship are piled up, and the treasures on the boat with Glasses seem to be too few. At this point, the smile on Nami's face seemed to melt people. Luo Qing immediately buried his face in the plate with some guilty conscience. While chewing on the food, he said vaguely, "Maybe they are all used to buy ships and supplies. After all, it is impossible for every pirate group to have that money. It's not bad to have these windfalls." "Oh? Really?" Nami stared at him scorchingly, as if trying to see him through. Feeling the fiery gaze on his head that can burn himself without paying attention, Luo Qing nodded firmly. "Of course it is true. Will I still hide a part of it quietly? Ha ha. Chapter 43, Fruit of Silence. Just as Luo Qing smiled and became more embarrassed, he suddenly heard Nami approaching his ear and said in a seductive tone, "Those beautiful clothes are all burned, what a pity, especially the black one. I like it so much." Luo Qing immediately raised his head and said firmly, "When the next island arrives, I will accompany you to buy it." "Do you have money?" "Why not? Don't we still have more than 100 million treasures in it?" Luo Qing was taken aback. Then I heard Nami smile and say, "Did you give away all those treasures? Could it be that you still want to use my money to buy clothes for myself?" Nami exclaimed. It was incredible. Luo Qing, who was put on a line by her logic, took a deep breath. Especially Nami's very pitiful expression at this time, so wronged that Luo Qing is seriously thinking about whether she is a bit too scumbag. If one day I can bring Nami back to Earth, there seems to be no pressure to sweep Oscars every year. It took a long time for Luo Qing to slow down, and then said with difficulty, "Why? I just remembered that I still have some money left here, which should be enough to buy you clothes." Dealing with a dramatist is really exhausting. Looking at the importance of Nami, and the effect that is indeed very seductive, Luo Qing chose not to be familiar with her. Can she still abscond with the money? It seems that she has a lot of previous convictions. Nami, who had won the battle this time, looked very happy, and rarely took the initiative to take over the job of steering, leaving Luo Qing and Kirby time for training. There is hardly any technical stuff. Luo Qing and Kirby are doing basic physical training. Luo Qing didn't panic because he had confidence in his heart, and arranged such training content for Kirby to lay a solid foundation for him. After all, whether it was high-end physical skills, such as Navy 6 forms, still find a potential devil fruit for Kirby, all need a strong body to support. Not to mention the high-end power of domineering. Everyone who can use domineering has gone through thousands of tempers, and got a huge breakthrough in spirit and body. Although I have no experience in teaching apprentices, and I don't know anything about it, I can't go wrong if I lay the foundation first. When there is a chance, you can also find the Navy 6 form for Kirby to practice. So the master and apprentice began to sweat on the deck. During this process, Luo Qing's thoughts, who kept repeating in action, did not know where he flew. He was considering whether to keep this new devil fruit for his own use, or simply give Nami or Kirby a little more self-protection ability. He can't always protect them. Just like this attack, it was because of his inflated intentions, but Nami and Kirby were taken hostages and he was restrained. It's just that the power of this devil fruit does not directly enhance their strength, but prefers assistance. Luo Qing probably has guessed the name of this fruit, and after reading the devil fruit illustration book, he also confirmed his conjecture. The fruit of silence is the brother of Brother Ming, Luo's benefactor, the spy sent by the Warring States period, and possesses the multi-identity Khorasan's fruit ability. Unexpectedly, after Khorasan was killed by Ming Ji, the devil fruit was reborn in the West Sea again, and was given by the man with glasses. The fruit of silence, as the name implies, is to create a position that can eliminate all sounds. Is very easy to use for assassination or infiltration, but it does not help much in frontal combat. The limitations of this fruit can be seen from Khorasan's end and the failure of the man in glasses' sneak attack. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Qing didn't want to give this fruit to Nami or Kirby. After all, Nami and Kirby are not as special as him, they can only eat a devil fruit, so the choice of this ability must be very careful, and it must fit their future style. From this, Luo Qing also thought of some abilities that are very suitable for Nami and Kirby, and his infinite gloves can collect the energy of the devil fruit spilled after the death of the capable person, and then recondensate. This also opened up Luo Qing's brain suddenly. He finally doesn't have to confine himself to collecting devil fruits that have not been eaten by anyone. As long as it is an ability he admires, as long as he kills the capable person, and then condenses it with infinite gloves before the energy escapes, he can get this devil fruit. And under Luo Qing's calculation, the speed of this spill is about 3 minutes after the death of the capable person. Sure enough, he still underestimated the ability of infinite gloves. I just don't know if this ability is built-in or a new ability derived after absorbing Halishi. In short, since verifying this fact, Luo Qing has fallen into extreme excitement. There are so many capable people on the Great Route, and many of them are weak. Luo Qing is planning to pick some capable pirates to hunt. In this way, he can collect a lot of devil fruits. There is a lot of room for operation regarding ability matching. Can also find a reliable devil fruit for Nami and Kirby. Even if the three of them don't like the tasteless fruit of the devil, they can also be used to absorb and transform. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com strengthens themselves. Is definitely waste utilization. Luo Qing was still worried that his body was not strong enough to accommodate the energy impact of the third devil fruit. Don't be afraid now. At that time, first use a few chicken rib fruits to strengthen your physical fitness, and then select a few powerful and cooperating fruits to inlay on the infinite glove. This is an invincible rhythm. Luo Qing fell into a happy YY. There is another reason why Luo Qing chose to leave this quiet fruit instead of directly absorbing and strengthening his body. That is the essence of the fruit of silence. What is the principle of sound transmission? Is vibration. The medium produces sound only when it vibrates. And the fruit of silence is not so much that the sound is changed, it is more that the force field it creates eliminates the vibration of all media. Without the vibration, naturally there would be no sound. After explaining this, did you think of something? That's right, the shaking fruit, which is reputed to have the ability to destroy the world, is likely to be defeated by this seemingly tasteless fruit of silence. One is to cause vibration, the other is to eliminate vibration. A relationship of natural restraint. Luo Qing keeping it is not about Whitebeard's thoughts. In fact, even if the current Whitebeard has been sick for a long time and has advanced age, I don't know how much his combat power has been reduced. But it is not something Luo Qing can challenge at this time, even with the restraint of the fruit of silence. It is not so much that the fruit of the shock has made Whitebeard's status today, it is more that this fruit bloomed in the hands of the already powerful Whitebeard with a shocking brilliance. Chapter 44, Sinful Blood. The power of the Whitebeard is not only reflected in the shaking fruit. Think about the idiot who is known as the Whitebeard too, but he is too strong to be considered to have the power of the Whitebeard when he was young, and even General Zifa was cut off by him. Think about the Whitebeard who was 10,000 enemies when he was in the war. Dragged a broken body and punched the red dog in seconds, and the Blackbeard was crying and begging for mercy. Makes countless people excited about it. If it hadn't been for the Whitebeard at that time, he was tired of being struggling and wanted to pass his will to his sons, and wanted to completely end his decadent era. If Whitebeard wants to leave there, who can stop it? Luo Qing, who has seen this cartoon before, knows the horror of Whitebeard's vitality is different from the content after being harmonized in the animation. In the original comics, the head of the Whitebeard has been cut off by a half, and he still stands tall and straight to meet the repeated attacks of the powerful. There was an era called Whitebeard. In the last scene where Whitebeard died in battle, I don't know how many pirate fans' tears were earned. Luo Qing is no exception. So he kept this fruit not to deal with the Whitebeard, but to deal with the Blackbeard who might still the shocking fruit in the future. A careerist like Blackbeard is destined to become a blockade on Luo Qing's path forward, so he has to make some preparations in advance. If there is a chance, he can still grab the fruit of shock before Blackbeard. After all, it is not only his Blackbeard who possesses this ability, he can do it with the infinite gloves on his hand. Is only the future, no one can say it is bad. After all, after Luo Qing travels to this world, this is a real world that can be changed, not just living on a piece of paper. Even if Baybeard personally blocks his way one day in the future, Luo Qing will not choose to retreat just because he once liked this character. Are you still coming one step later? Half a month after Luo Qing went to the Great Route, Carp arrived in the East China Sea on a warship loaded with the latest Navy technology. After some inquiries, I learned that the little boy who was followed by the warring states had disappeared, and it was speculated that he had already gone to the Great Route. I hope he still has justice in his heart. After sighing, Carp said goodbye to Smog and others and went to Windmill Village. Since the Sengoku period asked him to fail to do it well, he didn't worry anymore. Compared with these things, it is obvious that the grandson who is arguing about becoming One Piece all day makes him more headache. Next time I see red hair, I will definitely reward him with a few more shells. Carp, who was lucky enough to lead Luffy to the right path, estimated that Luffy would be mad again. Is really a journey where everything goes wrong. Okay, I know. I will send another person to follow up on this matter. If you want me to say you, just bring Luffy to the Navy headquarters. The atmosphere here can let him dispel the evil idea of being a pirate in his heart. Forget it, it's up to you. Come back as soon as the holiday is over. Recently, the New World is not peaceful again. In the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, the Warring States period hung up the phone with helpless expression. Still not enough manpower, oh. The three generals who symbolize the highest combat power of the Navy are all sitting in the New World. From time to time, they have to wipe the buttocks of the Tianlong people who are often troublesome. They are so busy to die. The marshal of him is equivalent to being trapped here, facing countless documents every day, and he can't walk away at all. The old friend Crane is now busy chasing down a group of vicious new pirates in the New World. Even Carp, the idlest one, took time off and went home with his grandson. The recent troubles happened one after another, and Luo Qing, who could not determine the true source of his ability, fortunately, even if Carp didn't encounter it for the time being, there would not be much trouble. The most troublesome thing for the Warring States period is Portgas d'Ace, who has become famous as the captain of the Pirates of Spades and the natural devil fruit ability. The word D is really piercing, and his eyes hurt a bit. Just half a month ago, this Portgas d'Ace first saw Redhead Shanks, and then fought against the King Kaiwahe seaman for 5 days, and finally won without distinction. Negative close. If it were only here, the warring states would not be so impatient. But the development that followed was a bit unusual. This Portgas d'Ace then challenged Edward Whitebeard. Although he ended in failure, he did not know why he became the son of Whitebeard and became the number 1 of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain of the second team. The warring states suddenly couldn't sit still. These days, investigation reports about the name Portgas d'Ace flooded his office like a flood. And the final survey results also made the Sengoku complex look very ugly. This Portgas d'Ace is very likely to start the era of great navigation, the son of the last pirate king Roger. Portgas is the last name of Roger's wife, Portgas de Luyu. Carp is so hard to hide it from him. The blood of sin must be eliminated. The warring states suddenly clenched his fists. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is just okay if you know it earlier. Under the full encirclement of the navy, Portgas d'Ace will perish. But now this sinful bloodline has joined the Whitebeard pirates and is protected by it, unless the navy uses all its combat power to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, it is impossible to hand over Ace with the character of Whitebeard guarding the shortness. Tricky. Furthermore, the warring states period also suspected that Whitebeard had recognized Ace's identity, so he chose to asylum Roger's offspring, and things are going worse and worse. Come on. Yes, Marshal. Notify the Naval Intelligence Department to pay close attention to all the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. If Portgas d'Ace leaves the Whitebeard pirates, report it immediately. Yes. In addition, Colonel Tina was notified to suspend her investigation of the discovery of the dancing fan by Alabaston, and first search for news about the faceless pirate group at the entrance of the Great Sea Route. You can directly arrest after you find it. If you are not sure, let her contact me directly, and I will send reinforcements to help her. Remember, Captain Luoqing cannot die, I want to live. Yes, Marshal. Chuan Lingbing immediately paid a military salute and turned and left. It's really eventful. The warring states fed the report on the table to his beloved sheep. At the same time, the world government that also received the news also made new moves. CP, the secret spy agency directly under the world government, has also begun to pay close attention to these two things. Chapter 45, Shokyuchi. During the voyage for nearly half a month, Luoqing and his team have experienced basketball hail, green acid rain that can completely corrode clothing and other fiber items, and suddenly jumped out of the sea to swallow their entire ship. Aquaman. After overcoming all kinds of hardships, Luoqing and the three people finally came to their first destination with a clear understanding of the unpredictable weather and ocean currents of the Great Route. Shiji Island, which has the title of Country of Food. It seems that the record pointer obtained from the Spectacle Man does not point to the route that Lu Fei traveled. After disembarking, Luoqing looked around excitedly. Navy, pirates, civilians, wealthy merchants, nobles. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that these people didn't fight together when they got together. Even Luoqing saw two giants sitting on the ground fighting wine. What the is going on? And just as Luoqing took Nami and Kirby here in a daze, obviously many people noticed them. Especially those girls who are still single, blushing when they look at them. Makes many big guys around who think they are powerful but lose their faces very upset. Cursed in their own heart one after another, little white face. Yeah, many girls are staring at you, Captain. Nami deliberately stretched the tone to play with Luoqing. Hehe, how can it be? Luoqing immediately gave a dry laugh, and then hurriedly said, okay, hurry up, there is still a lot to do. Excited Kirby immediately followed. There are countless ships at the port here, and even warships can be seen. When stopping the ship to pay the management fee, Luoqing had already inquired some news. It turns out that this is the site of the 4 emperors with red hair. Strictly speaking, red hair does not have a fixed site, but there are really many islands protected by his name. This is one of the islands where famous chefs from all over the world compete in culinary skills. The pirates who come and go here are generally newcomers to the Great Sea Route for the first time, or losers who are eliminated by the Great Sea Route. The name of the 4 emperors' red hair played a role here is self-evident. No pirate dared to run wild here. And because almost the world's most famous chefs gathered here, it also attracted many wealthy businessmen and nobles to taste the food. Even the navy stationed near here often visits. Because the war here will affect a large number of powerful people, the navy here has never done anything on this island. As for what will happen after going to sea, it is hard to say. Is also because of this tacit understanding, which led to the exceptional prosperity of this island. After paying sufficient management fees, their ships will naturally be looked after by someone who will not cause any problems. After randomly looking for a nymphomaniac sister and inquiring about the news, Luo Qing led the people away, leaving only a red-faced husband's stone in place. So no matter where you grow handsome, there is still an advantage. Before the journey, Luo Qing met with a starting point author called Faceless by chance. It is a pity not to be a celebrity with such a handsome degree. He can definitely rely on his face to eat, but he has to fight for talent. This perseverance allowed Luo Qing to reward him with a golden league, showing his support. It smells so good. Nami took a deep breath. Walking on the street, there is a drooling fragrance everywhere. If a patient with choice phobia comes here, it is estimated that he will immediately blow himself up. Which one shall we eat first? Nami asked. And Luo Qing was also aroused by the charming mixed fragrance at this time, so he waved his hand generously. Today's goal is to finish this street. The first one, let's go. Oh yeah. Kabi and Nami jumped up excitedly, knowing that in order to force Luo Qing to spit out the private money he hid, before disembarking, Nami did not allow him to take a penny from the boat. In other words, Luo Qing will pay for the consumption on this island. Fortunately, the man in glasses really did not fish the side door before entering the Great Route. The treasures Luo Qing hid secretly were not what Nami had imagined. So, sprinkle water. As the saying goes, I don't panic when I have money in my hands. Under Luo Qing's connivance, a legend about the Big Stomach King suddenly appeared on this street. Delicious. Nami, try this, you can swallow your tongue tender. Boss. Here are 10 more tender duck tongues with green onions. Okay. The 2nd. The 5th. The 10th. Since coming to this world and getting stronger, Luo Qing has already said goodbye to ordinary people. In the world of pirates, those who can eat are not necessarily strong, but the strong must be very edible. Otherwise, it will not be able to support that powerful body. And Luo Qing's honey badger fruit is also famous for being edible in the animal world, and it is still cold. Under such influence, it evolved from a 3-person competition and finally evolved into a one-man show by Luo Qing. Nami and Kirby, a woman and a child, where is his opponent? When they walked into the 11th restaurant, Nami and Kirby leaned on the wall, resisting the feeling of vomiting out, and bluntly said, "No. No. I can't eat any more." Me too. I will spit it out after eating." Luo Qing touched her stomach after hearing the words www.readaloud.com, felt that she could actually eat, but these 2 scrappers. You guys are ashamed, and you have said that you will eat the whole street. This is less than 1/3 of the way, and I don't know how many top foods are waiting for us. Said so, but seeing Nami and Kirby's harmonious soul posture that needs to be moved by holding on to the wall, Luo Qing had no choice but to continue. The first attrition of the faceless pirates can't be because of being crushed to death. That's too funny. But when Luo Qing was about to take someone back, one person suddenly walked out of the shop where the 3 of them stopped. "Guest, I'm sorry to disturb you. There are 2 4-star chefs who are about to have a halberd showdown. Can you invite the 3 of you as judges?" "Of course, I won't delay the time of the 3 in vain." After the duel, I will give each person a meal coupon of 100,000 berry as a compensation. Food halberd showdown. Luo Qing's eyes lit up. Interesting. He was wondering if the food halberd in this gourmet island and the food halberd in the aphrodisiac spirit he had seen mean the same thing, and he caught up with such a good show. And he is still a 4-star chef. This must be agreed. P.S. I don't think it's interesting to walk and fly on the old road they have taken, so I have made some original creations. Everyone should be able to see this halberd island, which is the inspiration from that explosive food. If you think you can add these if the content is interesting, I will try it in the future. If you think it is a drama, I will try not to write anything that has nothing to do with One Piece world. If you have any ideas, you can leave a comment in the book review area to tell me. Chapter 46, The 1.2 meter Little Lolita Chef? The halberd showdown on the island of Halberd is the most sacred way of communication between chefs. Perform a chef assessment on this island, and after passing it, you can get a star medal, which means that you have become a 1-star chef certified by Shiji Island. Then the chefs with the same number of star medals will compete again with the halberd. The winner will get a star medal from the opponent to be promoted to a higher chef, and the loser will be demoted. The judging standard is an odd number of tourists randomly selected after the duel is established as judges, with a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5. Also, because of this rule in the initial period of time, some people took advantage of the loopholes, hired people to brush stars and medals, bought out the judges, or simply found a bunch of their own people to wander around the location of the halberd showdown. But then the founder of Shiji Island filled these loopholes. First of all chefs who have obtained 3-star or higher certification must accept the official assessment of Shiji Island to prove their strength. If you find that your cooking skills are inconsistent with the chef's level, you will directly deprive him of all star medals and be permanently blacklisted on the island. If a chef is included in this blacklist, there will hardly be any high-end restaurant still using this chef. In one fell swoop, the vast majority of people who used to recharge their numbers and exploit loopholes in the rules were eliminated. Secondly, the judges must be randomly selected by the official of Shiji Island. Unless someone can replace the hundreds of thousands of tourists who come and go in and out of Shiji Island every day with his own people, it will be difficult to change the person they find among the judges. Because it is a temporary selection of tourists before the Shiji duel, there is no chance to buy the judges with this time. Even if the judges I happen to find are someone I know, the official assessment of Shiji Island is not vegetarian. The more star medals, the harder the assessment will be. After reading the rules of the halberd showdown presented by the man who brought them in, Luo Qing and the trio became more and more curious about the next halberd showdown. It seems that even though the form is different, the content still follows the same concept. This is a frontal fight between chefs. And because even the judges are randomly selected temporarily, and everyone's tastes are different. Some people like to eat sweet, some like spicy. This also examines the chef's observation ability and on-the-spot ability. Of course, there is also a certain degree of luck. But no matter what industry, luck is an essential element, so there is nothing unfair. This island is really interesting. Even Nami and Kirby, who had already shouted that they could no longer eat anything, couldn't help but look forward to it. You must know that after so many years, excluding 3 6-star chefs who are already legendary, there are only 11 5-star chefs certified by Shijidao. There are no 2 brushes for a chef who can achieve 3-star certification. If it were not for the certainty of victory, I would definitely not initiate a halberd showdown. The necessary condition for the establishment of a halberd showdown is a voluntary showdown between both parties. This makes high-level certified chefs increasingly rare. It's not easy for anyone to get to this point. Naturally, they need to cherish their feathers. Today, under the witness of Luo Qing and the 3 people, it is very likely that the 12th 5-star chef will be born, provided that the winner can pass the official assessment of Shiji Island and obtain the final certification. Are you all clear about today's rules? After the duel, the 3 must not exchange opinions with each other. Whether it is delicious or not must be judged by your heart, and don't affect other people's decisions. Luo Qing and the three nodded excitedly. The person who selected them as the judge is the referee sent by Shiji Dao to preside over this duel. Everything must be as fair and just as possible. And he chose the Luo Qing trio because they have been observing them for a while, and it will definitely not be the trust that the two sides of today's duel found. Is definitely in line with the theme of today's two 4-star chefs' duel in terms of difficulty, a very edible youth, as well as women and children. Even women and children are already in a super full state. Under this difficult situation, what kind of problem-solving dishes the two 4-star chefs will make will be the biggest attraction. After all, when people are full, no matter how delicious they are, they will feel average, and even feel sick. It is necessary to take care of the tastes of the three types of people, but also to face the fullness of the judges. The duel under this difficulty is wonderful. After quickly cleared the venue, the two 4-star chefs of this confrontation finally showed up. The one on the left of the judges' bench is a standard chef, with a round face, a short and thick neck, and a very full body, with calluses on the palms inadvertently exposed. Although his face has always been very rich with a smile on his face, that confidence is definitely not a pretense. And the chef who came out on the right made the three of Luo Qing stunned, a little bit confused. Is that a cute little loli like a porcelain doll? Is this 1 meter too tall? Luo Qing and Nami looked at each other, and then looked at Kirby without a trace. It seemed that they were almost taller on one side. This 4-star showdown that I've been waiting for a long time, www.readaloud.com, will actually be a little loli who is not as high as the stovetop against a miracle Buddha. This is too much of a piece. But there are indeed 4 pure gold star medals hanging on Lolita's clothes. The two sides of the Shiji duel are the 4-star chef Guo Han from Lu Zonglu, and the star contestant from Shiji Island is also the 4-star chef Sinyo of the Bear House. The theme of this halberd showdown is collocation. The ingredients used by the chefs of both sides are officially provided by Shiji Island. There are a total of 12 different types of ingredients. At least 8 of them must be used in the cooking process to qualify for the judge's taste. How to perfect the various attributes and even opposing ingredients, and then match them together depends on the skill of the two chefs. In addition, the amount of ingredients used will also be one of the final points of reference for the judges. Please be careful with the two chefs. Speaking of this, Luo Qing and the three instinctively glanced at the rich ingredients behind them. Most of them don't know how to break. Is it possible that after a while after eating, the comment can only say, well, yes, it melts in the mouth, sweet and soft. This has almost become a standard formula for food evaluation. Melancholy. In addition, with the approval of both parties, additional betting conditions have been added to this match. After Chef Guo Han won, Chef Sinyo volunteered to become his slave. If Chef Sinyo wins, Chef Guo Han voluntarily enters the official blacklist of Shiji Island and loses his qualification as a chef forever. Now I announce, the halberd showdown, start. Chapter 47, Damn Lo ICN? There is this kind of operation? Luo Qing's faces are full of question marks. It turned out that before the halberd showdown, the betting conditions can be added, as long as both parties agree. I thought this was just a normal halberd showdown between exciting 4-star chefs. Didn't expect that these two people would have such a deep hatred. If one wins, he wants the other party to be a slave. If one wins, he simply deprives the other party of his cook status. This fat man is too damnable. Luo Qing took his stand all at once, and Lori Kong should die. How can such a cute little loli be a slave to this fat pig? Even if you want to be it, give it to him, ahem. What he meant was that this dead pig would never win. His vote should be stable. In addition, Nami and Kirby shouldn't be able to watch the little loli like a porcelain doll being taken away by the pig. Then all kinds of indescribable every night. But what if the disparity is really too big and caught by the referee? Then you can only grab it. Luo Qing, who said Lo Icn is going to die, immediately made up his mind. After the duel began, Luo Qing has already been scolded in his heart by Luo Qing. I don't know how many times the fat pig, Lo Icn's chef, Guo Hun, is starting his performance in a dazzling manner. The meat of unknown animals, weird vegetables, mushrooms that can scream, and the eyeballs of sea kings that are bigger than people. All the ingredients seem to have life in Guo Hun's hands. It is obviously just a fat pig with low ICN. It's strange that cooking is so attractive. On the other hand, little Lori Snow was squatting quietly on the ground, not knowing what she was doing. Is it counting ants? With the passage of time, there has been a clear fragrance from Kua Hun. This tempting fragrance of crime even made Nami and Kabi, who had been resting for a while, swallowed their saliva. Luo Qing became more and more worried for little Lori. Then she saw that little Lori had brought a stool that was more than half a meter high, and hummed and climbed up. Puff! Luo Qing and the three really couldn't hold back. This scene is so funny. You have to stand on a stool to get to something. Little sister, are you sure you are not here to make fun? These 4-star medals are not all the shady scenes caused by the judges who are looking for because they like this little loli too much, right? What about the official assessment? After hearing the laughter of Luo Qing and others, little Lori gave him a fierce look. But with that cute dress and cute temperament, it is really not lethal. Luo Qing even thought that she must have such a lovely daughter in the future. It was really healing. Thinking about it, he secretly glanced at Nami. Ugh! Nami looks like the figure of a sun. At this moment, the little Lolita who finally stood firm also started her own cooking, as if she changed a person in an instant. An unusual aura suddenly burst out. Even the fat man Guo Hun couldn't help but glance over there. Boom! Little Lolita raised an iron pan larger than her whole body and started to stir quickly. Flames are rising from the sky. Luo Qing and the three of them were dumbfounded right away. Just these small arms and legs, where's the strength? But looking at this momentum, it seems that she really won these 4-star medals with her strength. Because there are too many ingredients to be processed, so this wait is more than an hour. When little Lolita climbed down from the stool with difficulty, Luo Qing couldn't help but laugh again. What awaits him is naturally little Lori's innocent white eyes. The cooking time is over. The chefs of both parties are invited to present their own dishes. Then I will come first. Fatty Fruit Hun took the lead in bringing up his own dishes. He had already noticed the abnormalities of Nami and Kirby. Although they had been digested for more than an hour, they should still be inert to food in general. And after eating his dish, the other party will feel more full. So eating first has a certain advantage. It is a matter of life and wealth, and Guo Hun dare not pretend to be generous. Luo Qing first glanced at little Lori before opening the lid. He was very curious about the other party's attitude, whether it was angry or indifferent or full of confidence in himself. Then he saw little Lolita hiding far away, took a little bear from her chest and lit a cigarette. Wow! Don't mention how much impact this scene has on Luo Qing. Good little Loli still learns to smoke? If my lord can't beat you to death. Luo Qing was stunned for a while before barely regaining his senses, and then uncovered the lid in front of him. An unscented scent is bombarding his sense of smell. Hasn't eaten yet, Luo Qing feels that little Lolita has lost what is going on. Seeing Kabi and Nami couldn't help moving their chopsticks, Luo Qing did not hesitate anymore, picking up a mountain and threw it into his mouth. Too delicious! Is really the entrance. Don't enter, after all, Luo Qing did not come up with any suitable adjectives after searching his poor dictionary. There is only one delicious. Unexpectedly, this fat man really had 2 times. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Luo Qing Jo glanced at him. A whole 12 kinds of ingredients were used by the other party, and after special treatment, they were carved into a continuous mountain. These 12 large and small mountains are made of those 12 ingredients. As the order of tasting is different, the various combinations of ingredients are also vividly reflected, and the sense of hierarchy is full. Unknowingly, this impressive 12 ways of peak flavor was eaten up by the three of Luo Qing. After eating, Luo Qing still has some thoughts. It is estimated that Sanji's strength is at most here. It is a worthwhile trip. After the matter, he also glanced at little Lori with regretful eyes. If such a delicious thing is ignorant of conscience, it seems a bit disrespectful. After seeing the satisfied expression of Luo Qing and the three of them eating all the 12 mountains on the plate, Guo Runyan laughed, and I finally got what I wanted. Let's ask Chef Sinyo to present the dishes. Little Lolita put out her cigarette butts with her pink shoes expressionlessly, and then delivered 3 plates with lids. Luo Qing and the 3 people could not wait to open the lid, and then they were all dumbfounded. I said, little sister, I think you have been busy for a long time, but you just got 3 beans? Are you kidding me? Then he heard little Lori open her cute mouth. Little sister? You are the little sister, and your whole family are all little sisters. My old lady is 25 years old this year, and I am blinded by your dog. The whole audience was silent, and it seemed that everyone was released by the Empress' petrified light. Chapter 48, Abduction Little Loli. Yes, exactly. This is my favorite Sinyo. Lori's body and mature soul are really awesome. When little Lolita yelled at her with that delicate voice, Guo Hun was already shaking with excitement. And Luo Qing and the 3 people barely retreated from the petrified state, and then began to look at the cute Loli in front of them again with strange faces. What do you look at? I was smiling very happy just now. My cooking is this bean, I love to eat it or not, my old lady will not serve it. After finished speaking, little Lori took out the cigarette case from her bear's pocket expressionlessly again. After finding that it had been exhausted, he immediately grabbed it and threw it under his feet. Luo Qing blankly took out a box of special cigarettes from the great airway and handed it over. Then he saw little Lolita's eyes lit up and took it over. Forget it. Hurry up and eat it, I guarantee it is a delicious dish you have never tasted before. After finishing talking, little Lolita hid aside happily. Then, eat it and see. Luo Qing directly picked up this plain green peas and threw it into his mouth. Nami and Kabi also learned a lot. Even if the dish just now made them full again, what does one green peas have? Can't eat. But at the moment when Ayamame was bitten by their teeth, the ever-changing fragrance bursts instantly. Everyone kept chewing on this green peas with an expression like a ghost. Why do you have so many different flavors in this little bean? There is the glutinous fragrance of meat, the fragrance of vegetables, the sweetness of fruits, the firmness of fish, and the crisp taste. What is going on with the constant change? Is just a bean the size of a finger, which actually makes Luo Qing and the 3 people fall into endless aftertastes. It seems that with every bite, a different fragrance spreads to the taste buds. Is really an amazing dish. And unlike the 12 peak flavor just now, in this small bean, almost all of these 12 ingredients are integrated without any conflict. Make a judgment. After chewing for 5 minutes, Luo Qing swallowed it reluctantly until he had experienced every taste. Okay. The judges' tasting session is over. Next, please 3 judges choose today's winner. 3, 2, 1. Without hesitation, Luo Qing and the 3 of them all pointed to the little Lolita who was smoking. And little Lolita seems not surprised by this result. Instead, Guo Hun blushed and shouted, I'm not convinced. You can act like this for a small bean. Where did you find the 3 actors? Fortunately, I had expected this situation a long time ago, and I left one for you there. I quickly ate and disappeared from my eyes. Little Lori pointed to her impatiently. The unbelieving fruit hung directly through the bean into his mouth and started chewing, and then there was a silence of 5 minutes. I lost. For a long time, Guo Hun fell on her knees as if she had lost her soul. The assessment will start in 3 days, right? Little Lolita flung her cigarette and slapped her double ponytail handsomely. Yes, it is. Well, I will be there on time in 3 days, can I go? Okay, okay. The referee wiped his cold sweat and glanced sympathetically at Guo-chan, who fell on his knees and desperately. The dignified 4-star chef, wasted. Then he saw Luoqing chasing people quickly. Don't you need your meal coupons? You can use it at any restaurant on this island. Nami, who ran not far away, turned around and rushed back. Then don't get it quickly. Oh. Nami snatched 300,000 Bailey's meal coupons, and then chased them out like the wind. Only the referee with a bewildered look is messy in the wind. Wait a minute. I ate my food for nothing, what happened to your pack of cigarettes? Little Lolita looked impatiently at Luoqing and others who were catching up. This little Loli is still cute when she doesn't speak. After this thought arose in his mind, he couldn't help but curiously asked, how did you make the dish just now? How can such a small bean contain 12 ingredients? Even if it is stuffed. The scum can't be so delicious in it. Little Lolita's addiction to cigarettes didn't know how it was so big, she didn't say a few words, and started smoking again. It's okay to tell you, I am a mini fruit-capable person, I can make everything I touch smaller, so don't look at that bean so small, I don't know how many things are in it. The volume becomes smaller, but the taste and characteristics of the ingredients will not change. Now you know the secret of that dish. Luoqing suddenly realized, and then looked at little Lori with scorching eyes, but she did not expect that she was still a demon fruit-capable person. By the way, is it not a foul to use the power of devil fruit to cook? Little Lolita immediately looked at him like a fool. www.readaloud.com. Could it be that when you are fighting with someone, if the other party doesn't let you use the devil fruit ability, you don't need it? This is also true. Anyway, this is a world that cannot be speculated by common sense. Since there is something like a devil fruit, you can use it whatever you want. If you are not convinced, you can also find a devil fruit to eat. If you don't use it because the other party doesn't have one, how stupid it is. That fat man didn't lose in justice. Is there anything else? I'm going back for business. Then Luoqing said very seriously, go out to sea with me. I still lack one of the best chefs in the world on board. No, thank you for the cigarette. Little Lolita waved away directly. Yet, our captain was rejected. Nami tossed around with the stack of meal coupons, while gloating at Luoqing. It seems that being handsome is not very useful. Luoqing's old face is a bit unbearable, I just think Kibi has no talent in cooking. Don't tell me that after eating these 2 dishes, you can still tolerate eating half-baked barbecue every day. Obviously they are all familiar. Kirby argued loudly, blushing. Yes, can you be unfamiliar if they are baked? Luoqing said casually. Nami is indeed like this. I am afraid of comparison in everything. During the days when I eat fruits every day, I feel very happy to be able to eat hot barbecue. But after coming here, especially after enjoying 2 4-star chef's dishes, Kirby's level is simply horrible. So, this is the reason you want to kidnap Lori. Nami smiled and looked at Luoqing. Chapter 49, Nami and Number 039, S Model Show. Hee. Luoqing laughed, and then immediately said, how is it possible? I only value her cooking skills, let alone you don't want to eat her dishes every day. What kind of loli is she? I didn't hear her saying that she is 25 years old. Still a smoker who can explode. It looks like a loli on the outside, but there is a shrew in my heart. How can our little Nami be cute? Luoqing's desire to survive is extremely strong, anyway, Lori Snow has already gone far, so she is not afraid of hearing it. It's just that Nami is so cheating. Oh? Is that right? Nami put her arms on her chest and stared at him with a smile, always giving Luoqing the illusion of being seen through. After turning his gaze away with a slight guilty conscience, Luo Qing continued to insist, "Of course. Otherwise, what else can I have? After I got here, I decided to abduct a cook on the boat. The little kid named Sinyo just now was nothing. It's just to be determined." "Well, I believe you once. If you behave well next, how about I will accompany you to persuade that little lowly tomorrow?" "Next? What are you going to do?" "Of course." Nami's little eyes started to flicker again. Before the sun went down, Luo Qingbi was overwhelmed with shopping bags. Empty-handed, Nami walked in front of her, humming a little song from her hometown. She seemed to be in a good mood. "Hey! Hurry up! It's dark." While walking, Nami didn't forget to turn her head and urge the two followers. Luo Qing and Kirby looked at each other bitterly. They could only hum quickly to keep up. These things are Nami's next actions. Almost all of them are all kinds of clothes and some fun and beautiful accessories to pay tribute to the burnt down on the ship. It was obvious that Luo Qing could put everything away only by finding a corner with no one, but Nami severely stopped his behavior. In her original words, "These are my personal belongings. What if you deliberately keep a few of them and don't take them out?" When she said this, Nami looked at his eyes with disgust, as if he would definitely do it, and would do something worse. So Luo Qing, who was very speechless, joined the coolie lineup. Fortunately, these clothes were not heavy, but they looked scary. "I don't know how many people are looking at me along the way." Nami seems to enjoy such enviable eyes. After finally returning to the boat, Kirby waited directly on the deck to look at the corpse. For the first time, he knew that shopping was such a painful thing. He would rather double the amount of usual exercise or simply stay on the boat to watch the boat. Experience such a journey to hell. "Kirby, move things to my room quickly." Nami Jiao's voice made Kirby shiver suddenly, and then quickly got up and said, "I'll be here soon." In his young mind, Nami at this time has surpassed his teacher Luo Qing and became the person he feared most on this ship. After Kirby brought everything in, he was directly driven away by his respected teacher. Then he listened to Luo Qing, who was still here with a dead skin, said happily, "Nami, do you think it's time to honor the promise? Among the many clothes I bought today, although there are no two straps, there is no lack of exciting." A touch of red quietly climbed onto Nami's cheek, and it looked very beautiful under the white moonlight of the window. "Really want to see?" Luo Qing's head is almost on the ground. Then he saw Nami picking up 2 bags and walking into the bathroom. Before closing the door, she gave him a vicious look, "No peeking. After waiting for so long, I finally waited." The fatigue of the day disappeared instantly, only excitement was left. After waiting for half an hour, Nami walked out of the bathroom with a slight twist. For the next second, Luo Qing was stunned and touched his hot nose subconsciously. Okay. With the help of moonlight, Luo Qing, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of you. The cover with less fabric than usual, almost half of its roundness is exposed to the air, and the white suspender stockings underneath are pure and seductive. Luo Qing is really dumbfounded. Is such a fairy when he is only 16 years old? I am really looking forward to it more and more. Have you seen enough? Nami asked shyly. Luo Qing directly shook his head into a rattle. Want to see anything else? This is also a problem. Fools don't want to see it. Seeing Luo Qing nodded frantically, Nami suddenly revealed the fox tail. A 10 million berry, do you still want to see it? Luo Qing was dumbfounded immediately. Is there such an operation? Then he was caught in the struggle between upper body thinking and lower body thinking. Just when he was struggling with his expression, he suddenly heard Nami's shy face and said, "There are a few more shameful clothes, I'm really embarrassed to wear them to others." Deal. Luo Qing made a decision immediately. Money can think of another way, www.readaloud.com, but the chance is only this time. The corners of Nami's mouth that was hidden under the palm of her hand turned up immediately, and she didn't believe you weren't hooked. So she took the clothes and walked into the bathroom again. More than half an hour later, Luo Qing walked out of Nami's room with a pained expression on his face. There was a bright laugh from Nami. Guests go slowly, be sure to bring more money next time. Sorry, it's the feeling of myocardial infarction. Luo Qing suddenly covered his left chest, it hurts. This bit of private money that I had worked so hard to hide was taken out after just watching a model show. This time I really want to eat dirt. But after a little aftertaste of the scene just now, he felt that his chest didn't seem to hurt so much. Sailor suit, dead water, low-cut evening dress with naked back, a dress with slits to the waist. If you dream tonight, you will wake up with a smile. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Luo Qing returned to the room with a satisfied expression. I don't know that at this time, Nami, who has always been known for her boldness, is blushing, hugging her pillow and rolling back and forth on the bed. She likes money, but the model show just now was really just to get out of Luo Qing's small vault. A woman is a person who pleases herself. This sentence is never just a word. If a woman has always been razor sharp in front of you, no matter what kind of flaws are not afraid to be exposed to you, then there are only two situations. Either she has been married for many years, or she doesn't treat you as a man at all. So this night, Nami is destined to sleepless. Chapter 50, Sunscreen. After getting up the next day, Luo Qing first checked the sheets with a guilty conscience, and he was relieved to find that he did not see any strange traces that could not be told to others. After all, I just watched a model show last night, and I dreamed that some weird things were said in the past. The dream I just had was a bit too exciting and fragrant, and it was still vivid in retrospect. It took Luo Qing to calm down for a while before putting the little brother who insisted on standing guard into his pants. Naked sleeping is one of Luo Qing's hobbies, and it is a favorite of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Morning, Nami. When Luo Qing walked out refreshedly, she saw Nami wearing sunglasses, lying lazily on a sun lounger, sunbathing. Generally, in this situation, a gentleman should ask the lady if she needs help applying sunscreen. Then, need help? Beautiful lady. Although Luo Qing's dress is very decent, but Nami, who has already seen him, clearly doesn't know what is thinking in his head. But after rewarding him with a big white eye, there are sunglasses blocked, Luo Qing can't see it, Nami actually turned over and fell on her stomach. Now it was Luo Qing's turn to be stunned. It's unscientific. Every time he said this, he waited for him either with his eyes or with contempt. So there must be some conspiracy in this. Luo Qing suddenly hesitated. Hurry up, don't you have to go to the chef later? Nami's tone is the same as usual, except that in a place where Luo Qing can't see, Nami is biting her lip, panicking a group. She doesn't know what's wrong with herself, but she is getting used to getting along very well. Is very relaxed and happy, there is no mess, no need to live in worry and stress every day. Although this guy has a lot of sex, he never hides it, never forces her to do unwilling things, and even says that Luo Qing respects her very much in a sense. Isn't this kind of life that I don't have to force myself exactly what I want? Freedom and treasure, beautiful clothes to wear, let go to drink if you want to drink, and buy delicious food if you want. Hey? How come this guy hasn't moved yet? Obviously, he has given him such a good opportunity. Nami, who fell into a certain thought, glanced back strangely. Then he heard him say, I really have no money, I swear. Nami was so angry in her heart. This bastard! I am the kind of woman who wants money. Luo Qing, if not, give me back the more than 100 million treasures taken from me last night. So Nami looked bad and shouted, hurry up and help me paint. Looking at Nami's smooth back, Luo Qing swallowed quietly, but he still couldn't help adding, say it first, I really have no money. Nami is about to get up and beat him up. But at this time Luoqing has reached out to untie the belt behind her hood. Nami, who was almost completely seen, screamed and quickly squatted back. Asshole! Do you want to die? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. After a quarrel, Luoqing's hand finally touched Nami's skin. The two trembled at the same time, showing the unrest in their hearts. Nami's skin can be described as radiant and breakable. I really don't understand how she has been taking care of it since she was so young. There is no trace of wind and sun. In the end, Luoqing can only be classified as special in pirate world. Maybe this is the privilege of beautiful women. 10 minutes later, Luoqing took up his hand with some dismay. Done. Okay. Nami just whispered, her entire face buried in her arms, and she didn't dare to look up. While Luoqing was helping her apply sunscreen, there was an electric current running through her body constantly, and her heartbeat was frightening. Now even without looking in the mirror, Nami knows that her face is absolutely red. Why is this happening? Nami doesn't know how many times she has asked herself this way. I don't know when Luoqing also wandered down on the sun lounger next to him. In such a good weather, the two of them were sunbathing peacefully and warmly together. There was also some pink smell that made each person unable to speak. Beautiful. Kirby, who is mopping the floor, has a crying face. I don't envy it at all. A good morning was spent in lazy sunbathing. When the three of them came to this island again, they all returned to normal. Through the inquired news, if we want to set sail again, we have to wait until the recording pointer is full of magnetic storage. But the two we have are permanent pointers, and we still need to buy new ones. Nami did not forget her responsibilities. Luoqing also nodded. He knows more basic information about the Great Route than Nami, but naturally he still has to leave it to Nami for professionalism. But he doesn't want to follow this route to the next island. Read www.uuganshu. Compared with exploring and adventuring these things, the current priority for Com is to strengthen its strength to deal with various crises that may arise in the future. As long as you have enough strength, you can go anywhere in this world. So at this time Luoqing already has his first goal. The record pointer wants to buy, but we don't go to the next island to point to, let's go to Alabaston. Alabaston. Nami was taken aback. Yes, I need to improve my strength as soon as possible, so Alabaston must go. Luoqing's tone was firm. What's in Alabaston? There are deserts, dancing fans, revolutionary army, Kaiwa sea sand crocodile, Robin. Luoqing went for Robin? He does not deny that he has the idea of abducting Robin aboard the boat. After all, he has traveled to the world of One Piece. If he does not take Robin aboard, the readers will definitely explode in place. When Luoqing was on the earth, he also read some pirate fanarts. Under the comments, a group of people shouted the slogan "No Robin, no pirate," and what's more, when he counted down Robin's various advantages, it seems that there is no better candidate to be a wife than Robin. Luoqing admits that he likes both Nami and Robin very much, but he is not sure if he can also abduct Robin on the boat. After all, Crocodile's strength is definitely not as unbearable as it was when he played against Luffy. In his own desert home court, Crocodile, who had become Kaiwahe early because of his powerful strength, was not so much lost to Luffy, but rather to the protagonist Halo. So in fact, the main reason why Luoqing Fi wanted to go to Alabaston was to spot the Devil Fruit ability under Crocodile. Chapter 51, Dual Personality. Although in Luoqing's memory, he can't remember who was in the Baroque work agency that Sha Crocodile founded, but those who may be more impressed. But the only thing he can be sure of is that all the senior agents in the Baroque work agency are all capable people. And Luoqing is now in short supply of a large number of devil fruits to enhance his abilities. In addition, the strength of the senior agent ability of the Baroque work agency is within his range, so there is no better leveling location than that. If even Crocodile can be killed in the end, the rustling fruit is likely to become the first natural devil fruit. Luoqing came to the world of One Piece, and then take Robin aboard. Thinking about it, Luo Qing almost slobbered. I don't know why I have to go there, but since the captain has spoken. Nami gave a little arrogant look, she looked very cute. Now that the captain and the navigator have been determined, Kirby, who is a handyman, naturally has no opinion, or no one listens to any opinions. Who made him stand on such an irresponsible teacher? Then hurry up and get the business done first. First get the chef's work done and then start to inquire about the news of Alabaston. It is best to get a permanent pointer for Alabaston. Little Lolita is so good. Nami squinted at him with her slanted eyes. Luo Qing didn't hear it anymore. What kind of loli or not, he is that kind of person. Next, Luo Qing and the three people began to walk around while inquiring about little Lori Snow. Don't say, on this Halberd Island, Lori Snow really has a lot of fame. After all, with that petite body and appearance, being able to rise to a 4-star chef is not an ordinary eye-catcher, not to mention that Lori is about to reach 5 stars. So, after Luo Qing betrayed his hue for a while, in the gaze of a group of little girls full of little stars, they finally found out the location of little Loli's store. 10 minutes later. Right here. If what she said is true, I don't understand why she is so immersed in Loli's character that she can't extricate herself. Perhaps a special hobby. Luo Qing and Nami each made complaints, and took Kirby into this childlike dessert shop. It's hard to imagine that there is a 25-year-old old woman who likes to swear and smoke will insist on dressing in a small Loli style and open a dessert shop that children like very much. Is it split personality? Welcome. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the laughter of the children, and the cute and adorable Lori voice. This is the same snooty that one bite of an old mother before. Luo Qing and the three of them immediately looked at her with weird faces. What are you doing here? Little Lori Snow dressed up in a princess dress looked very surprised today. Then just when Luo Qing was about to speak, she interrupted, it's not a place to talk outside, come in with me. Children, Sister Sinyo is going to prepare some delicious snacks for everyone, everyone must be obedient. Good. Followed Sinyo to the back room with a stupid expression. Luo Qing's stomach vomited out of nowhere, as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Let's talk about it, what are you looking for? If you still let me go out to sea with you, you don't need to mention it. As soon as she left the children's sight, little Lolita recovered her nature, took out a pack of cigarettes from her body with great skill, and then lit it with delight. So where does this princess dress without even pockets hide the cigarettes? Luo Qing subconsciously swept over the A in front of little Lolita. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want my eyeballs anymore, right? Little Lori seems to have blown up her hair, she is sensitive enough. I said you wouldn't be spiritually divided, harmonious, right? Luo Qing looked at her strangely. Do you mean those little kids outside? Little Lori took a deep breath of cigarette and slumped on the chair, looking like a ghost. I thought you were so different because you liked children. Now it seems that I misunderstood. There are 3 kinds of things that I hate the most. I want to include kitties and desserts. After saying this, Luo Qing and the 3 were even more surprised. But if you hate it, why would you open this dessert shop here, and specialize in dealing with children? Nami was very puzzled. Yeah, why? Maybe because of obsession. Little Lori forgot to smoke, until the flickering cigarette burned her fingers, she suddenly woke up. I'm happy, you are in charge. You. Nami is so angry, such a little loli is really unpopular. Isn't there another thing that you hate? What is it? Luo Qing has a feeling that perhaps the reason why she hates children and desserts, she still has to face up to the difficulties because of the 3rd kind of thing she hates. Okay, the cigarettes are out, you can leave as soon as you have nothing to do, I can't go out to sea with you. So you are going to stay on this island for the rest of your life? Face things you hate all your life? To punish yourself? What do you know? What do you know about me? I have seen too many self-righteous guys like you. Is the 50 million bounty great? I don't know how many pirates with over 100 million bounty come to eat on this island every day. I have seen the Rear Admiral more than 10 times. What do you think you are? Luoqing is just a tentative question. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com didn't expect little Laurie's reaction to be so big. But when he listened to what little Laurie said, he laughed instead. You investigated me in particular. The faceless Luoqing has a bounty of 50 million baili from the East China Sea. Do you still use investigation? Just look at the reward order and you will know. You don't think that the small island with so many pirates every day will not attract the attention of the Navy Intelligence Department? I don't know how many pirates who came here were all caught up in an ambush by the Navy after they left this island. I think you should leave here as soon as possible. The words "only caught alive" are rare enough. Which Navy high level are you? Or which big power came out? Facing little Laurie's merciless mockery, Nami and Kirby were very nervous, but Luoqing suddenly laughed. Do you need a powerful force to protect you? Or do you need to help you solve a very powerful enemy? It's so powerful that even Rear Admiral will be scared off when he hears it. Any pirate who comes to this island will not dare to listen to you. It's so powerful that he can only stay on this island day after day, waiting for the 4 emperors of red hair to appear in the year. Chapter 52, scheduled 4 emperor opponents. The scene suddenly became very strange and silent. Little Laurie stared at him silently, but Nami and Kirby didn't understand why he said that. It can make the rebellious pirates and the pretentious navy be frightened by the wind, and even the enemy who can only be dealt with only by waiting for the return of the red hair indefinitely, except for being one of the 4 emperors. I can't think of it. Other people. Your enemy will never be an admiral or a marshal, right? In that case, you would have been arrested long ago. The reason why you went to inquire about my news after meeting yesterday was only with a glimmer of hope, but after seeing the words "only allowed to be caught alive," you think you can use my speciality or the greatness behind it. The forces fulfilled your wish, that's why they performed so fiercely. Exciting general method? It works well. So, am I right? Luoqing appeared to be quite confident. It is not that he is very good at reasoning, but that little Lolita behaves very abnormally today. According to her performance yesterday, they should be driven away by her as soon as they show up today, instead of saying, "You go, I won't go out to sea with you," and then go and talk to them. No, I deliberately led the topic to the other side. It is really hard not to doubt her purpose. Little Laurie Snow was silent, but slowly said after lighting a cigarette again. You guessed it right, I did it on purpose. It has been 2 years since I came to this island. During this period, I met countless guys who brag about how awesome I was, but after I just mentioned that name inadvertently, everyone ran away in panic. Lost. From the initial expectation, it has slowly turned into despair and numbness. Red-haired Shanks is my last hope on this island. So before I mention that person's name, you should take someone away. You are too weak, and the forces behind it are probably not comparable. It is because I have lost my calm that I will feel like I have lost my heart, and I have a little more expectation of you. After finished speaking, little Lolita turned and left with a lonely expression. If it weren't for the phrase "only allowed to be caught alive," it would be too rare, she would never have said so much to Luoqing. Now think about it, maybe she's been waiting for too long to be evil. How can a larger power compare to that person's power? Unless the Navy dispatches all its combat power and fights. Because of Luoqing? Just because only allowed to catch alive? She is indeed crazy. But the moment she turned around, Luoqing suddenly stopped her. Maybe I am not good now, but one day I will personally change the pattern of the world, the 4 emperors. That will only be a stumbling block in my path. If you are willing to wait any longer, just tell me your story, it may affect which stumbling block I choose to crush first in the future. A newcomer with a reward of only 50 million came to the first island of the Great Root and uttered a rant to trample the 4 emperors under his feet. I really don't know if it's arrogant or really confident in myself. Don't say it's Sinyo. Even Nami and Kirby looked at their captain with a look of lunatic. If this word is spread, it is estimated that the 4 emperors will not take action, and the pirates who have heard the news will tear them to pieces. After all, the current 4 emperors are recognized by most people as the 4 emperors of the sea. Anyone needs the navy to do its best to be able to contend with it. The final result may not be able to win, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. Little Lori Snow wanted to laugh subconsciously. This was really the funniest joke she had heard in the past 2 years. But I don't know why, being watched by Luo Qing's extremely serious eyes makes her unable to laugh. Even the mocking words are automatically closed to the lips. Do you really want to know? Whether you believe it or not, sooner or later I will take the initiative to challenge the 4 emperors. It has nothing to do with you. The only difference is that if you become my person, after I have enough strength, the enemy you are afraid of will become my first target. This is my guarantee and promise. Whether you choose to trust me or not, the decision is yours. Everyone can speak big words, and every day I hear a group of people who don't know the heights of the sky are shouting to be the One Piece. Big talk? Time will tell. Luo Qing appeared to be very calm. He is not Naruto. He does not have a full-level mouth escape, and there is no way to make everyone believe his arrogant words. All he can do is to give hope and promise to those who believe in him, and complete it in due time. At least I am the only person you have ever seen who has not been scared away by the name of the 4 emperors. Besides, I think it's useless for you to continue to wait, let alone whether you can wait until the red hair arrives. Even if you do see it, what can you do? Could it be that you still have this confidence, and the red-haired Shanks, who is also the 4 emperors, will launch this kind of war that may affect the world pattern because of you? Don't think too much about yourself. www.readaloud.com. Only at this stage I will give you a promise. Only I can give you this opportunity. Even if you and I may die on the road to challenge the 4 emperors in the end, you have at least tried it. It's all here, please think about it. I will stay here for 3 days, and after 3 days I will find a chef to go to sea. After finished speaking, Luo Qing left with Nami and Kirby with a bewildered look. And the little Lori Snow lit a cigarette again. I'm really crazy, but I am a little pirate with a bounty of 50 million, and I have no courage. So does he only speak big words or is he really dependent? What should I do? Like he said, how about waiting for red hair? What bargaining chip does she have to impress Shanks? What revenge? It seems that it is nothing in the end. On the other side, Nami and Kirby leaving from here are still in a dizzy state. That fake loli has a grudge against the 4 emperors. It should be, the specific situation will be decided after listening to her story. Nami wanted to talk but stopped. Luo Qing saw it, he immediately smiled and said. What you want to say? Are we really going to confront the 4 emperors? Because of a fake loli? Helping her is only incidental. Sooner or later we will meet the 4 emperors. It's a matter of time. Luo Qing seemed very confident. If he couldn't even pass the 4 emperors level, what else would he talk about conquering the world? Okay, what else can Nami and Kirby say about such a self-confident captain? Chapter 53, Snowball? Do you think she will really come? Just rely on your empty words. Randomly found a restaurant and began to enjoy the food, Nami asked suspiciously. Luo Qing feasted, and said mysteriously, in fact, all the drowning people need is hope. On this island, besides his open traveler who dares to praise this high cow for helping her, who else would dare to promise her? Shanks has this strength, but in terms of philosophy, he cannot help. Looking to maintain the current world structure, Shanks, who seeks a sense of peace, avenges an unknown girl and initiates a war with another 4 emperors? Even 10,000 years of April Fool's Day together is impossible. That's why Luo Qing was very calm, and it didn't matter anyway. She chose to believe him, and then helped her take revenge. If she doesn't believe it, it's normal. Anyway, she doesn't have to. Seeing that he was so confident, Nami and Kirby stopped thinking about it anymore, but fell into a sea of delicious food. Luo Qing thought that even if Sinyo had to make up his mind, he would see a petite figure waiting there smoking a cigarette a few days later when they returned to the boat at night. Looking at the densely packed cigarette butts on the ground, it was obvious that she was very anxious. A decision was made so soon. Say on board, this is not a place to talk. Little Lolita put out her cigarette and followed them without saying a word. Nami gave Luo Qing a meaningful look, as if she was accusing a certain lowly accusation that she finally got what she wanted. Can Luo Qing admit it? Can't decisively. The darkness fell unconsciously. Kirby went to cut some fruit and brought it up, then was sent away for training. The look in Kirby's eyes when he left was a pity. He was also very curious. All right. Since you will find here, you should make a decision, right? My enemy is the Big Mom of the Four Emperors. Are you sure you want to help me now? Little Lori didn't know how many cigarettes she had smoked, and her voice became hoarse. Luo Qing smiled. The same sentence, even without you, I will challenge the Four Emperors. With you, it just helped me determine the first goal. Don't take yourself too important. After listening to Luo Qing's words, Sinyo nodded slightly after being silent. Although she was very unwilling, she admitted that Luo Qing was right. In front of an enemy like the Four Emperors, no one would die because of her. Tell your story. First of all, I want to make sure you are worthy of my help. In addition, you have to be prepared to continue waiting. I will not go to death for nothing until I am not sure. Little Lolita probably figured it out, or she has no choice. So there is a story about little Lori Snow unfolded under this beautiful starry sky. The full name of Lori Snow is Snow Bowl. When he was very young, he accidentally ate a devil fruit and became what he is now, but because of this he has the ability to make everything smaller. Their family was originally a resident of Cake Island. Their parents opened a dessert shop on the island and became famous. But one day 5 years ago, the bulimia of Big Mom suddenly fell into madness. At that time, Big Mom called for millefeuille. But millefeuille is particularly difficult to make. The trickiest part is that it has 1 million layers of meringue and it also has to match the huge size of Big Mom. The children of Big Mom almost arrested all the chefs on the island who could make this dessert, but she escaped because of the petite size of her child. But just before the final completion, Big Mom, who waited for too long and fell into madness, first killed the 2 children who blocked her, and then came to the place where millefeuille was made, and took the unfinished millefeuille eaten with a few chefs. Among them are her parents. Even so, in the end Big Mom went crazy for a while, and finally recovered his calm after millefeuille from another place sent it over. But at that time, most of the Cake Island had been destroyed in her hands. Sinyo's parents also passed away forever, and the painful experience of being eaten out of control of Big Mom as a dessert. Since then, she has hated desserts, hatred Big Mom, and herself. She has been stuck in self-blame. If she had also gone with her parents at the time, would she be able to finish the dessert at the last minute? She hated her body like a child, and she hated her as well as the child. But his parents have always liked the appearance of a little girl. She has never grown up. S love for desserts is also very profound under the influence of his parents. So after coming to this halberd island from the New World after several twists and turns, she fell into a deep conflict. On the one hand, she was extremely disgusted, and on the other hand, she was unwilling to give up the love of her parents, forcing herself to dress up as a little lowly every day, making desserts and dealing with children every day. This is the whole story of Sinyo. After listening, Luo Qing, Nami and Kirby, who secretly pricked her ears while hiding aside while exercising www.readaloud.com, were very sympathetic to her. How to avoid such unwarranted disasters? Every time a large number of people die when they commit binge eating disorder in Big Mom, most of the island is destroyed. This is the result of being able to deliver the dessert she wants in time, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. I really don't know how the people on Cake Island survived. So, from now on you will be the cook on my boat. Luo Qing smiled suddenly and stretched out his right hand. He didn't say anything to comfort him, and he didn't say anything else that would kill Big Mom. Is just a simple action, a simple smile represents his position. After finishing talking, he also looked at Nami and Kirby. He hoped that every new companion in the future would be recognized by everyone. Nami curled her lips and turned her head to another place, but she didn't know when she reached out her hand. Kirby also smiled and trod over and put his hand on it. In the end, everyone turned their eyes to little Lori Snow. Oh! I'm really crazy. I actually believe you. Although she said that, she gritted her teeth and put her hand on it. Now what can I do besides choosing to believe? At least Luo Qing is the first guy to give him a clear promise, even if she finally died on the road of revenge, she has no regrets. Oh roar! Kirby is going to take out all the wines. Today everyone celebrate and have a good time. Where is the kitchen? Alcohol is nothing, I'll go get some food and drink, don't eat my tongue for a while. Ha ha ha! Party time! Chapter 54, One Big Gift. Although the kitchen equipment on Luo Qing's boat was sprayed with no use by the fake Lori Snow, she still cooked very rich dishes with superb methods. Asked Luo Qing and others to forget about drinking, and finally they couldn't walk. Snowball is really 25 years old. After the meal, Luo Qing asked curiously while lying down to digest. How many times have I said it? That's a nickname that only my parents can call me, eldest sister, bastard. Pseudo Lori Snow was yelling uncomfortably while enjoying a cigarette after a meal. When she didn't speak, she was quite cute, and she was completely finished when she spoke, completely destroying all the beauty of Lori in people's minds. By the way, you said that after you accidentally ate the devil fruit, you kept it like this, and you can't grow up anymore? Can all the things that you use to make things smaller can't be changed back? Na Mei also asked curiously, how can she be a companion on the same ship in the future, so she should know more about each other? Xiao Suekiu nodded depressedly, then shook his head again. I am the only one who does not grow up, but people or things that have been made smaller by me can be restored to their original size through my ability to disarm. Humans can be? How small can they be? Pseudo Lolita Snowball suddenly smiled evilly, since you are curious, feel it for yourself. Reached out and touched him as he spoke, and Luo Qing was really curious and did not choose to dodge. In the next second, Luo Qing disappeared from everyone's sight. In Luo Qing's field of vision, it was like a giant's transition, which is amazing. Where are people? Nami and Kirby carefully searched for a long time before they found Luo Qing, who was only the size of an ant in the original location. Luo Qing felt the strength and speed in his body, and even summoned infinite gloves. Discovered that even though he became like this, his physical fitness and the abilities on the infinite gloves can all be used without the slightest influence. This Nima just doesn't need a black technology version of Ant-Man. Luo Qing was a little surprised. As long as he uses the ability of the little snowball, he can create a group of Ant-Man army in minutes. Although it may not be as flexible as the original version, if you want to become bigger, you will become bigger, if you want to become smaller, you will become smaller. Little Snowball released the ability, Luo Qing once again changed back to its original size. Awesome ability! Luo Qing praised without hesitation. Even Nami and Kirby are eager to try. Seeing that they want to experience it so much, Snowball reluctantly activates their abilities again. She doesn't seem to realize how powerful she is. Also, this ability has always been used by her for cooking, but I can't imagine that it is normal in combat. 10 minutes later, Luo Qing, who had passed by Xinkijin, started drinking by the moonlight. During this period of time, Pseudo-Lolita Little Snowball also had a certain understanding of everyone. For example, the little white-faced captain who always talks big, such as the 16-year-old sailor whose eyes shine when he mentions money and treasure, such as this kid who has been drunk by Luo Qingqiang and is now drunk. Kirby, his identity seems to be handyman. Xiao Sueqiu is becoming less optimistic about her choice. It seems that this 5-year wait has completely driven her crazy, otherwise, how could she be pressed on such a weird group of people? By the way, since I have chosen to join you, this bargaining chip is no longer needed, here it is. Pseudo-Lolita Little Snowball did not know where he took out a folded cloth. Throw it to Luo Qing. So where did she hide these things? Is there an extra-dimensional pocket hidden under her skirt, like Nami's double, harmonious, peaks? Luo Qing took it, opened it, and asked casually, "What is this? Is it a love letter?" "It doesn't look like it." Xiao Sueqiu ignored his not funny joke, and said directly, "Have you ever heard of the historical text?" Nami and Kirby were at a loss, obviously because they didn't know anything, while Luo Qing looked serious. "Don't tell me this is rubbed from a piece of historical text." "The answer is correct, but there is no reward. I secretly rubbed this from the Big Mom station. It is said that one of the 4 road sign history texts of RAF Drew can be reached. Nami and Kirby can't understand them, but Luo Qing knows how powerful this gift is." Roger, who had not yet become the Shanghai Pirate King, secretly rubbed this red road sign history text from his aunt before finally reaching Ralph Drew, completing the legend of One Piece. That is to say, only the collection of 4 red road signs history text has the key to One Piece. And these 4 pieces of red road sign history text, except for the one whose whereabouts are unknown, the other 3 pieces of Luo Qing know where they are. Auntie and Kaido each saved 1 piece, while Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and the remaining pieces in the hands of the Guanjiao clan of Wano country. It's still difficult to get a hand, but I didn't expect that a fake loli would bring him such a great gift. This is the bargaining chip you want to persuade Hungfa to use. Xiao Sueqiu nodded. After the death of my parents, I thought a lot, and found that besides the Navy headquarters, the only people who could deal with the 4 emperors were big men who were also the 4 emperors. But to persuade one of the 4 emperors to take a shot, you must have enough chips. So after I made myself small, I sneaked into the premises of Big Mom, wanting to inquire about some secrets of Big Mom, but unexpectedly learned the secrets and functions of historical text. So I quietly brought in a small piece of cloth every day, and rubbed the entire road sign history text bit by bit, and escaped as my last killer. Since I chose to put the bargain chip on you, then this thing is useless to me. It's not that she never thought of going directly to the other 3-4 emperors to send the chips, but Kaido, who is volatile and closely related to Big Mom, was the first to be eliminated, and she did not listen less during the lurking period. As far as the secrets of Big Mom are concerned, it includes that she and Kaido have both stayed in the same pirate group. The remaining Whitebeard is very old, and he gave up dominating the sea long after Roger died. This bargaining chip is probably not as good as a piece of toilet paper for Baybeard. But the last remaining red-haired Shanks did not have a fixed location, full of new worlds. It's not that she has never tried to find red hair, but after several deadly escapes, she gave up her chance of trying her luck and came here. Chapter 55, Want to see it again. P.S. Brothers, I don't ask for a recommendation vote, everyone really can't remember to vote, 120,000 clicks are less than 2,000 votes. Everyone, don't waste it, throw all the votes to the old faceless right. Now it's a new book issue, I don't dare to update more, it will definitely make everyone happy when it's released. Luo Qing was silent. Is this important? Of course is very important. But his dream is not to be the One Piece, so the so-called One Piece and the truth of this world, the hidden history, to be honest, it is really not that important to him. Say it is tasteless, and it is something that more than 90% of the people on the sea will definitely fight for. Anyway, this gift is priceless. Even if he doesn't use it, he can still use it as a bargaining chip in exchange for what he wants. Thank you, I have accepted things. If one day I abandon my promise, you can leave and proclaim that this rubbing is in my hands. Nami frowned, looking at Sinyo a little unhappy. And Sinyo did not give any explanation, because she had already made plans when she handed over this bargaining chip. If Luo Qing doesn't keep her promise, she will choose to leave, and then publicize the matter. At that time, she will not tell the truth of the news, whether it is the angry ant, the pirates who want to get the rubbings, or even the navy. Swarming. This is also her backhand for breaking the net without leaving a bottom line. Unexpectedly, Luo Qing broke it. In the end, the reception ended up unhappily, and Nami returned to the room angrily, but Sinyo couldn't explain it because of her calculation. Only Luo Qing shook his head, feeling indifferent. You can't expect everyone to give their heart and soul after only meeting 3 times, that's a fairy tale. If little Snowball really took out things without any preparation, then he would have to weigh them instead. There is nothing wrong with asking for something, the most feared is the inability of people. Not to mention that Luo Qing did indeed receive this great gift. He would not be angry because of being calculated, otherwise he would not accept it. The days to come are still long, time will smooth out these small cracks. Speechless all night, when everyone got up the next day, they were aroused by a very strong fragrance. When Luo Qing and a few people sat at the table in a daze, the extremely well-dressed dishes were already on the table. You don't have to think about it, it must have been made by the little Snowball Sinyo, which I chose to leave yesterday. It's ready for dinner. Yeah, it's very fast to enter the character. Luo Qing couldn't help teasing the fake loli who brought the last soup. If you raise a fat man, you will be photographed to death by Big Mom in no time. Little Lolita is really not cute when she is venomous. The 4 enjoyed a delicious breakfast, but the atmosphere was not very harmonious. From the beginning to the end, Nami never gave Xiao Sueki a good face. Obviously, she did not look down on her last action yesterday. When you finish eating, let's go, buy what you should buy, and then find a permanent pointer to Alabaston. Luo Qing drank black tea comfortably after the meal, full of energy and enviable. Kitchenware. Okay. I bought some kitchen utensils and equipment, and there was nothing on the boat. You deliberately. Xiao Sueki made his request while smoking a cigarette. That's right, the kitchen on the ship is indeed a bit rudimentary, so you can just say what you need, and we will buy it in a while. It seems that I have to go to the capital of 7 waters if I have a chance. This ship looks a bit depreciated. It's up to you, but you can go to my place first. There are many things that are readily available. You can buy them when they are lacking. Had no objection, so Luo Qing and his party once again came to the storefront of Pseudo Lolita Snowball, but this time they left without knowing when they would come back. By the way, don't you still need to be certified as a 5-star chef? After putting everything into the infinite gloves, Luo Qing asked under Xiao Sueki's surprised eyes. I don't care about that kind of things at all. If it weren't for someone to trouble me and look at me so bullying, it wouldn't let me accumulate so many stars. Moreover, our top priority now is to leave this island as soon as possible. If the words only caught alive are the result of the operation of the forces behind you, it may be fine, but if it is you or something on your body that has been noticed by the Navy, when you arrive, you have to leave quickly. The Navy ships are definitely already heading here. Little Snowball gave Luo Qing a meaningful look, making Luo Qing frown and thought deeply. According to her statement, the most likely possibility is that he has been targeted. Also, he is not afraid of the sea and the sea building stones, and he has more than one kind of devil fruit ability. If he does not attract the attention of the Navy, then he really suspects that the Navy of this world is going to be cold. So it is his particularity that caught the attention of the Navy? so he issued such a wanted warrant with the idea of catching it alive. Everything seems to be explained. Then speed it up, Nami and Kirby will get the permanent pointers done as soon as possible. Snowball and I will go to buy the supplies and meet on the boat before 3 in the afternoon. Hearing that he put himself and little Lolita into a group www.readaloud.com, Nami's eyes are almost turned over. Although I don't know why you are going to Alabaston, I know where I can buy a permanent pointer to go there. Where is it? Luoqing had some little surprises, and it was really good for a snake. There is a shop called Desert Style on the street next door. The owner there is from Alabaston. He must have a pointer to go there. After that, just report my name. Little Lolita showed the elder sisters domineering, but the cute look is funny. Nami curled her lips and prepared to leave, but was immediately stopped by Luoqing. What are you doing? Well, give me some money, Nami, I have to have money to buy things. Luoqing was very embarrassed, especially in front of the new crew. He knew that the last red hollowed-out piece had long ago been ignored. Luoqing is a regret. Seeing his embarrassment, Nami finally showed a smile. Damn! But just borrow 2 million, and the daily interest of 10,000 is too high. After separating from Nami, Luoqing spit out depressed. And this is my ship. I also earned the money. Why did it happen in the end? I didn't buy these things for your convenience. Luoqing said all the way. Xiao Suekia finally couldn't help asking, you are too useless. If it is really your money, why don't you dare to come back? Luoqing froze all at once, what can he say? Do you want to say that all my money is used to watch the model show? And it's still a sky-high price of 10 million views. But, I really want to watch it again. Chapter 56, Meet the Navy Again. After the purchase was completed, everyone regrouped on the ship. Luoqing found that Nami's face was a little weird, and she always stared at little Snowball, so he asked, what's the matter? Have you bought anything? Nami nodded, and then revealed the permanent pointer on her wrist. The other party didn't want to sell it, but after I mentioned her name, the boss immediately gave me the things like a ghost, and even the money was confiscated. What did you do to that person? This is the first time Nami spoke to Snowball after the episode yesterday. It's nothing, the most important thing is when you get it, isn't it? I still can't like it. Nami rolled her eyes and turned away. Hurry up and store everything, ready to go. At the same time, Colonel Tina, who was supposed to investigate the dancing fans in Alabaston, changed his course due to an order from the Navy Marshal Sengoku. Is the message confirmed? A female navy with long pink hair wearing a red suit on the outside is the standard justice captain of the admiral, standing on the bow and asking vigorously. Confirmed. The faceless pirate group arrived at Chiji Island 3 days ago, and they did not cover their tracks. Very good. Go ahead at full speed, and be sure to kill the faceless pirates. Report. There is the latest news from Chiji Island. The voyage Siname of the suspected faceless pirate group has just purchased the permanent pointer of Alabaston and seems to be ready to sail. Tina frowned. She didn't expect her 2 missions to converge. Let the intelligence personnel over there continue to keep an eye on the movements of the faceless pirate group and report at any time. Yes. Adjust the course, slow down, watch hands, pay attention to the surroundings, as long as you find a suspicious ship immediately warning. Yes. Bring me the intelligence information of the faceless pirate group again. All the information about Luoqing and his group arrived in Tina's hands in no time. Although it was not the first time she saw it, Tina was still very angry and puzzled. She is naturally aware of the decay and depravity of a part of the Navy, but she did not expect it to be so blatant. And what made her even more confused was a little pirate with a bounty of only 50 million. As for the Admiral of the Navy to intervene personally, and also gave an order to catch it alive. Although I don't know what secrets this man named Luoqing has in his body that makes the Navy leaders so value, but since she has received the order, she will never let anyone go. At this point, she is different from Smog's stunned green. It is really embarrassing to say that a dignified person with natural ability was snatched by a small pirate from the East China Sea and shot down into the sea. Next time I see Smog, I have to laugh at him. As for applying for support? Tina chuckled slightly. A day later, Luo Qing, Nami, and the newly recruited chef Snowball lay side by side on the sun loungers enjoying the bright sunshine. This corrupt, harmonious, defeated life is really pleasant. Except for a kid who is at the helm with tears in his heart. Kibi, take out 3 more glasses of juice, remember to add ice. Is teacher. Kirby seems to have become accustomed to this kind of life. He exercises according to the training plan that Luo Qing gave him every day. In his free time, he cleans up and acts as a waiter. When Luo Qing and others are resting, he has to take the helm. Every day is so fulfilling. Are you really pirates? Kabi won't be kidnapped by you, right? Xiao Suekiu enjoyed the current pace of life with satisfaction, but still couldn't help but complain. Kirby was rescued by a group of extremely vicious pirates in the East China Sea. I think he is a good seed, so I accepted him as a disciple, and if he talks nonsense, I will sue you for slander. Luo Qing's face is no one. The Alrita Pirates, which has a reward of only 5 million, was blown so evil by him. I really don't know what Alrita would think when he knew that he was so powerful under Juquan. Are you sure you just want to find a handyman who is obedient, hard-working, and free of money? Nami and Xiao Suekiu complained like this in their hearts at the same time. Then they heard a snap. It turned out that Kirby shattered the glass containing the juice. Let me say what is good about you. It seems that the practice is still not in place, even the dishes are not stable. Luo Qing said a few words silently, but he wouldn't be angry about this little thing. Why are you still stunned? Hurry up and prepare 3 glasses of juice. See, Navy. Kabi was so frightened that he was stunned. To say that his courage is really small, he must find a way to train him. Luo Qing, thinking so, got up and looked at it. Sure enough, I don't know when a very mighty warship came straight towards them, very fast. This is too unlucky. Luo Qing frowned but was not afraid. The navy would also be divided into 3 or 6 or 9 classes, as long as those who were not too powerful showed up. Read www.uuganshu.com. He really doesn't think he will lose. Nami. Can this distance still escape the pursuit of the navy? Luo Qing asked loudly. Nami compared the speed of the 2 sides and their respective headings and shook their heads and said, can't avoid it. The other side obviously spotted us in advance, and then came straight to us. Even if we turn around now, we are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of speed. It is a matter of time before we are caught up. This ship is still too rubbish. In terms of firepower, speed, and size, there is no advantage. Especially when they were facing the black technology warships of the Navy headquarters, this disadvantage was magnified countless times. Once found, it's hard to escape. So Luo Qing made a decisive decision. Nami adjusts her course and rushes up. Since you can't run away, there is only one battle. Nami gritted her teeth and ran to take the helm. Kirby. Go inside and hide, don't come out for a while, no matter what happens, unless I call you. Teacher, I can fight too. Kabi's trembling appearance is really not convincing. Okay, go in now, it's too early for you to join the battle. Kibi is very unwilling, but what can he do? Staying outside is a hindrance to the teacher. For a while. After finishing the arrangement of Kirby, Luo Qing whispered to Xiao Suekiu again. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't worry, I never make jokes about this kind of thing. At this time, I heard Nami yell, come on. Looking at the dozen or so shells that came flying, Luo Qing cursed shamelessly, then stood up and greeted him. Chapter 57, Go Through? The Navy's standard attack method is like this. It relies on the long range and fast speed of the warships under its feet, and fires a few rounds before it gets close. As long as you get hit, even if you are fine, the boat is over. Without a boat, where can a pirate falling into the water go on this vast sea? Otherwise, Luo Qing could scold the navy shamelessly. You can fight in a fight, but the ship cannot be destroyed. Can't swim to Alabaston. Fortunately, the first round of shelling was only a test shot, and there was only one shell that really threatened. Luo Qing immediately activated the ability to slip the fruit and jumped into the air to take the initiative to meet the shell. Swish! At the moment when the shell and Luo Qing's body touched, the trajectory of the shell was deflected to some point, and it slipped and flew. The slippery fruit is used to defend against physical attacks with real objects, and the effect is simply against the sky. Yao thinks that when he first got this devil fruit, Luo Qing was very disappointed and couldn't look down on it, but now it's lucky. But before he was grateful for a few seconds, the second round of shelling came again. And it is much more accurate than the first test shot. No way, Luo Qing had to bite the bullet again. After the extremely difficult sliding off the second shelling, Luo Qing was a little anxious. Speed up. Go over. Nami also knew the crisis of the situation and kept adjusting her position to reduce Luo Qing's burden. In this way, after evading the third round of shelling with great difficulty, the two sides finally got in touch. Prepare for the battle. Except for Captain Luo Qing, who must be captured alive, everyone else will not show mercy if they resist. Yes. Just as Tina was mobilizing loudly, she suddenly saw a woman on the other ship making a full throw action. A small black dot swish across the distance of more than 20 meters, and then when it came to the position above the warship, the little snowball directly released its ability. Luo Qing, who returned to his normal size again, landed on the ship with a thunderous force. Then, before the people around him could react, Luo Qing, who had all the dual fruit ability activated, moved. Sharp claws dyed the deck red in an instant. This is the result of his mercilessness, otherwise he would inevitably end up being chopped or broken. The navy was plunged into chaos, and Nami and others took this opportunity to drive directly beside the warship to the distance. Without worries, Luo Qing, who has liberated all his combat power, is extremely terrifying. These ordinary navies are not his opponents at all. The sophisticated swords of Luo Qing's infinite claw sleeve will break when touched, like decay. Planks! All spread out, let Tina come. After the commander's scream, the panicked navy seemed to have found the backbone, and slowly retreated vigilantly, only to surround him. Under Luo Qing's gaze, a beautiful pink-haired navy came out. Just grab it with your hands, your companion has abandoned you, you can't run away. It's a coincidence. Smog said something similar, but it turned out that he was almost drowned, and I didn't have any shit, but I was living in front of you. If Luo Qing remembers correctly, this female navy who always calls herself Tina should have been with Smog, and there seems to be something between them. It wasn't he who beat Smog, and then his future girlfriend came to avenge him? This is too bloody. Hey! Smog loses because he is too arrogant. And Tina will not make such a mistake. Hair feather threshold. Before the words fell, Tina stretched out her arms. The pitch-black steel barrier suddenly stretched out from in front of her arms. Luo Qing was taken aback and hurriedly avoided. He almost forgot that Tina is also a devil fruit-capable person, like a thrill fruit, which can directly trap the enemy and is difficult to break free. Black gun. A black spear was aimed at Luo Qing, who was sliding at a high speed and threw away in advance. Luo Qing once again used his high speed to avoid this heavy blow. Boom! The 2 or 3 meter long black spear plunged directly into the deck. This is powerful. It's useless, no matter how powerful a move can't hit people, it's useless. Although the space for dodge on the ship is limited, Tina's attack can't catch him. Tina suddenly stopped her attack and said to the surrounding navy, "You are all in the water, it's too much trouble to stay here. Nothing. Like dumplings, all the navy on board jumped into the sea, leaving all the fighting space on board to their beautiful colonel. Your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't fight Tina in such a limited space. The cage of the iron threshold. A huge pitch-black iron cage was buckled on the deck, and Tina and Luo Qing, who stayed in the cage, were like beasts to be watched. They could not escape and could only fight desperately, and finally survived. Now you can't run away anymore. It seems to be no different from just now. As soon as Luo Qing's voice fell, I felt a shock. This steel cage is shrinking inward slowly. Do you still surrender? Tina is already holding the winning ticket. www.readaloud.com. No one can escape from this cage. Then she saw Luo Qing frowning and walking to the front of the barrier, waving his right paw vigorously. It's useless, Tina is the ability of the threshold fruit, these barriers are stronger than steel, hey. Doesn't it seem that hard? Luo Qing spit out a word of disrespect, and then made another two sighs. The large hurdles were cut off by his infinite claw set, as simple as passing through a bamboo forest. Tina is a little dumbfounded. This is impossible. How could the barrier created by Tina's ability be cut off so easily? Luo Qing is also helpless, the infinite glove is so awesome, what can he do? I can't fight anymore, I will leave if I don't fight. Black gun array. Some panicked Tina kept generating black spears from the cage of the iron sill to attack Luo Qing. Facing this kind of attack, Luo Qing behaved as leisurely as walking in a leisurely courtyard. She would hide if she could avoid it. Just use slippery fruit to slide open. After shooting a black gun for 5 minutes, Tina herself was panting with exhaustion, apparently exhausting her physical strength. And Luo Qing didn't have any farts, and he didn't even hurt a single hair. On the contrary, this warship was smashed and riddled with holes. It is estimated that it will be useless. But when Luo Qing shook his head and was about to chase Nami and others, a violent wind came, and he subconsciously dodged to the right, but he was still hit. Shave. Tina used a half-baked 6-style shave to pass through Luo Qing's body at once. Yes, just put it through instead of slipping away. Luo Qing lowered his head and glanced at the barrier on the left half of his body, his eyes were a little gloomy. Chapter 58, another Navy colonel was planted in his hands. P.S. Ask for recommended votes, brothers. If you have one, vote for the old and faceless. The threshold fruit has a characteristic, that is, the user can pass the human body, and then only leave the threshold. At the moment when the ability is activated, the person with the threshold fruit ability will present a state of illusory. And this state just restrains Luo Qing's slippery fruit. There is no contact, how come the slide away? The power of the devil fruit is indeed a strange coexistence. Found that the left half of his body that was trapped could not get rid of the trap with the slippery fruit. It seemed to be directly connected to his skin, and Luo Qing's relaxed expression was never seen again. Wouldn't it be good to just walk there? Tina will definitely capture you. Seeing that this trick finally worked on Luo Qing, Tina mobilized the last stamina in her body, gritted her teeth and resorted to shave. You got it. Seeing that Luo Qing didn't choose to dodge this time, but directly stretched out his right hand as if trying to catch her, Tina's face showed joy. But with the horror on her face in the next second, she was choked by Luo Qing and smashed into the deck heavily. Impossible. Whoa! Tina vomited a big mouthful of blood. Feeling the unprecedented weakness in her body and the ability of the devil fruit that she could never find again, Tina panicked. Although she has been guarding against the halo stone weapon Luo Qing may have taken from Smog, she is sure that this person has never taken it out from the beginning to the end. But what's the matter? Shocked? Can't figure it out. Unfortunately, I have no obligation to explain to you. Go back and tell the high-level Navy who sent you. Although they don't know what they want from me, it's better not to make any more ideas. I won't be merciful next time. After finishing speaking with a cold face, Luo Qingxi lifted up his left hand without mercy and hit Tina's belly with a punch. Then another punch, another punch. After Tina passed out while vomiting blood while rolling her eyes, Luo Qing released the right hand that held her neck. And as Tina lost consciousness, all the black bars on the boat and on the left half of Luo Qing disappeared. If you can wear the infinite gloves with the mighty power of Heilashi, Lao Tzu will do it. Looking at the navy who were trying to climb onto the ship in the sea, screaming and screaming to avenge their officers, Luo Qing glanced at them with disdain, jumped into the sea and left. The ability of free surfing is still very useful. It didn't take long for Luo Qing, who was enjoying the thrill of surfing, to catch up with Nami and others who were waiting for his return in the sea ahead. It's the teacher is back. Kabi is still so excited. And Xiao Sueki quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was alone in dealing with a naval ship with a colonel and returned safely. It seems that this guy has really had two lives. Only Nami chose to believe him from beginning to end. When he jumped on the boat, he directly stepped forward and gave him a hug, and when Luo Qing felt that the wave should be steady, Nami's roar pulled him back to reality. Hurry up to repair the cabin. Why is it so slow to come back? Kirby, hurry up and get ready to set sail. How can someone not cook? What time is it? Dodged 3 waves of shelling, but it was unavoidable to get one shot. Fortunately, there was no leak, otherwise they might really have to swim to Alabaston. Really? I see, let Colonel Tina feel relieved for the time being. Let's put things aside from Alabaston. After hanging up the phone worm, the gloom between the brows of the Warring States period is clearly visible. He didn't blame Tina for carrying out arrests without applying for support, but judging from the current intelligence, that guy is really not something ordinary people can deal with. Especially in the report just now, it was mentioned that the golden glove on Luo Qing's right hand was suspected of being mixed with halo stone. This also further proves the Sengoku conjecture, it is really hard not to let people care. There is no weakness of the devil fruit ability, and there may be more than one kind. If he is allowed to continue to grow, what changes will it bring to the current world structure? Especially if the opponent doesn't have any favorable impressions of the navy. Those words that Luo Qing said before she beat Tina half to death were also reported by Tina, who had just sobered up. Obviously the other party has already noticed something, and has also reached the limit of tolerance for repeated provocations against the navy. If you are in the match next time, it is estimated that it will be endless. Speaking of it, the other party has been merciful more than once. First it was Smog stunned green, and then Tina was the hapless person. From these two things, it can be seen that the other party doesn't want to do everything, otherwise, the grass in front of the graves of Small and Tina should have grown. Finally, Tina was severely injured, but because Tina's sneak attack worked, she angered the opponent. From this point of view, it doesn't seem that there is no chance of recruiting security. Kai Wahei? Let's take a look again. Alabaston is a sand crocodile site. It's really hard to say what will happen next in UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Hesitated. The Warring States period did not send high-end naval forces to capture Luo Qing. In fact, the admirals were so busy to die. Who has the time to make a special trip for a small pirate with a bounty of 50 million? The people who are weaker are sending food. The strong ones are on the side. Every day they discuss the movement of the 4 emperors. It is impossible for them to appear on their desks without a reward of 300 or 500 million. In this case, Tina was already the most suitable candidate he could send, but she was still beaten to death. You can only let it go for a while. So the Warring States period brought in someone to pay close attention to the faceless pirate group, and after regularly sorting out the information to him, he went to work on other things. As for raising the bounty? Impossible. Unless the Warring States period has determined that Luo Qing's secret is not what he thought, or Luo Qing has done something that can't be suppressed, otherwise he wants to raise the bounty? Go dreaming. At the same time, Luo Qing, who was still on the route to Alabaston, did not know that the bounty he should have increased was once again suppressed by the warring states. He just thought, another navy colonel was beaten to death by me. Now the bounty should go up. After all, when you go out to report your own home, you will be offering a bounty of 50 million yuan, so how am I ashamed to say hello to the pirate supernova who is acting hundreds of millions of dollars? Is really delaying Luo Qing's great cause of acting. 998, 999, 1000. Teacher, I am finally done. Don't pretend to be dead. Another hour of stance. It can't be done, I have no food tonight. Kirby lying on the ground has no love. Chapter 59, Bait. P.S. As soon as I didn't pay attention, I made it to the top of the fans' new book list. It's everyone's credit. I also ask you guys to help me during the new book period. Recommendations and collections are especially important. I also want to thank so many book friends for their rewards these days. I can't list my thanks, I'm really sorry. The Kingdom of Alabastan is one of the superpowers located on the Great Sea Route Shengting Island. An exotic country full of desert atmosphere. Not long ago, except for the capital Albina, it stopped raining everywhere, which is tantamount to a thunderbolt in a desert country. So many people believed that the drought was caused by the king's private use of the rain-inducing agent dancing powder and reported it to the navy. The seeds of the civil war were planted at this moment. Ha, it's really hot. After disembarking at the port of rapeseed flour, Luo Qing and his party mounted a camel and started their own desert journey. In this case, the advantage of the 100 cubic meters of space of the infinite gloves is reflected, allowing them to pack lightly, and a large amount of food and water sources are stored in it, without worrying about being thirsty. Isn't there yet? It's the weather. To drag the blessing of this hot weather, Nami wears a three-point style inside and a flimsy scarf on the outside, like an exotic dancer. I saw it, it should be right ahead. After hearing this, a few people cheered up and went straight to the oasis ahead. It should be Rainland here. After entering the city, Luo Qing said to himself while looking at the surrounding scenery. Alabastan, where there is no rain anywhere, is here as the new dream city, the base camp of Crocodile, and the kingdom's largest casino rain banquet is located here. What should I do next? Luo Qing can't just hit the door like this, his strength is not so powerful yet. However, it seems that the information work of the Baroque Work Agency has always been controlled by Nicole Robin, and then reported to the big boss Sand Crocodile after finishing. So is it possible to reach an agreement with Robin first? Luo Qing frowned as he watched the crowded streets. Let's go, find a place to stay first. Then Xiao Suekiu and Kabii were left in the room. Luo Qing and Nami came to a pub to inquire about information. After all, it was too eye-catching to take two children on the trip. 10 minutes later, Luo Qing drank the wine in the glass, then swaggered to sit down in front of the bartender. Continued cup. I said, your wine is too expensive. You can buy at least such a big barrel for the same money elsewhere. Complained dissatisfiedly, Luo Qing made exaggerated gestures. It may be that I have met many foreigners like him. The bartender is very skilled and took him a glass and said, it's no way expensive. Who makes this a desert country? It would be nice to have alcohol. That's true. There is a shortage of water everywhere along the way. It's hard to imagine how you lived for so many years. Speaking of this, the bartender also sighed. In fact, although there was a shortage of water before, it was not that serious. It is still possible to maintain the normal life of the people. But just a few months ago, an unprecedented drought suddenly appeared, and it stopped raining everywhere except the capital Alba. I don't know how many innocent people are dying of thirst. Luo Qing drank the wheat wine in the glass again and motioned for him to refill it. I heard people say that the king quietly used the dancing powder to become like this. Although Luo Qing's voice was very small, the bartender looked around vigilantly before whispering back, don't say such things outside. Recently, it's a little bit uneasy. Many people have gathered together in private and don't know what they are plotting. I don't want to be involved. Luo Qing smiled, and then pretended to ask casually, I know, yes, I heard someone introduce someone here to take that kind of business. It happened that I had an old opponent who didn't give me face, and I wanted him to disappear. The kind that is silent. Is there any way for little brother? Talking, Luo Qing took out a wad of berry from his arms and pushed it to the bartender together with the empty glass. The bartender glanced left and right, and then took it into his arms as he knew how to do it. Then you are looking for the right person, the third one from the east on the opposite street, the code is this. After silently recording the beat of the bartender, Luo Qing drank the last glass of wine and greeted Nami to leave. And just after they left, the young bartender quickly recorded something on the note, then turned around and tapped twice on a wine grid behind him, putting the note down and continued his work as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, Luo Qing and Nami came to a store with a closed door. From the outside, it seemed to be abandoned for a long time. Luo Qing stepped forward and tapped on the door rhythmically as the bartender told him. Waited another 3 minutes before hearing a click and the door was opened. Luo Qing and Nami looked at each other, and then walked in with a little caution. It was dark inside, and then a voice came from the only luminous mouth. Buy intelligence or hire killers. Luo Qing's original intention was to hire a killer, and kill him directly after he lied people over. But this approach can be done once or twice at most, and it is also very easy to attract the attention of the sand crocodile www.readaloud.com. After all, there are so many advanced agents. Although there are many demon fruit abilities, it is not bad. And even if it was planned like this, it would be hard to fool the Baroque Work Agency's intelligence capabilities. So Luo Qing changed his mind when he heard that the other party was still selling information. He took out the big gift that little Snowball gave him from the inside of the space, and then took out a piece of white paper and started writing and drawing. Then he passed the paper on which some ghost picture symbols were written through the light port. I want to know the information on this. The person inside obviously couldn't understand the ancient words written by Luo Qing Zhao, and even this kind of transaction was the first time he encountered it. After a short silence, the person inside went on to say, wait a minute, I can't evaluate the reward for this task. I need to report it. Yes. Luo Qing is also betting that such trivial matters will not be directly reported to Sand Crocodile, but will be reported to Miss Alcindé Nicole Robin, who specializes in collating information. And as long as this thing gets into Robin's hands, the next thing will be easy. As an archaeologist, when facing the things that I have pursued in my life, how can I not be moved? After all, Crocodile took in Robin because of her ability to interpret ancient characters, and when Robin knew that Crocodile was following the fall of the ancient weapon Pluto, she had already embarked on the road of betrayal. In order to know the content of the ancient text, it seems that it is no different to betray Crocodile in advance. After waiting for a full half an hour of boredom, the sound from the wall came again. And this time obviously has been replaced. Got the bait. Chapter 60, Nicole Robin. This is a very rare text, which needs to be interpreted in context. If you want to commission a task, it is best to take out all the text, and the price is definitely not cheap. You have to be prepared. Although Robin has been very careful, he even deliberately used price to shift the focus. But the urgency and tension in her words all exposed her identity. I don't like talking to the wall, so let's forget it, and leave those texts for your memory. After finished speaking, Luo Qing turned and left. Are you kidding our Baroque workplace? No one can get out of this door without paying the price. Really? Then I'm going to leave. Call out all the thugs quickly. Luo Qing is not afraid at all. Such an important matter, with Robin's character, it is impossible for people to stay around here. If exposed, she is the first person to pass the sand crocodile level. When Luo Qing put his hand on the iron gate and pushed it slightly, he heard the sound of the wall moving behind and the sound of footsteps. I'm out, let's talk about the entrustment. After all, our work agency has always had a good reputation. Robin walked out casually in an OL costume, as if it was not her who threatened. I suddenly don't want to talk anymore, what should I do? Turning his head, Luo Qing chuckled and said, the entire negotiation atmosphere has been firmly in his hands. It is Robin who wants and must get things in his hands, not him. So you are playing me. Rao is Robin's good temper. In front of the suspected historical text, Luo Qing's repeated teasing has also become a bit angry. But before Luo Qing looked like what can you do with me, Robin took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Just put it straight, I am a literary lover, and I usually like to study these rare words. If you entrust this to me, I can waive the reward. It's just exemption of payment? Not very attractive. After regaining his calm, Robin also noticed something was wrong. The other party seemed to have directed her at her from the beginning, but she frowned and asked, what do you want? I want the whereabouts of Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, do you have any here? Luo Qing grinned open the corners of his mouth, and began to see the dagger. Robin's pupils shrank violently, and he subconsciously wanted to take action to keep these two people behind. But the other party's look of fear made her hold back this impulse. About Nicole Robin's whereabouts, even our Baroque work agency does not have one, so let's change the request. That's a coincidence, you don't know, I know. I'm right, Miss Robin. No longer hesitate, Robin immediately chose to do it. Even if I need to explain to Crocodile afterwards, I don't hesitate. But at the moment Robin chose to do it, Luo Qing was also unambiguous. The biggest weakness of Huahua fruit is that the blooming flower will all be transferred to the body after taking damage. So when two slender hands grew from Luo Qing's neck and were about to twist his neck, Luo Qing's infinite gloves had already grabbed the hand on the neck. There was a muffled hum from Robin in the next second. The short-term loss of the devil fruit ability made Robin feel extremely weak, and almost fell to the ground, and the attacks that attacked Luo Qing and Nami also turned into petals and disappeared. When Robin finally awakened the devil fruit ability in his body, Luo Qing had no idea when he walked to her side, and then gently put the infinite glove on her right hand on her shoulder. The weak feeling of weakness once again invaded Robin's whole body, and when she was about to collapse, Luo Qing stretched out his hand to support her. Halo Stone, a special method used to deal with those with the devil fruit ability. But don't worry, the weakness is only temporary, and it will return to normal after a while after I remove my hand. So, can we have a good talk now? Miss Nicole Robin. Will the life of hiding in Tibet for so many years be terminated today? Is also good, people like me should have died in that magic killing order 18 years ago. Isn't this result expected long ago? Is the Navy's intelligence really pervasive, or is there even your spies in the Kaiwohe? Nicole Robin bit her lip and asked unwillingly. Then she was stunned. Shit Navy! Don't guess, I am here to make a deal with you. Deal? Hope resurfaced in Robin, who was already desperate. She was not afraid of death. She was afraid that she could not learn the historical truth of this world before she died. She was afraid that she could not fulfill O'Hara's last wish. If Miss Robin won't make any misunderstandings anymore, I can take my hand away first as the basis for our next transaction. Robin nodded. Her attack methods were all pervasive www.readaloud.com, but the attack intensity was very lacking. Before she twisted Luo Qing's neck, it was enough for Luo Qing to kill her 10 times with Halo Rock. This kind of artificial needleboard, I am fish, what else can she say? The other party is not a navy, so she is lucky enough. First introduce yourself. No, Luo Qing, the captain of the Faceless Pirates, is offering a reward of 50 million Baileys. Your information is already on my table before coming here. After seeing Luo Qing's somewhat surprised expression, the corners of Robin's mouth were slightly tilted, which was a win. Well, it's nothing surprising. If there are enemies who have come to their base camp and they don't know it, it's really strange that the sand crocodile can live to this day. It is estimated that every pirate or any force that travels to and from Alabaston is under the absolute control of sand crocodile. Okay, so you already know the information about me. This time it was Robin's turn to froze for a while, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that you have already inquired everything before coming here. Luo Qing can't say no. Is he going to explain that he knows everything because he has watched all the plots of the old thief Oda? Then Robin shook his head. Not yet. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day, I will sort out the information for the day and submit it to Clocktle. The information you come here is limited to the people at the bottom who discovered you, and I know it. If this is the case, then we can talk about the content of our transaction. First, I need you to help me conceal the existence of these people. Robin nodded. This is very simple. As long as there is no accident, it is easy to hide it for a while.